studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
9 minutes plus stoppage time to go.
But this run-up is telling me more power.
Look at how Vassal's giving up the entire right side of his goal. Tillman! It's in! Malik Tillman! 2-0 United States!
Fox and FIFA with the call. Thursday morning is live, coming at you with the entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Belp. We got Peyton and Aiden on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I suggest you get on that YouTube, fan cam, and Twitch because RJ Choppy is back in style.
Yes, thank you. Good to be back. Well, I guess you didn't say anything that I'd have to thank you for, but I am back in style. I am back in style. What a day. What a game. And it is the official 4th of July show, work day around the United States of America. Mm-hmm. And in year 250, I might add.
It is the 250, and that is why you're so decked out in celebration today.
Basically. It is basically because this is the final day, the final work day.
And last night.
And last night, of course.
Got the America hat and the United States suspenders. When's the last time those have been brought out?
July 4th.
When was the last time they were washed?
July 5th. July 5th.
How does that work with you not having the shirt on underneath? Because you've mentioned recently that you have those overly sensitive nips. How do you deal with that clasp?
Very
just
scared.
Brushing up against them.
I haven't pulled up quite high.
It's a very erotic day for you. I feel
pulled
like.
up very quite high here because I don't want this metal. This metal touches these things. We're in for a treat.
The United States, they tried to screw them. They tried to cheat them with the red card that caused them to play a man down for 36 minutes, but they still advance and get the 2-0 shutout over Bosnia.
And, not only do you survive when you're already up 1-0 and you're down a man, you extend the lead.
Yeah. I wonder what the stats are for man down, like offensively, if there's any, PER soccer websites.
Like shorthanded goals in hockey or whatever?
Yeah, because I'm like, all right, does that team now have zero chance to score? But then I was noticing, like, the United States still kind of like going down the field. Are you going to be on defense like a power play the entire time with the other team just getting double and triple the amount of opportunities? I was wondering about that.
Well, here's some stats. I just had to put these in the AI. When you're down a man, your goal scoring rate drops by about half. All right. Your expected goals per minute drops by almost by 65%.
Wow. And
your chances of winning drop. So I guess your baseline chance of winning in soccer in general is 35%. 35% for you, 35% for the other team, and then a draw is the other. It goes all the way to 7%.
Wow.
Automatically. Just a baseline.
Like it's a 0-0 game expectation. Like assuming that it's in a tie game or whatever.
Probably. So that's it took to win is big. To win and extend your lead is pretty remarkable.
And Bobby, I know that you are joining in on my reaction and the rest of the country.
All over it.
Shaking your head at this particular play when they decided to eject.
Well, and the thing is, like, they're sitting there saying, everybody's saying, that's not a red card. And I was like, I assume it's not a red card based on what my understanding of getting you thrown out in sports is. But, look, a lot of the discussion last night was, the vast majority says it wasn't. But there is a handful of...
Because he accidentally stepped on his ankle.
Yes. And there's some people who are saying, there's some super committed long-term football fans who are saying on social media today that intent doesn't matter in those instances, and they'll tell you intent doesn't matter in some instances. They have to protect players, blah, 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 this whole thing. And the response that was getting there a lot of the time was like, okay, well, if that's the case, then that's going to be a hang-up for some people watching. Like, that's one of those things that'll be a hang-up for this sport for some people, is because you can't reasonably say, well, the guy who has been playing as well as he has, like, one of your best players, you can't have him out there next game. And they did a bad job explaining that, by the way. Obviously, we're used to, in the U.S., you get ejected, you're just out, and that's it. What we're not used to is that ejection also means you're out for the next game.
I don't like...
So he's out for the next game.
Yeah, against Belgium.
My gosh.
And now they'll be able to have 11.
Yeah.
Right? So they won't be a man
Still,
down.
he's arguably their best offensive
Yes,
player.
no doubt.
Every time I'm like, how do I bet this? What's the play? He came up more than Christian even does.
Yeah, I mean, he's fantastic. So that's a problem, but at least obviously they'll be even strength. Yeah, and I understand, and I'm with you, Bobby, on some of the soccer heads saying like that's just they have to protect the player. Protect them from what? From incidental contact?
Not protected when Messi does it, I guess, which is what everybody was clipping last night, was him doing the same exact thing in one of the recent games and not getting called for anything.
I mean, protect them from like a guy accidentally going for a ball and stepping on your foot. And again, we see this in American sports.
Getting under the jump shooter, to compromise your ankle and your leg. You don't get tossed.
Very rarely when a basketball player commits a foul and it's not called, and then they go back and review it, all of a sudden it's a flagrant 2. Well, how are you going to give a flagrant 2 on a play that wasn't even called a foul?
And then the
field?
The offsides, this was the Nick Harris tweet that got him destroyed by diehard football fans when, is it Balogun?
Yeah.
Balogun scores, and you're that close to the goal, and someone is a step offsides,
right.
The one leg offsides. When it's that deep into their territory, that's where I wish that they would go ahead and get rid of it.
And that's been a common thought on social media during this World Cup is like when you're in that...
I get being 3/4 down the field. It's like someone not getting back in basketball. It's cherry picking.
Yeah. But, when you're in, they call it the 18-yard, when you're in that 18-yard box, like what... You should have defenders back there. It shouldn't matter. You're not gaining enough of an advantage by being a toe offsides, in my opinion.
He still gets his score before the half. Then off the crossbar, it's 1-0 USA. Red card. And then Pulisic is offsides, the call that nullifies. That's the Nick Harris incident that we're talking about. And then Malik Tillman with the set piece. I was taught yesterday by our insider from The Athletic to make it 2-0 Bosnia. I needed one more goal to hit the over, and they had 2 near misses at the end. Ball game.
Can I ask a ignorant question?
Are we going to be able to answer it?
I don't know if y'all can answer it. Maybe not.
Make it.
So when I'm watching these offsides and stuff like that, I'm like, why don't defenders just step in a direction to make it offsides? Like, why are they not just like, oh, okay, we're in lockstep, I'm stepping forward here?
Yeah.
Like, why don't they just do that? Or is there some sort of rule or protection that says, well, no, he was onsides there, but he stepped up? Like, I don't know how it would go. And even last night, it didn't.
Like, if you see a ball like chipped up past half field to someone, everyone just sprints towards half field. Yeah. That way, everyone is behind you. And you're offside.
Or like when they said yesterday, they were like, if it bounced off the defender,
it's probably where you are by the time the ball is struck.
And so when you'll see, like, they'll pause it with the VAR, they'll pause the game at the moment of impact of the ball, foot to ball.
Well, if it bounces, I guess that they were saying if it bounces off of him, if it bounced off the Bosnian defender, then the goal would have counted. I'm like, okay, so he wouldn't have been offsides if it bounced off him? Or offside. Sorry, I know Dawson will get on us for saying offsides, but...
Mauricio on the red card that now has one of his best players out for the next game.
For me, never is a red card. Watching after on TV, and never was the intention to step up of the player. That was a normal action in football that happened because by accident, and it's never intentional. That is why for me it's never red card.
So funny to hear that as the head coach of the United States.
Fan text to say, and apparently this is a tactic that teams do use in soccer. It's called an offside trap, and you intentionally step offside so that seems again like a silly rule. That seems like the equivalent of flopping or something.
So the United States moves forward, and they will get, is it Belgium?
Belgium, yeah, and Belgium was down 2-0 in the 85th minute. In the 85th minute of this game. And they wind up getting a pair of goals late and then winning it at the very, very end. I mean, you play 119 minutes of soccer, football, and they make a call, another controversial call, a penalty with 1 freaking minute to go, and a guy gets a penalty kick, and he scores and they win.
And that gave me the win as I picked a draw early on. I was all over Senegal, and then I was like, these teams, it's just too close. Too close. It's going to end up with a draw and screw me in regulation time. And I refreshed my phone, and on Underdog, it's ahead, right? Because we're watching on delay.
Right.
It's 2-2, and I was like, what the hell just happened? What happened? How did this game get tied? This was over. It was done.
So you win because it was a draw in regulation time?
Yes.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, regulation and stoppage. Because I had been just picking winners.
Right.
And then it goes to the regulation, and then my team wins in the extra time or the penalty kicks. I don't get the credit. I don't get the credit for that. It has to be regulation plus the stoppage time, or they have a category where it says they will just advance no matter what.
Okay.
But the odds are worse for that,
right?
Because it's extra time,
right? But so Belgium is generally a really good team, and Belgium beat the U.S. I think it was like 5-2 at one of these friendlies, these pre-qualifying things. But that was sort of the game that everyone's pointing to as what turned around Team USA.
Choppy's World Cup update later on in the show. It's the payload at 6:40 as we got everyone back together again. And, of course, Casey Donahue tickets to give away in the 7 o'clock commercial-free expressway. The winning streak is over.
All right, the 2-2. And that ball hit high into the air, right field. That'll get the run in. Duran going back, the ball carrying well. He's at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Just over the 9-foot high wall, there's a little flat surface area behind that wall. It bounces off of that and high up into the seats. For Fry, an opposite field 3-run home run. His second hit this year. We've been in scoring position, and he has given Cleveland an early 5-0 lead.
Hicksy with the call and a 5-run second. Too much for the Rangers to overcome. There was a safety squeeze in there, a wild pitch. Bad McKenzie was on the mound in terms of his location, and the Rangers' 6-game winning streak does end in Cleveland right here on 105.3 The Fan. But you came back to a first-place baseball team.
I did. And, that was Bad McKenzie. And, listen, since the start of June, he has allowed 19 earned runs now, and that's it's in 6 starts. So that's still only 3 a start. But like you mentioned, there's good and bad. And this was not the preferable Mackenzie Gore. It's the first inning he was fine, and then all of a sudden he just loses the plate. That is pitchers who are not Jake DeGrom can't get themselves into hitter counts. They just can't do it.
It was bad Mackenzie Gore, but this was also bad Cole Winn again. So they trim it to 5-3, and Cole Winn is now, I just had to look this up, 5 of his last 9 appearances, he has allowed 2 runs or more when he's come into the game, and including 3 straight. It is 3 straight appearances now against Miami, Toronto, and Cleveland that he's come in and given up at least 2 runs. And I don't just mean inherited runners. Those are his runs that he owns and gives up. And so he is just in a brutal streak. His ERA is up to 7 on the season now, which is just not sustainable. And that's 28 innings of pitching. And so I don't know. That's not going to work. With as good as the bullpen's been at times this year, Cole Winn is just not working for you right now. But yeah, ultimately you end up getting the series win, which is a big deal, and that's what's going to matter more than anything.
Corey Seager placed on the 10-day injured list with the lower back inflammation. Josh Smith recalled. More on that later with the Jared Sandler drama that happened yesterday. But you coming back or them overtaking everyone else in the division is what to you? You fill in the blank. The Rangers taking over first place is
I think it's something that we can't get what we want. Right? We can't get. I don't think.
What do we want?
I think a lot of people want them to sell.
When do we want it?
I think a lot of people want them to sell.
At the deadline.
I find you are going to, I think, really, even though a lot of the fan base may want it, you'll lose what fan base you have. If you sell from the first place position. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you have fans that watch.
It flipped yesterday on the fan text.
Yeah.
It went to about 60-40 buy.
Not everybody is sitting here saying that they think that this may be a title team, whatever, but they do not. Well, you can't sell from a position of first place.
The Mavs make a move, and the Jaylen Brown blockbuster. Next, entire morning squad back together again. Glad you're waking up with us on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Philip. Peyton Russell will run the payload at 6:40 this morning. RJ Choppy is back with us from Bama here on DFW Sports Station. It's Sean and RJ on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and I've been waiting for these NBA segments. And yesterday we had some explosions. The Dallas Mavericks making a move. The Grizzlies are trading Santi Aldama to the Mavs for A.J. Johnson, a protected 2030 Warriors first-round pick, excuse me, and 2 future second-round picks. So the big name in this, or the most notable name, is Santi Aldama coming to the Mavs.
Yeah, it's a stretch big who can shoot, so that's cool. Bring it on. And, I mean,
Wasn't he on Bobby Marks' list as a need?
Yeah, he was.
Not him, but
the what he does. It was like the top need listed on Bobby Marks' breakdown, and I know there were a lot of people last night who were talking about him in a very positive way and that they like him. I don't think this is anybody who's probably going to start or be like a regular contributor for you. I mean, they'll be in the rotation, but that's what it's thought to be.
Hope he's a regular contributor. They use their trade exception.
When I say regular contributor, I just mean like regularly in the starting lineup. I think he's going to be coming off the bench and he'll be one of their rotational guys, which is, I mean, sure, 14 points a game last year, and a guy who, is not afraid to take the three, doesn't shoot it like super efficiently. He's 35% for his career about, but yeah, sure, I'll take it.
He was selected 30th in the 2021 draft, 14 and 7 boards, as Bobby said. And I went and did my 5-minute YouTube scouting during halftime of the United States game, and it was 3-point shooting. It wasn't him powering anyone, 2-dribble dunk. It wasn't any crazy explosive athleticism. He could stroke it from deep. Entering the second year of a 3-year, $52 million deal, but they are using their $20 million trade exception from the Anthony Davis deal on him, and many people are now asking, what's the next move? Because you have too many 4s and 5s. You're going to get another player on the front line, and now you have Lively, and you have Gafford, and you have Morez, and now you have Aldama. There has to be something else coming down the pipe. Is it the pipe? Or the pike?
It's coming down the pike, I think.
It's coming down the pike.
Yeah, which doesn't make... a pike, a turnpike, but a pipe would also make sense.
Yeah.
The correct idiom is coming down the pike. It means something approaching, expected, or about to happen in the future, as in a turnpike.
Okay.
Yeah, but pipe would make sense. I mean, it's, your
stuff
sewage,
travels down a pipe,
water,
I get it.
Everything goes down the pike.
Does this have any Masai written all over it, besides that international name?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of who was the last stretch big they had, like a really true, like outside perimeter game big, Christian Wood, probably, and he did not really get a crack here. I mean, some people would say AD, but AD was here for such little time, and AD even still, AD takes like under 2 threes per game. Like in the last couple years, and so Christian Wood would probably be the most recent one. He took,
but Ujiri traits. Is there anything you're applying?
Yeah,
from the side?
That's what I'm saying. Like a big guy who can shoot, like having a guy who can kind of stretch and still take perimeter shots is kind of a primary focus of their game. That's been an aspect that you've seen on some of Masai's teams that have not been on Dallas's teams in recent years.
And now, the blockbuster that has the mass holes melting down. The Celtics traded Jaylen Brown in the division. No one knows basketball divisions, but me neither. I would just normally say in the conference. They traded him to Philadelphia, the team that eliminated them after being down 3-1. For 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and Paul George. Wow.
To go from your value being Giannis to Paul George and 2 firsts.
Oh, y'all ain't never seen playoff P?
Podcast P.
That's quite the drop in about 10 days.
Yes, it is.
That's quite the drop. So it seems like Brown and through his agent had said, he hadn't really officially asked for a trade, but they seem to be trying to get rid of him at any cost at this point. Because
the league was being quoted, other sources is saying this is going to be 40 cents on the dollar, and that's basically what it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Paul George is one of those guys now I can't stand. He was lovable Indiana, just like it was lovable Westbrook in Oklahoma City, but games miss. He talks more than he plays with a microphone in front of his face. I would be livid if I was a Celtic fan.
And if it's 40 cents on the dollar, if this is the deal, you're almost better off just trying to make it work.
That's what my suggestion was. Try to talk him down.
Yeah.
Say, well, we'll hook you up with the Beverly Hills Police Department to let you have your events or your parties.
We'll give you off days when Tatum plays. And when you're playing, we'll give Tatum his off days. So like you guys can just run your own thing. Make it work.
One GM
40 cents the dollar.
One GM to Jeff Goodman, quote, "This was highway robbery. I have no idea what Brad Stevens was thinking. The Celtics would be lucky to get the play-in next year." And then another awesome tweet, "Brad was the executive who viewed Jalen as the 7th best player on the team."
That seems 100% true at this point. Like, that he didn't value him the right sort of way. And then, there was did you retweet it this morning, the Windhorse clip talking about him, where Windhorse said that the buzz out there now is that Brad Stevens had told everybody internally, like, Derek White was a better basketball player. And so he clearly didn't think very highly of Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, Derek White was more responsible last year for their unbelievable season, for Psycho to get Coach of the Year, and for them, were they the 2?
Yeah.
They were the 2 seed.
They were the 2 seed.
The 2 seed. I'm bitter about this because when I see someone else get an amazing deal for something I maybe could have thought of or conjured up, I'm very bitter about this as a Mavs follower.
He has missed at least Paul George has missed at least a third of the games in 6 of the last 7 seasons, and he's 36 years old. I don't know what the hell they're thinking.
Everyone, people think the Mavs are going to make a...
We would have traded you Klay Thompson and a couple picks. You could have sent him our way.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks Brad Stevens, who usually, according to many, is playing chess while others are playing checkers.
It's been good.
He has to know that they're not as good as last year now, and something else has to be coming down the pike. That's what what the Celtics who are trying to rationalize this are saying.
They have to, because you have a player in Tatum who's still he's still got years of his prime left. I know that this will be the first full year post Achilles.
Yes.
So, maybe he's not quite 100% yet.
Man. From 22 points down to 16 and 17 the last 2 seasons for Paul, while playing a combined 78 games in the 2 seasons.
It's this is a...
Then
he was good in the playoff series against Boston. He played well, and he frustrated them, and so maybe they just looked at that and they're like, well, let's get the guy who knocked us out. Let's go get him.
Left a lasting impression, you think? He averaged 17 against Boston.
No, I know, but defensively,
17, 4, and 3.
Yeah, but he played really well defensively. Like, he was giving them problems.
Look, they can. If that's the route they're taking. Holy cow!
Mark yesterday, as the day, put it on the wall, that Luka Doncic leaves the Lakers.
Oh yeah!
Oh wow!
I'm not automatically having him.
The exciting whites out there in LA.
We will get to that in a little. Snow Time.
Yes.
Snow Time is the undefeated nickname right now. But the Lakers exploded in about 30 minutes, signing people to $475. Well, that's Luka included. When you have Luka, Austin Reeves, and Walker Kessler, that is $475 million. They gave $130 to Quentin Grimes. They gave $60 million to something named Sandro. Colin Sexton.
Hey, Sandro, that's the Toronto big man that you think I chat GPT'd.
Oh, okay. Colin Sexton got 2 for $20, and they give up all the future for Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz. Now, again, the compensation for Jaylen Brown was 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and Paul George. The Lakers gave Utah unprotected first in 31, 33, first-round swaps in 28 and 30. 2 swaps, 2 unprotected firsts for Walker Kessler. This will not get the Lakers as far as they need to keep Luka, and Rob Pelinka will be responsible for getting him, and Rob Pelinka will be responsible for losing him because of this spending spree market.
By the way, real quick, Quentin Grimes was not 130. That was the Walker Kessler number. So Quentin Grimes got 4 for 60. Just to be clear.
Yeah, my bad.
I like the guys they put around him yesterday. Walker Kessler's a really good player to have with him if he's not hurt. He's just hurt all the time. So he gets hurt a ton. Sandro's a good player. I wouldn't dare try to pronounce his last name. I heard Sean Heath recently say that. He's like, that is the most difficult last name to say in the NBA right now. That one I have to practice before
How would
games.
Sean Heath say it, though?
Oh, let's go back!
Because it's like Mamakalashevi or something like that.
Walker Kessler's played in 74, 64, 58, and then 5 games, averaging 14 and 11 in his last season. He's basically been 11 and 12 the past few years.
And played 5 games last year.
Had to get Lucas big.
Had to. Walker
So no Gafford
Kessler
trade.
Sounds like he plays golf at Vanderbilt.
Yes.
That's what he doesn't. He sounds like he plays golf at Vanderbilt.
He looks a little like he plays golf at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, went to the Woodward Academy.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go do some digging up on Walker Kessler. Yeah, this is the moment. This is mark this day. I think that's a fair thing to do. Mark this day. Now, if it somehow finds a way to work, and they go further than they did this year, which I would be surprised at.
If Kessler's healthy, they will. Like, if Kessler's healthy, it'll work.
You think so?
Yeah, because Kessler's just... Colin Sexton's a good player. You've got, like, Sandro is a stretch big. You've got, Kessler is somebody who is really, really good when he's healthy. The problem is just never being available and on the court. But he's somebody who can do a lot of the things that they were missing last year in Los Angeles as a big. And then Grimes is somebody who, like, clearly... I think Luka feels a good fit with the fact that Dallas went out and pursued him and had brought him in, and now with clearly him having such an influence in Los Angeles on some of their personnel, they went out and decided to go get him again. Grimes has shown he can be a solid contributor to a team, and so I think Reeves, Luka, Kessler, like Colin Sexton, like that's a good group if you can get them all healthy. That's just the challenge, is getting them healthy.
Mitchell Robinson leaves the Champs to go to the Massholes. It's a 3-year, $47 million deal for Mitchell Robinson going to Boston. By the way, Porzingis, Golden State, 2 for $40. So that's where we stand with the association. Any Kawhi or LeBron reactions, or you got something else here to follow up with?
How many is that now for? How many? I'm trying to think the amount of teams Porzingis has been on. I know he was there, but I'm just trying to think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He has just bounced now, it seems. Kawhi, I was not like, I was a little surprised Kawhi chose to go back.
Yeah.
To Toronto.
Yes.
He seems to be the guy now where I'm like, okay, great, he's on your team, great. I would not break the bank to go get Kawhi Leonard at this point.
He averaged 28 last year.
That's
career
surprising.
High.
Yeah, that's surprising. I just don't think that he is a championship player as a one anymore. Like obviously as somebody who's like right there with another one, sure, but to be able to do what he did in Toronto in 2019, I don't see that.
Stop stalking her at the airport, and huge video game news. Peyton has it in the in the payload next on 105.3 The Fan.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. It's time for the payload every single Thursday at this time. And oh boy, love is literally in the air in New York City. The #1 story of lifestyle stuff yesterday afternoon. It came along Twitter and all the social media. We had Angelina Nicolau, I believe is how you say the last name, and Ivan Kuznetsov climbed the freaking Empire State Building yesterday just so Ivan could propose to Angelina. Oh, just a cute love story there.
They scaled it, climbed it?
They climbed it. That's what they did. They got, apparently they went through like an employee entrance and was able just to climb it. And they've done this before. This isn't their first rodeo. They posted stuff on social media. They do these stunts all the time. They've climbed buildings before. But yeah, it was...
what do you sit down at your first date and you're like... Are you into climbing?
You climb?
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I like hike. I like the outdoors. No,
like scaling buildings.
Do you scale?
You scale
buildings? We're made for each other. Let's do it.
And Aiden has a video up on the Fancam Twitch and YouTube. This is just insane. And for those who don't know the building, it's not like a 100-foot building. It is 1,400.
Who don't know the Empire State Building.
The height. I mean,
There's this white thing in D.C. It's got some columns.
It is 1,454.
Algae outside.
Yep.
That's right.
And it started out with the couple holding up a banner when they got up to the top of the building. I thought it was some protest, but the banner was just a Jimi Hendrix quote that read, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." Peace, whatever that means, I don't know, but sure, Jimi Hendrix shouted to him, R.I.P.
It's an anti-war message.
Yeah, sure. Some say the couple used an employee entrance, obviously, to make their way to the top, but that's fantastic. But the first days of engagement, you spend behind bars.
So...
Which they do this, like they are like this is how they're like daredevil people. Both of them are.
Her dad was too. Her dad apparently is some.
Do you suction cup this thing? Do you use your Batman utility belt to throw the rope up every 3 windows? And then they go, someone take me up this.
See, I think they walked up to the top or got up to the roof basically, and then I think they scaled the rest of it. Okay. So I'm sure for
there may be a ladder up
for
there.
Maintenance people and stuff like that, like somebody who's got to change a light or something. I think they've got it's a ladder that'll climb you up to the top. So they were just hooked into that. I don't think they scaled the entire building like that guy who did the Sphere in Vegas.
And of course, the honeymoon now in jail. How much time are they serving?
Hopefully a lot of time. Yeah, it was. I don't know the exact time, but yeah, they had all these different charges on them: trespassing and tampering.
They'll be out
before
the World Cup streakers.
Yes,
because FIFA. I mean, I feel like they act as Putin. They're like, you dare interrupt our event, death penalty.
And this is like, if you'll look here, like this is their thing. Like you just Google her name, she's got 1 million different buildings she's been on the top of.
Okay,
and
it's
so she
cool.
it's their thing. Now I saw somebody yesterday who was like, all right, that's probably worth the jail time, because she took a picture of her hand out with the diamond ring and New York 2,000 feet below her, and everybody was like, it's a pretty cool shot on your engagement. So
guess what? I can go take a tour and get the same shot.
Basically the same thing.
I could AI it for you.
Yeah,
you don't need it.
There you go.
Yeah, congrats to Ivan for having the coolest engagement idea. But an idiot there, and that might put him on worst take of the week later today at 9 o'clock. But apparently these two were.
This guy looks like Colin Kaepernick a little bit in the face. Remember him?
I do.
I don't.
Peyton?
Yep, I know him.
Okay.
Apparently, these two were on a Netflix documentary in 2024 called Skywalkers, a Love Story. The film showcased the couple's climb of Merdeka, I believe, 118 in Malaysia, the world's second tallest building at 2,227 feet. Yeah, Netflix sent out a picture or something yesterday on Twitter and was like, congratulations to these two. They're Skywalkers, and was basically promoting their show when these two were committing a crime at the same time.
Can't tell if she's attractive or not.
That ring needs to be bigger for that type of stunt. Scaling, building scaling must not pay.
Yeah. How many carats is that, Sean? Was it like a 1.25?
Not yours.
Wow.
Yeah, not even half of mine.
I mean, how small is that? Because that look like I just zoomed in on it. Like that, is that small?
Okay, that looks better. I didn't see the zoom in. It's pretty decent. It's pretty good.
Is it lab grown, though?
Is that an emerald? Is it an emerald cut? What do we got there?
I should have gotten like the Empire State
It's like
Building.
it looks a little like almost oval.
Payload every Thursday at this time here on Sean and RJ.
Guys, sad day yesterday for the gamers. A new era for video gamers will soon begin, as PlayStation has announced. They announced it yesterday on their social media, Twitter and Instagram. They will move to 100% digital games starting in January of 2028. I think everyone knew.
Are they already there?
No, not really, but a lot of people knew that this was going to happen. It's a smart decision, but they will move 100% in January of 28.
Smart for who?
I mean, it's a business decision. I mean, it's smart because it's easier when everything's digital. No one wants to actually have the games, but it ends the nostalgia of, you having...
It doesn't matter who's on the cover anymore.
No, because it pops up for 3 seconds before you load into the game.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter anymore.
It's just like how album covers don't really matter anymore.
Right.
Nobody thinks of those, but this pisses people off. Like a lot of really intense gamers.
Fantastic for my GameStop stock.
Right.
They hate it because it's the same thing we've talked about before with these movies, that when you buy a movie or whatever, it's like, well, okay, if it's just something in a digital library, they could just always take that away or stop supporting it or do whatever they want. Like they can just essentially remove it from their library if they want. And they go, two, the amount of space this takes up to download the game and have everything. People just complain about you are limited on the amount of games you can basically have.
And you got to get your upgraded TV that your kids want for it, right?
They want the whatchamacallit, the computer setup, right? They want the PC. My kid brought his Xbox with him to Hoover. He set it up in the hotel room. But that's the big thing for us is because they run out of space when they're trying to download a new game. It's like, how do you decide? You got to decide.
I can't download any more games on the PlayStation. The last time I turned on the PlayStation, I looked. We didn't have any room to download games. There were 6 of them on there.
Do you have an external hard drive? Can you use those? Does that work with video games?
Well, and all these updates are 25, 30 gigs. It's like sooner or later you have to just stop giving updates because it's like these games are now 200, 300 gigabytes.
I hate whenever back in the day, you used to get the game, and you'd be like, oh my gosh, let me go and wrap it. I'm going to go put it, I'm going to go play this all night. Now, when the game comes out, you buy it and you go, okay, this is going to download for the next 6 hours, and I can't touch it. I can't play. It'll get to a point, and then it goes, all right, you can play a scaled back version of it while the rest of it continues to download. It's the worst.
Are there any glitch issues with this, compared to blowing in your Nintendo cartridge?
I haven't noticed any. I mean,
your cell phone where it's you got to update. All right, that glitch is gone.
No, not as much that. Just the ridiculous amount of time it takes to be able to download it.
So are you telling me that most people can only have 6 or 7 video games at a time?
Depending on how much they're storing in terms of with saved data. So
Call of Duty is massive.
MLB The Show is massive.
MLB The Show, if you've got 8 different franchise modes that you've saved that you've played over the years or different things like that, depending on how much you're saving on the hard drive too, it'll fill up.
Wow.
Now, Sean did mention GameStop, so we have to keep this one person in our thoughts and prayers, as GameStop posted a picture yesterday on social media where a customer traded in his Xbox 360 for over $1,000 in store credit, and the guy is checking out with all PlayStation games, like the physical actual disc. So he did not get the memo that in 2 years, this is going to be shut down. He just used over $1,000 in store credit, but all these PlayStation games, and now he's not going to be able to use it when January 28 gets here.
817 says, I'm getting the new NCAA game today. I have to delete the old one to download the new one because my storage is full.
And it'll take hours.
It could take 6 hours for the thing to download.
From the 469, you can use an external hard drive. They're saying it's $250 for a terabyte.
That's the worst because you get the game as a kid. Now I know adults we're talking about too, but can you imagine going home and your parents saying you gotta wait 6 hours?
Yeah.
You got a 6-hour delay. You save up, it drops, you're able to acquire it, you get online, however it goes, and you got to wait 6 hours.
And then,
And I guess my other follow-up question is, how many games do people have in their rotation now? Is it unlike when we had, I would have 8 options. I'd be like, I want to play Excite Bike today. I want to play hockey. I want to play Baseball Stars. Is the video game rotation 2 or 3 games basically only that you play? Aiden, hold up the fingers. How many play? All right, 3 or 4. 3, 4.
I think the rotation is something more like just you're on a game for an extended period of time. All right, I'm done with that. You're just like, all right, I'm playing 2K all the time. And then it's after maybe you do that for 6 weeks, and then you kind of go, All right, I'm kind of burned out. I haven't played this. I want to play this. I haven't played this in a while. I want to play this. It's more just about just having the options in front of you.
That's it. I mean, like we got. He's playing. He's kind of getting bored with the show. He's kind of gotten. His team is too good, so he's bored with it. So now he's moved on to
what track and field games are there?
Siege or whatever.
Siege.
Yeah, the younger generation will never understand the feeling of taking out a disc when it doesn't read it. The PlayStation doesn't read it, and you have to like scratch it off, thinking, "Oh yeah, let me rub it off real quick." And
Christmas presents and birthday presents now. It's like you used to be able to get a video game for your kids. Now what are you going to do? You're going to give them a piece of paper that says, "Here's a video game."
You give him a PlayStation Store card or whatever. That's
Santa's got to download it before he wraps all the other gifts. But last story here, guys, in the payload every single Thursday at this time. Guys, Livy Dunn's boyfriend, Paul Skeens, hasn't had the best season this year, but Livy isn't having the best time at airports either. She has said before that people will wait outside her gate and ask for autographs, and even after she told people to stop, it continued. This is Livy earlier this week telling the weirdos on TikTok just to go away.
To the people still selling my flight information, stalking me at the airports, and buying refundable plane tickets to go through security to meet me at my gate, can you please stop? I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but I want to share what it's like from my perspective.
Can we line up? Can we line up? Come on, guys. Just one for each. Please, Libby.
Back from family vacation. I just think, I don't know how you guys aren't fans, you're professionals. You're recording me on Meta glasses, getting my autograph, and you're going to sell it, which is fine. But last night, I didn't feel safe at the airport. And if I wasn't coming back from family vacation and my sister didn't stop these people from coming into the women's bathroom, then I don't know what I would have done. I do have security and I could fly private, but I guess my point is, should a woman have to change her behavior because men can't handle the word no? That's my point.
And she's put out videos like this before, but man, this is one of the weirdest things people have done. Waiting outside someone's gate.
How do I figure out your flight if it's not a private jet? How do I figure out what you've bought and what you're going on?
People sell it. Like people that do the
like inside info?
Yeah, like some of the
people can see your flight or whatever. It's like to TMZ.
Dude, come on, man. This is like I went in on Disney Folk last time. Autograph guy. You're an adult, man. What are you doing? What are you doing here? And sitting around waiting for somebody. We saw this at the Super Bowl. They weren't waiting for us.
I guess they make money off of it.
I guess.
Are there Livy Dunn trading cards? Or?
Yeah. Like that's
the thing. I don't know. I wonder how much of this is just an autograph hound that she then assumes has like purchased her flight info or whatever, and she's just like making some leaps here rather than she actually knows that. I will say this though, I always want to naturally have an inclination to dislike what is universally popular and accepted. She is ridiculously good looking. My first inclination was like, she's overrated, and then I pulled it up and was like, oh no, she's not.
What's
she's
her
not
height?
overrated.
Good looking girl. Imagine
she is a good looking girl.
Seeing her in an airport, like how small is this? Is she 5? I know she's 5.
5'6", it says.
Okay.
That's a tall gymnast.
Very tall gymnast.
Gymnasts are normally like 4'10" to like 5'2".
Yeah,
It's the payload every Thursday at this time. Give us your review of RJ Choppy's USA outfit. We got a Casey Donahue ticket giveaway to hook you up with as well. Why is RJ mad at this big-time DFW star? And the ESPN fantasy scandal continues to grow. We'll update it next on Sean and RJ.
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back to the United States World Cup win at 7:20 with a Casey Donahue ticket giveaway. The Neighborhood Watch. What did Choppy think of Alabama? It's all coming up this hour on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. And how Bobby ticked off Corey Seager's wife at 8 o'clock in Diamond Calves. But as soon as we kind of left the show yesterday, there was some rumblings in the hallway about the Dallas Stars, and we've had rejected trades and possible trades, and Jason Robertson drama. Is he going to stay? Is he going to go? You and the hockey group chat not happy with Robo?
Man, the hockey group chat is pretty upset with Jason Robertson because of all these dominoes that have happened. You know, the attempted trade of Thomas Harley. And now the trade of Maverick Bourque, who is, they were going to have to pay him, but he's a young, up-and-coming player. And what you get back is a 2 and a 3. It's just the Stars are not Stars fans that I talked to in the group chat. They're not happy with Robo because by him not taking that Seattle deal, they really have basically had to free up nothing but cap space to be able to sign him. And there are some reports about 12 hours ago that it's looking like he would get somewhere in the 14-ish range, maybe more, upwards of 15. $1 million a year. That's a massive, massive deal. But you try to trade, you trade Mav, and then prior to that, you try to trade Thomas Harley. You know who Thomas Harley is? He's an Olympian. You know who wasn't an Olympian?
Oh, no.
Jason Robertson.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's already starting to turn. My hockey group chat, when I said translate all this for me, wrote back, that doesn't really make sense. Maverick Bourque to Nashville, young, talented center. I don't know what the F they're doing. And then the other smartass in there said, DFW always exiles good Mavericks.
I was about to say.
Oh, no.
I was about to say
it was well played. It was well played.
That's well played.
I'm trying to think of sentiment around Robertson and his career and draw a parallel to another sport. So is this DeMarco Murray or something?
Describe
where it's like you're a good player, like you've put up really good numbers, and yet there has for it feels like a year been a sentiment that the fan base has kind of been like, he's good.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to pay that.
Is the fan base, is that the Stars' sentiment right now?
That's what I felt like. I don't know. I felt like for about a year, people have been like, I don't think I want to commit to what it's going to cost to keep him.
I heard KNC, reading texts on this, and I think the most common criticism would be, you're never going to win big in the playoffs with Jason Robertson. He's been soft, but then you got to take into account last year. Right? He quieted those whispers. He quieted that criticism last season.
He was very good in the postseason last year. Listen, you've got a situation where you're still a really good team. You need some nasty, right?
Yeah.
Is he Dak? Is that a similar type of player that he's supposed to be?
Okay, that might be fair.
Yeah, I haven't really thought of that. I could be talked into that. You were trying to get some toughness in here, and I get that. That's what they want. Werenski declines the trade, says he wants to stay in the Eastern Conference. I assume that means he wants to play in Florida because it feels like every member of Team USA is heading to the Panthers. Maybe that's where he wants to go. Why would you? Because it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to stay in Columbus over coming to the Stars? The Stars go to the West Finals, 4 of the last 5 years.
You get to be in a swing state come election time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Or you could stay in Columbus and, fight to make the postseason.
Yesterday, the unfortunate rumor ended up being true. The brother of Calais Campbell, the longtime NFL great, has been charged with murder of their 71-year-old mother in Atlanta during a welfare check. His family told police he struggled with mental illness. Arrest warrants say that her neck was affected. I'm not going to get too gory with it. He was found in possession of a knife. He was booked into Fulton County Jail. And in a 911 call released, an unidentified man can be heard asking for a wellness check. He tells the dispatcher he's outside of his mom's house with his brother and sister-in-law. They're trying to get inside. They can see another brother who is mentally ill and lives with their mom inside the home. He said the brother inside said their mom left, but a neighbor's camera footage shows she did not. Officers had received 9 calls for service to this address since September, including a fight in progress, a suspicious person, and an earlier welfare check. This is awful.
This sounds exactly like the details as they broke out about the Rob Reiner thing.
Yes.
Where it's like you've got an adult child who is struggling with mental illness issues, and the police have been called and involved on a few different occasions, and it's escalating, like all of those same sort of things were at play there, and it's just that's such awful news.
Because on one hand, I don't want to be insensitive, but I'm going to balance it out from both sides. If I'm Calais Campbell, right, I'm like, I gotta move my mom out of there a while back, but then you're dealing with abandoning your brother who has mental illness.
Right.
So it's like, I got to get my mom away from him. I got millions of dollars, healthcare facility, whatever it is. Come live with me, 24/7 coverage, live in, supervisor, but then you leave the brother on his own. But, man, the 9 or 10 calls and incidents before this.
Terrible.
Most mothers I've ever met, I think, would, even if you had suggested I can do this for you, would have been like, I'm not leaving your brother. Like,
yep.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
and so Rob Reiner was in, again, the same sort of situation where a lot of people had said, you need to go put him somewhere, and they're like, we're not doing that. We're not like leaving our son up to like a facility to take care of him.
I got to imagine as a parent, that's like the most difficult thing to do. And there comes a time. I know my mom, when she was trying to put my dad in a home, like, she waited years.
Yeah, like
she waited years before we all convinced her, you have to do this. You can't do this on your own. And then you factor in that this, this is the point that it gets to, makes it even more tragic.
All right, Choppy, you were out on Monday as we decided to bring up the Matt Miller rumors. Matt Miller is an ESPN draft analyst who got in an accident. Looks like his arm had to be amputated, and he launched a GoFundMe late last week. Well, that has backfired. Have you seen the updates on this?
I followed I didn't follow probably as closely as you guys, but I did see that there was some like questionable use of funds.
All that was Reddit internet stuff. Well, yesterday, Awful Announcing, Pro Football Talk piggybacking Awful Announcing, starting to publish 30-plus messages from fantasy league participants that Matt Miller was the commissioner or the leader of, or scouting lessons people who went Draft 101. Matt Miller's doing it? Heck yeah, let's pay for that. Well, 30 more messages after Awful Announcing's publication came to them saying, yeah, this happened to me too. After the accident report showed that Matt Miller's the one who veered over to the other lane, and the other person was the victim in this. He has gotten, it looks to be, exposed. And people are furious. So you then go out and try to take advantage of the sympathy of the accident and the situation that you caused, and you've ripped people off for years and years and years. You ghost them after taking their league buy-in money, and then you ask the public for money themselves.
It's a disgrace. It's a disgraceful scandal.
It's a disgrace. He's not going to be at ESPN anymore, I don't believe. And I was just in my own mind trying to wonder if he's got a Rossini-type fate to him. Although I think he's got more longevity, I think, than Rossini. I was just trying to think about that on the fly.
They have, by the way,
he can go do a scouting service website. And by the way, Dave Portnoy said he would hire Diana Rossini yesterday. No brainer for Barstool. But go ahead, Bob.
I'm looking at this. He was at, a week ago, was at like 50,000 raised on his GoFundMe. It's now at 51,172, which means either people have stopped giving or GoFundMe has frozen it. I don't know which one. But like when I click donate now,
can you cancel and retract?
No. So when I hit donate now, it takes me to a page, but I would then have to like actually give a donation to see if it would say, nope, sorry, this is frozen. So I don't know if it would block me there, but it seems like the most recent donation was 2 days ago. So I don't know if that means people have stopped or they've like frozen.
Really difficult to lose your arm and get sympathy at the same get no sympathy unless you like cause the other person to die in an act. It's really difficult for you to go ahead and get amputated and lose.
Right. This is
it's not difficult to get amputated and lose twice.
Right. He's a scam artist. I mean, that's what he winds up being. Like
Allegedly,
but like if you're a
good job, Bobby.
This is why I wonder. I think Rossini might be more employable, is because if this is true, who's going to
sign up for anything?
Right. Why would you sign up for anything from this guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's
charity fantasy football leagues.
Yeah, because it's a very specific. One of the accusations that came out there was it was positioned as slots are filling up. It's one fantasy league that you get to be a part of that's exclusive. And then a bunch of people said no. In reality, he was running about 50 of them. And he was just like, if one filled up, he was opening slots for another. And you believed you were in the one league. And it's really, he's just got all these different payouts coming in that he's not then actually facilitating.
Speaking of money, Jordan Spieth, DFW's very own, under attack. And Choppy is here to defend.
Yeah, I got to defend Jordan Spieth here. They're calling him a hypocrite. So he has come out and said in the past that golf fan has changed and gambling has changed golf fan. That's changed their behavior. And now
you have these other sports books saying, if you harass NFL players during the season, we're going to track you down and we're going to cancel your ability to bet with us.
You've said that, baseball came out, MLBPA came out in support of this, right?
In a similar fashion.
And they're calling him a hypocrite because he has a deal with FanDuel.
His last 3 tweets, when people went and checked, were all with FanDuel.
All with FanDuel. And this goes back to the Sorsby thing for me. It's like, they say, how can the NCAA, take money from gambling sites and then get mad when a player gambles? Just because the NFL takes advertising for alcohol doesn't mean they support drinking and driving. Doesn't mean that they're hypocrites or somehow complicit in drunk driving. Not in my opinion. Like, that's to me, it's a personal responsibility.
Very difficult for people to separate.
It is.
On the surface, 90% of people are going to say, "Oh, so you're telling me, Jordan, to go gamble?" But then you're getting mad at me for gambling. Well, he's getting mad at you for gambling and then harassing him.
Yeah. He's not.
People always lose that middle.
Right. He's not, just because he promotes gambling doesn't mean he condones unruly behavior.
Right.
If you start getting on Rory or you start sitting there saying, "Hit of the bunker," that's not what he's promoting, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. But I just look at it like, yeah, he can promote gambling and also think that you can and should be kicked out of a golf tournament because of unruly behavior based off your gambling.
Well, yeah, it's like drinking. Like, I think you should be able to have a beer. I'm advertising beer. I also don't think you should get drunk and then go drive your car somewhere. Like, they're two different things. That I'm condemning what happens when you use it irresponsibly.
I'm just looking at these RJ memes that people are putting out. Someone put a do not touch over your nipple. With your suspenders. We got Tolo Oleg. K-Mess. People are absolutely loving the RJ Choppy outfit this morning for the July 4th weekend and for the United States win. We have your World Cup recap as the U.S. advances and a Casey Donahue ticket giveaway next. But, man,
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Team Ream, only man there, able to steer it to Adams, flicks it along Tillman. He's got Balogun making a run off him. Can he get around to that ball? To the deflection, Balogun scores! Flo Balogun, first to react to the deflection. He'll do the LeBron celebration. It's 1-0 U.S.
It's us against the world, bro, just watch us shine. Shoppy's here to tell us what the hell is stoppage time. World Cup, soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax, let chop nutmeg all over you.
Man, I gotta say, a lot of controversy.
I love the beginning to that soccer song.
Such a great song. No, his song is better.
That song that you all made, I hate.
It's the greatest song of all time.
So soft.
By the way, I do need you to explain again at some point what the hell stoppage time is. Because that whole... When they're just like, we're just making it up. There's 10 extra minutes in this game, guys. And then they go, and it's also because we gave you that phony red card. That's why they're going to get longer now to beat you.
Yeah. So
I've made a list for next week or whenever I'm back.
Here's the order of my list that it's in.
The things that soccer has gotten right. Because I think they do get a lot of things right. And the stoppage time is because of all the BS and drama with flopping and how long it takes to airlift them off the field or the
VAR.
I like that they let them celebrate.
Yeah.
I want to watch the celebrations, and then they tack that on at the end.
I'm cool with it.
And I needed another goal to hit the over, which I did not get. So I was happy with 10 minutes.
The clock never stops. It's weird how they reset it. So let's say, the first half goes 45 minutes plus 6 minutes of stoppage time. So you're at 51. When the second half starts, the clock's back to 45 minutes.
Because that stoppage time gave you the full 45 minutes.
Right.
Is what they said.
Right. That's how they look at it. So I like it too. I think they do a good job. I think it is very, very random. Oh, it's 7 minutes. It's 6 minutes.
Yeah. And I like that they let you have like one final play. Like, all right, here's a direct kick.
Yep.
And then after this, we're blowing the whistle.
Yeah.
This is your corner kick. It builds it builds the intrigue. It builds the drama. And I've generally agreed with a lot of their officiating. That's another thing I put down for things I think they've gotten right overall. But last night I did think was egregious. Now, Bobby did explain from more diehard soccer fans that sometimes intent does not matter. We're just used to the NBA and flagrant fouls and Victor Wembanyama elbowing people in the throat to where intent does matter in my mind, and that was ridiculous and could still be ridiculous. That cost them because now he's out for the next game against Belgium.
It's too penal. It just is. Like, if you...
Is that ever a thing?
Right. if you're... To get kicked out of the game...
Ask Rossini.
I don't know, man. Like, it's got to be... To me, lower your head.
Because you're making that decision in the center as well with the review officials, knowing he's going for the next one too.
Right. You had that has to play into it.
This ain't going to the commissioner.
This is not like, we've seen guys in the past like Zinedine Zidane when he headbutted the Italian player. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to kick him out. If there's no intent, I don't know how you do that.
It's arguably their best scorer.
Yeah, and now you lose him for a game in the next round, in the Sweet 16, or whatever they want to call it, where now you're facing, like, Belgium's one of the big boys. They may not be on the level of, like, Germany or Brazil, or Argentina, but they're considered a much more powerhouse type soccer nation. I gotta say, this was impressive to be able to go down to 10 men and not only hang on, but extend your lead. Like, that to me is that, okay?
Yes.
That's what a real good team would do. It didn't rattle them. They knew.
That was a sweet goal, too.
It was very sweet. And they knew.
Tillman's.
They knew that for the final, 30 or so minutes, because this happened with 60-something minutes. They knew for the final 30 or so minutes that ball was going to be in their end almost the entire time.
Yeah.
And the very small amount of time they had it. First of all, they almost scored. They had the offsides, right? They almost scored there. But another time was this, and they made the most of their chances. And it's not like Bosnia is some great team. They're ranked like 60-something internationally. It's not like they did this against some great opponent, but we'd seen plenty of upsets so far in this World Cup to know that these teams they're all decent. They can all beat you.
By the way, it also helped that Bosnia, whenever they would attempt a shot on goal, it looks like the way that somebody punches in a dream. Like that they're trying with all their might, and then it would just kind of dribble to the goal, it felt like.
The Bobby observations, we have to have it.
couldn't even find it on a map, Abigail Velez said, and they went out there and won it for her.
Mark Tillman with the insurance goal, the beauty of the set piece, as we learned yesterday, 24 hours ago, from our buddy in the UK from The Athletic, Mark Tillman, on putting it away.
No, it's been a lot of thoughts, to be honest. Now, of course, I practice it in training. And then,
Hang on, stop.
I mean, you never know.
I wanted the cut from the U.S. player. We already did it from...
let me find it real quick.
We already did it from the coach.
Oh, here it is.
Okay. Give me the accent. Let's hear it.
Yeah, that's all we got. No U.S. players.
It's cut 7, right?
I was just making a joke.
Yeah, no, I know. I caught it.
What? I'm confused. He was born in Germany, Peyton. That's the joke.
No, I know. You said play the U.S. accent. I was like, okay, I know. So I played along with the game. I was playing no audio because we don't have any U.S. players on here.
But Tillman is a U.S. player. Cut 7 is a U.S. player.
I know. I was playing that cut. Was it?
We
not?
were playing. There were two different bits that were going on, and they confused each other.
Something's off with us. Yesterday we had an issue. I guess we got another issue. I'm the only one who got him a wedding gift besides Choppy here.
That's I did
true.
Get him one, yes.
We got Bobby, I guess, did. Kristen did.
Oh, we're 3 for 3.
Oh, there's 5 people on the station who have not. What's the Emily post? I needed you for this yesterday.
You got a year.
It's a year. Someone tried to say 18 days.
Corey randomly threw out 18 days for some reason.
No, you got a year.
Oh, okay. Well, then they're off the hook then.
At least it used to be back when they were doing the literally like.
There's a lot that's changed about
horse
wedding
and wagon to
get
to the wedding.
Let's hear from United States player Mark Tillman.
Malik,
that put the goal away.
No, it's been a lot of thoughts, to be honest. Now, of course, I practice it in training, and then I mean, you never know when it's gonna happen. But luckily today it happened, and now I was ready for it. I felt confident, and now happy it went in.
Happy it went in. So there it is. They advance, and the sports books are not happy.
What are the rules, by the way, for that? For being able to play for the U.S. national team? So it's not just you're born there. There's I don't understand. What are the...
So Balogun was born in New York City because his family was visiting, and the airline would not allow his mother back on the plane to go back to London. They're Nigerian, but they grew up in London. So he was allowed to play here because he was not allowed on a plane, and they were forced to stay in New York City for a couple of months.
What would the United States team look like if the White House got their way with the ruling the other day?
Birthright? Birthright tourism.
What would the team look like? What would the squad look like?
This came up at Cowboys practice a couple weeks ago. They were debating, I can't remember who it was. Somebody was debating with Archer, because Archer's a big soccer fan, about if LeBron had played soccer from the time he was born up until then, he is one of the best soccer players in the world. And Archer's like, no, I don't think so. He's like, it's a completely different skill set. He's like, you don't see a bunch of 6'9" soccer players running around. He's like, maybe a goalie, he could, if he really focused on that, he could be a great one.
Yeah, but you're still drawing from 400 million people.
Yeah,
right? As opposed
it was
to
just the argument of could the best athlete that we all recognize in the world be great at soccer? I don't think he could on the if he's a midfielder, I don't think he could.
Maybe not LeBron. I think CeeDee Lamb could be just an elite soccer player if he grew up playing soccer. I think there's a lot of athletes that we have. Yeah, so he has so Tillman has dual citizenship because his dad's U.S., right? So he could play, and that's how that works. But yeah, it's because you see. I mean, you look around and you see that there's guys that play on a lot of these teams that necessarily may not have been born in that country, or they have dual nationality, dual citizenship because one parent is from somewhere else.
Well, ESPN, Sean, says that the U.S. performance at this point is putting sports books at risk because there's a ton of liability that all of them are taking on.
By far, the largest future liability is the United States. This is last week ESPN update. Shorten the odds from 60-1 to 30-1 But the head of soccer at Caesars said the USA's strong start has driven a surge of wagers on them to win outright. They are now firmly our most backed selection and represent our largest liability. A deep run from them would not be ideal for profitability. It'd be hugely positive from an engagement perspective.
But to that point, all of the analysts to this point have said this is a nice run. U.S. soccer's in a good place right now. It's what, like yesterday, John McKenzie from The Athletic telling us, it's the best team that he feels like they've had in a long time. Like he felt that way heading into the World Cup. But everybody else keeps talking about it like, yeah, but this is ultimately probably Cinderella. It seems like all the analysts are saying this is the Cinderella run that you get bounced in the Elite Eight or something. Like that's probably where they're at. And so that liability, I wouldn't imagine, is anything that they seriously have to handle.
So U.S. plays Belgium on Monday. They will not have Balogun. Meanwhile, Harry freaking Kane.
Harry Kane. Still Harry Kane! Oh, my word! Majestic! Harry Kane! Unbelievable! England lead 2-1.
This ripped my heart out.
FIFA and Fox Sports with the call.
That's a great call, too.
Ripped it out.
It was a good call.
Still Harry Kane!
Yeah, some of the soccer announcers have been
Harry
legit.
Kane!
But, down 1-0 to the Congo, header in the 75th, strike in the 85th, and that was my neighbor, Argentina soccer fan, as he said, it's a coming-out party for Harry Kane. I'm like, coming-out party?
Yeah.
Like this guy, I did not realize this. He is now past Pele, or Pelé, however you want to say it, on the all-time World Cup goals list with 13. He's sixth most all-time. He's got more than Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Not the Brazilian one, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
He might be top 4 before the end of the tournament if they go on a nice little run.
I don't think it's as devastating as a loss as Senegal had, but Congo's first appearance in 52 years. This was an awesome first half. It was impossible for me to give field a bet on with the back and forth. Their keeper, I was like, build this guy a statue at halftime, and then 15 minutes left in regulation. And England, who has had some, past choke moments or reputation, the header, and then that second one. That's all-time highlight reel for him. That was like a fadeaway jumper across line. It was like Michael versus the Cavaliers, fading to his right and then kicking a ball that was 58 miles per hour to win it.
Cool. It was really, really it was a great moment for him. And look, England staying in this. There's an intrigue because I'm hopefully U.S. and England can meet. It'd be right around. At some point they can meet right around it wouldn't be obviously be 4th of July weekend, which would have been really cool if they met this week. But there's still that rivalry, and they're one of the most hyped teams. We saw their comparison for college football is they're the University of Texas. They get all the hype, and they kind of always are there, but they also always don't necessarily win.
Yeah,
and England hasn't won in 60 years. For crying out loud.
The thing that's great, too, about this tournament, like the superstars have shown up.
They really have.
That's hurting the sports books as well. They're like, everyone, right? Like me. I'm like, all right, who do I bet on? Now, I'm really getting nerdy into it. I go to like 4 different prop bet sites a day, and I'm looking for the value. But everyone is like, all right, Messi, I'm going to bet on him, and I bet on Harry Kane, and I'm going to bet on Mbappe. Yeah, and they're delivering every game. They're delivering. Oftentimes with multiple goals.
Balogun delivered.
Hurting the sports books. Balogun.
Ronaldo delivered. I mean, all these guys are delivering, and these are all the best players on their team. It's really impressive. Like nobody's really kind of choking here.
All right, RJ Choppy back with his World Cup update here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. As for today, what do we have? That's the juiciest matchups. At 2 o'clock, you got Spain. 6 o'clock, Ronaldo. And then 10 p.m. tonight. Is that Switzerland? Algeria? Is that who's going to be playing? So it's going to be Spain starting off at 2. And then Ronaldo at 6, as Portugal has disappointed me so far. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
And I'm talking about the good times. Drinking down the bad.
All right, Tolas, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Casey Donahue at the Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, July 24th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, hit us up. Win another ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour as well. But Choppy's back, and that's where we're going to start in our very own backyard for the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
A 15-year-old girl is out there trying to save her Pops' restaurant. Let's talk about it here in Neighborhood Watch, which is presented by D&M Leasing, dmautololeasing.com.
Tell us first about Bama.
Man, I got to say, I got a couple of things here. I was very impressed with Alabama.
Oh, where did you go? I thought you tweeted you couldn't wait to get out of there.
Well, the heat.
Okay.
The heat. I never thought I would
Came back here to a very, very cool conditions.
I never thought I would say I could not wait for July 1st in Texas. But June 30th in Alabama will make you feel that way. That was the most oppressive heat I have ever felt. I played golf at 6:30 in the morning one day. My golf clubs had moisture on them. They were wet. That's how humid it was. I've never felt something like that.
And where in Alabama?
Hoover, so just south of Birmingham.
Hoover, damn.
So I got to say, though, I was really impressed with Birmingham.
90% humidity right now.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
70% tomorrow, 70%, 70%.
The highs were like 96 was the highest we got in terms of temperature. Felt like 110 easily. It was so bad. So bad. But I was really impressed. The area, it's a nice area. Food was good. Had some some Alabama barbecue. Did not try the white sauce.
Oh yeah, you don't like mayo.
But I did try the Carolina style chicken. I thought it was pretty good. But the brisket. A lot of places didn't even have brisket. They didn't even offer it. They didn't even have it on the menu.
So could it touch Texas?
The turkey was really good. And I loved the Carolina style chicken. I like the vinegar. I'm a big vinegar guy. But the brisket was pretty bad. The one we had was just very, very so-so. So there's that aspect. But as a whole, Alabama was great. We're driving back, and Luca keeps asking, why would anyone live in Mississippi? And I said, man, I know. We stopped at a deli.
A lot of times because they don't have a choice.
Because they don't have a choice.
We stopped at a pretty poor community.
We stopped at a deli, and like Mississippi, dude, to me is like it's
piece of crap.
I don't know what to call it, but it's the guy that's hair is not quite blonde and not quite red, but that is just what happens in like that part of the South. They don't really have chins. I don't know. They're just it's just a very weird place. Very depressing. And I noticed, like, he was like, can we stop at a Buc-ee's? Where's a Buc-ee's? I go on the map. And it's like every normal place has skipped Mississippi. There's like a bubble around it. Like there's like you see all these little red dots pop up across the country. And it's just Mississippi is this barren place that nobody will set up shop. And I was like, I'm not giving any money to this place. I'm not. If we stop, we're stopping. If we have to,
they need it.
They have to. Yeah, they definitely need it. But
and the baseball results?
We made the top bracket. That was goal number one. We made the top bracket. So top 32. We ran into the overall number one seed, which was the Arizona Diamondbacks scout team.
What? And, are you exaggerating?
No, that's so the Brewers had one, the Diamondbacks had one, the Padres have one.
That's why Banny hasn't been talking to you.
Right.
Was this store that you sent us warming up?
Yes, this kid warming up has got a PVC pipe that he's throwing, and this was after he was doing the towel drill, which I didn't know they did still anymore. It was like, what are we up against here? I mean, we're up against the Army of Nine, like you had played. It was just we knew we were cooked, and we might have losing 10-2.
Oh.
Now, the good news is that they made it all the way to the finals.
Okay.
And I know they won. I didn't check, but last year we ran into the team that won it all. We lost to them as well in the same tournament. But that was and I was also confronted over my Disney take.
So Bobby said that this actually lit up the fan text, Disney adults that you went after.
There were more specifically, hey, you were talking about my wife. My wife's a Disney adult, which I think people need to be clear about something. Disney adult does not just mean you love Disney and you're an adult. That's not what Disney adult is. The definition of a Disney adult is like the person who I only stay at Disney hotels. I only spend my money on like Disney movies. That's the only movie I will go see. Like I only financially support Disney products, like as just a way of life. And it's usually much more obsessive than just I love Disney and I'm an adult.
And I was accosted by a Disney adult, Tolo, who's
with his wand.
I got a bone to pick with you. And I'm like, oh no, what did I do? What happened? He goes, I'm a Disney adult. Me and my wife, we go all the time. And, of course, like every time something happened, I was like, man, this guy, Disney adult, getting, ordering a salad at Twin Peaks. That's a Disney adult right there. Right? That's what you. But no, it was an awesome trip. It was Tolo John, who's the Disney adult, good dude. But it doesn't come without strays that were caught. That I was caught. I was caught. People coming at me
for what? For that?
Yeah, it's obvious. I have a gaggle of Tolos who love me, and I noticed this on social media. But I have a message for my fans and friends here at the Fan.
Mm-hmm.
Now you get a pass here.
Okay, I'll take a pass.
You're the only one who said I would be the phone a friend on a trivia show. And all you other idiots out there, not having the awareness to understand that I have more use. I may not have any respect from people. I'm fine with that, but I have love. And I have knowledge. I have trivia knowledge up here in this dome of mine.
Yep.
Random stuff.
Pick apart Kevin Hagelin being selected as the phone a friend choice from our colleagues.
I wouldn't select Kevin Hagelin first of all, I've never known him to answer a phone.
That was Corey's point. Corey said, no, if I called him, he'd send me a note that says, text me. Whatever you got to say, text me.
Okay.
And but then Corey said, Hagen was like, no, I will be ready for
Choppy
it.
1000% is picking up.
I'm picking up the phone, and my range is deeper than just Star Wars and baseball cards.
History, you there?
History, geography, travel,
We need to set up. We need to set up a crosstalk.
Crosstalk. I'll just have questions ready for them.
Yeah, do a top 10.
Yeah,
do a top 10 of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire sampling questions.
You're not calling Chiafalo. He's the only one who's got more eye problems than I do, by the way.
Yeah,
you're not calling Wolchuk. You're not calling Broadus. You're not calling AI Broadus.
I don't know. I might call Broadus. I'm saying the top ones to me would be Broadus, Fred,
Dawson. Fred wouldn't even know what phone to pick up.
Again, if you're talking about just varied knowledge, knows enough about a lot of things. But you'd be up there, Dawson.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Hagee, but Broadus does know a lot of. If it's
he knows music, surprisingly music.
If it's current pop culture, you're screwed. But if it's anything mid '90s or before, he's pretty good at it.
All right, so get a variance in subjects for 940, and we'll settle it.
Yep, I got it.
Kevin Hagelin.
And one more thing, I did hear 640 on Monday, where you guys are coming at me about my cleanliness.
Yeah,
I did hear that.
Okay,
I did hear.
Did you hear yesterday?
I walked by you today, and I smelled you a little bit. You have this must. You have this must, and I know you think it's probably manly must. Get our buddy here to walk.
Come on, Paul. Hop on. Paul's from Scotland.
I don't want to hear from Paul unless you got a cool accent. I just want you to smell
Paul's
Choppy.
Got a great accent.
I want you to smell Choppy.
Yeah, just sniff him first.
And then tell us. Just walk behind him.
Why in the effort you want me to smell him?
That's good. That's a good drop for us.
I was riding pilot and co-pilot with Bobby in the bathroom the other day.
Yeah, he texts me, he sat down, he noticed my shorts, and he just goes, hey. I didn't realize who had walked in next to me.
You got a lot of nerve. That was a one tug on the toilet paper that Bobby had. I know you, with your diet of Doritos, burritos, and mixed nuts, that you're not a ghoster.
How do you know it was not one?
How do you know it was one?
I can hear it. You can hear the toilet paper.
No, I think you only heard.
And you don't use baby wipes.
No, I don't use baby wipes.
Hey, listen, you got a popcorn kernel hanging on for dear life down there. Seeds.
That's disgusting.
I never thought you could listen for how many.
I mean, you can hear the or whatever, but I don't think he was listening that closely because it was not one.
So just the utter disrespect.
We made great can't spare a square jokes to each other. It was
Are you
awesome.
going to deny the fart?
I did not fart. And you know
get
this?
him, Sean. Come on.
I have never not claimed them.
I don't know. I don't know. You've been doing it more lately. I don't know what is in your diet causing it, but you do. But you do just to do it.
Oh, I do it.
Yeah,
I do. I have no doubt. So I think it's time for a splinter faction at the Fan. It happened with the NWO.
Okay.
Right. I don't want to copy everything the NWO did because they were the reason that the WCW failed.
Happened with the NWA too. They split up at
That's
one
right.
point.
You know,
couldn't get along with them anymore.
The Wolf Pack. We had a Wolf Pack, and you're still NWO members. You're still members of the NWO.
He's getting ready to propose something here.
But I think that we have the Tolos, and everybody who comes to my faction is still going to be a Tolo. So we do have the Tolos, but we need a new faction, and I think we're going to call it the Guidos. I think that's what we need. We need a new faction
and
here.
And we got Tuolos.
Splinter.
Yeah, we've got the Tuolos, Twitch.
And Guidos.
The Guidos.
Yeah, there you go. And did you hear yesterday when we also determined you were a psychopath? We did a whole psychopath
posted,
quiz.
I haven't. Sociopath, maybe.
Psychopath was 10. There were 10
that.
questions. Well, no, because psychopath doesn't necessarily mean you're a killer, but there were 10 questions, and we determined you definitely checked like 7 of them. So you were pretty firmly in there. All right, Neighborhood Watch presented by D&M Leasing. Have you ever heard of Sazón de Loa?
No.
I had never heard of this place until about 2 weeks ago. So it's a Mexican restaurant in Plano, and it has blown up on TikTok. So the owner's 15-year-old daughter had made a plea on TikTok recently of just, please, community, help save our restaurant. And a few people with bigger TikTok followings ended up going there to eat, and the place exploded. And there was one review in particular from a user, Bucky Wildchild, that has been seen 10 million times in 1 week. And he goes in there and he goes, hey, did you know your daughter made a TikTok about your place? And he starts getting really emotional and talking about his story and how he ended up in America and how important it is to him to run his restaurant and everything. But this was the initial TikTok that had like blown everything up when she was just making a plea for like, hey, save my dad's restaurant, please.
My family's business needs help. Hello, my name is Lassie Deloa. I'm a 15-year-old working at my family's small business here in Dallas, Texas. Just for some background information, my dad, the business owner, is a 62-year-old hardworking man that immigrated from Guadalajara, Mexico to United States, Texas. He immigrated here when he was only 6 years old to accomplish his dream of being a chef and having a business in the food industry. Now, here in the present, we do have a small business in Plano, Texas, but the thing is, we're not getting any attraction at all. Recently, my dad has commented to me and my family that if we do not make enough money, if we do not have enough customers, that very shortly we will be shutting down.
What's up with all of the music?
It's just a little like clip she had under it, or sometimes those things will automatically put music under your TikToks, and you got to recognize it to delete it. But
they're calling for like that Keith Lee help.
She was very well, and they got it because, like I said, a bunch of TikTokers went there. Their Yelp has exploded with like good reviews from around the country that are not even who haven't even come through yet. But
what's the place called?
Sazón de Loa, and so it's got it. It looks very like new and trendy kind of, and so no, the reviewers who have gone in there have said food's really good, and the owner is really, really nice, and he talked about how he's been here since I think it was 1980, and he said that he's worked in the food industry the whole time, starting just washing dishes and working his way up to he wanted to have his own Mexican restaurant, and so now he has it. So a nice story. It's something where you've gotten a lot of people engaged in the community there now in Plano who have, patronized it, and it's ended up being really, really popular. A lot of people said there have been waits recently, and so good reviews for the food there at Sazón de Loa, but a nice story that's exploded on TikTok.
Y'all should fix your menu option on the website. I can't pull up the menu on the website, so that would help.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time. All right.
Hey, you know what I got a problem with? The people, they not enough places post their happy hour menu on their website either.
Do you remember 2 years ago we talked about this? People kept dying in Tarrant County jails. They had this massive issue where they had 6 inmates who had died in Tarrant County jails in the first 5 months of the year in 2024. Well, that ended up kind of calming down and slowing down a little bit. Then I saw this headline yesterday, and I hadn't heard anything about this, but I saw this headline over at KERA. Another man has died after being in Tarrant County jail custody, the 4th death in 2 weeks in the Tarrant County jail. They say that the family of Victor Runnels, 61, told reporters Tuesday they still don't know what medical emergency led to him being taken from the jail to John Peter Smith Hospital, and said they received few answers from the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. Runnels' relatives called for transparency and an independent investigation into the circumstances surrounding his death. And this is now, we talk about 4 in 2 weeks, and that was after they had 6 in 5 months a couple years ago. I don't know, maybe we'd find that people die in jails, like in county jails, more often than we realize, and maybe this is just like it being having the light shined on it and discussed. But man, 10 people in 3 years, and especially in these little surges, that feels like something is not totally right at the Tarrant County jails. All right, this is Neighborhood Watch presented by D&M Leasing. Did you see the Argentinian fans that were at Dallas Stadium, because I can't say AT&T Stadium, at Dallas Stadium, who helped the guy find his wallet?
Yes.
So this was a viral video of these fans had found a wallet, and they popped it open, and it's something where when you see this, it's like, why doesn't this happen like every time? Like, this is such a good idea. So they pop it open, they see the wallet, they see his name, they get up and they start chanting his name over and over and over again on the plaza level until everybody swarmed over and the guy could get there and get his wallet. I like it. The soccer fans have brought a lot. The soccer fans have brought a lot of positivity, a lot of good ideas that we need to start using up and applying in our own life.
I'm like standing up and jumping the entire game.
Entire time.
The whole time. This is the chant. Listen. Is that the key chant I sent?
Well, you sent Arsenal one. You sent a different one. This was Argentina.
So Argentina was calling for Juan, I'm trying to remember what his name was, Juan Pablo Montero, I think was his name. But they were calling for him, and he ended up swarming. They moved him to the front. It's like one of those mosh pits when you're calling out. But this is like the third video I've seen at the World Cup of somebody who's lost something, or a kid who's been lost or something, and they end up like just chanting their name over and over and over again in the crowd until everybody swarms over and they can get the guy over there. And so another good idea that we can probably adopt from the soccer fans that have been here in the United States.
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday at this time, commercial free in the Expressway with RJ Choppy's return here on DFW Sports Station. And RJ is returning to a Corey Seager Hornet's Nest. He wants to rename the show because of the Rangers, and one of the Rangers' wives is not happy with Bobby Bell. Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next.
of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rangers look for the bunt. Young creeping in at third. And Austin Hedges hits a deep drive to left field. That one's way back, and that ball is gone. A two-run homer for Austin Hedges, his second of the year. RBIs 10 and 11. Cleveland breaks it open. It is 9-4 Guardians.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about being right? Again.
7.
All right, very good. New show slogan coming up here in a second. But the Rangers do snap the winning streak. Mackenzie Gore, his ERA is just around 4.9 since the start of June. Now, it's been a couple of games where he's gotten blown up like this one, and he had a couple of performances where he allowed 4 runs. But this was bad Mackenzie Gore. This is an example of bad Mackenzie Gore, which, he has been. His home road splits, have favored the home side, quite a bit.
We're the pitcher's version of Coors.
Right. Yeah, no kidding. But another 5 runs, 5 innings. That's not getting it done.
So how are you reassessing them now in first place?
Unfortunately, if you want to sell, it's hard to sell from first. It's easy to convince your fan base to sell when you're 2 games out of the wild card. You've been there the whole year. Every time you get near 500, you fall right back out. But when you're in first place, it's hard to convince a fan base that it's time to sell.
Yeah.
So go ahead, buy. Buy if you have to.
What would you do if you were Chris Young? And you have 5 more years left here.
I've got 5 more years left?
5 more years left. What would you do?
And the problem is going to be that next year, I don't know if there's a season next year.
Let's say there's not a season.
That if there's not a season next year, you have 2. You have then 2 choices because holding is not one. You have to go all in and buy, or go all out and sell, because you have to look at this as the last year of DeGrom and Eovaldi.
Yep.
Because you're not going to play next year. So knowing that they're in first place and they're not going to play next year, you have to buy. You have to buy big. You got to break the bank, and you got to have the ownership to recognize that as well.
So we've talked about before, like, teams that have, like, who's ever sold from first place. And we obviously mentioned the white flag trade, the White Sox, when they traded their whole pitching staff basically at the deadline in 97 while they were just barely out of first. I was just Googling around. I had forgotten about this one. The A's, when they traded Cespedes in 2014 at the deadline, they had the best record in baseball, and they sold him off.
Dang.
And then they ended up floundering in the second half of the season. Yeah. I think they still made the playoffs, but they were 66-41. They ended this season 88-74.
So the question is, do you want to emulate something the A's do?
Yeah. And Boston did it with Nomar Garciaparra too. They traded him at the deadline when they were right around first.
Yeah, that was in 2004, and they won the World Series. And they had just gotten swept. July 24th of that year. I don't know why I know the seat trivia. That would be the day where the Veritek A-Rod fight happened.
Wow.
And then they went on this crazy run right after that, and they traded Nomar and everything.
Yeah.
But you get that crazy fight, and then all of a sudden they go on and they want to win the World Series. The problem is that if you sell, you really kind of alienate a large portion of your fan base. You just do. If you sell from first place.
Yeah.
If you sell from second place.
Well, what if you're half game back?
Yeah.
This whole thing's been a game or a game and a half the whole way.
Right. And that's the thing. Until recently, when they went on this little winning streak, every time they got near 500, they just kind of fell back. They lose 3 or 4.
They're still probably, I wouldn't say it's unanimous, but they're in first right now, and there's still 30-40% that are saying sell. I think it just depends on what does selling look like to people.
Yeah.
Does selling look like you purge DeGrom, or is it more just like, hey, you know what? Maybe Eovaldi's not going to be here after this year. Let's just go ahead and get something for Eovaldi now, and he's not necessarily. But does that constitute selling?
I'm talking about Seager, DeGrom, Eovaldi.
Yep, I am too. If you're selling,
and let me make my official stance known. I'm okay with them buying.
Yeah.
I'll worry about it 2 years from now, what they're going to do with no farm system.
Go try to steal another ring. That's what I would look at it like.
I think you could trade Seager and still be considered you're buying. Like, in terms of Seager's so infrequently out there, and there's so many different things you're looking at with the contract and the money.
And the ability for him to shut moves down.
Yeah, so you've got all of these, various factors there that I think you could still be a team that's about this year and trying to buy and still justify moving Seager.
So that's where they're at. I would be okay with Seager, DeGrom, Eovaldi. If you were to sell.
Yeah.
But I'm not right now, I'm looking at buying.
Seager placed on the 10-day injured list with the back inflammation.
Never wrong, just early. That's the slogan for the show.
That's the new slogan.
Never wrong, just early.
That could work for our hours too,
Yeah.
Just early.
Just early. Just
or
early.
for me, late.
I have not seen a fan base.
5:57.
Or 6:20, depending on the day.
I have not seen a fan base turn on an organizational all-time great, which Corey Seager is now, right? He wins the World Series MVP. He is.
I'm glad you clarified, because last time the email when you were all-time great, I was like, uh-oh, what's he sipping on over there?
No, or organizational all-time great.
Organizational legend.
Yeah.
Will Corey Seager's jersey be retired if he doesn't win another one? It kind of stops now. If he gets dealt.
Jersey retired. I don't know. I bet he gets.
If you're an organizational great, you have to have your jersey retired.
I mean, Tom Greaves got his jersey retired.
Oh, wow.
Shots fired at the Brownies.
He's in the Hall of Fame or whatever.
I bet they give him a statue for the statue.
A statue?
I bet you they give him the swing on the home run.
Oh, yeah, it'll be him head back screaming.
I bet you that's the statue. I bet you they give him one.
Wow.
World Series MVPs.
Ooh, statue.
I think
delivering the first World Series, I bet you he gets one.
I would not make this argument.
I would not make that bet.
But
or I wouldn't make that bet against you.
Some people, I think, would say Seager is a better player.
Although they put up a lot of interesting statues.
Seager is a better player. But, if you took somebody like Elvis, who was in the organization for 12 years or whatever it is, some people might go, but Elvis is, more of,
like Michael Young.
Yeah,
right.
Those...
Michael Young, he doesn't have a statue.
No, he has a jersey retired, right?
But I think that's where somebody would say Michael Young, that's probably a better one. Michael Young's an all-time great. A-Rod's better.
Right.
Seager's better. But I think that they would view that more as a Rangers all-time great being somebody like Michael Young. So I think he'd be viewed as a legend.
Sure, legend. You want to use that word?
But I think, in terms of a long-lasting, I spent 10 years watching Corey Seager. I don't think people will think of him that way.
So,
what were we right about?
Trading him. A year ago we talked about that, or just the guy's always hurt. But
they're not hot takes,
right?
Injuries.
They eventually. The fans have turned on him. We turned on him earlier. The fans, I saw it this weekend for the first time. This was universal, just vitriol directed at him for his inability to stay on the field.
Yes.
His inability to stay healthy.
Then the other day, he tried and cost him, roster spot for the game.
Kevin Pillar. They killed Pillar. It was Pillar, right? Yeah, they killed Pillar for those comments he made about Seager. Or the team in general. We all knew who they were pointed at.
Well, I think he was broad. I think he was saying he thought there was organizational disconnect.
Did he single out Corey?
He didn't, but we knew who he was talking about.
Well, Marcus was thrown into that too.
Yeah. Now Simeon's issue is that he is a quieter. They both are quieter.
Hard to be quieter. Yeah,
they both are quieter because Seager is too. But how do you go through all of batting practice and not know that you're not loose? How do you do that? Unless you don't take batting practice. And wasn't that, didn't we kind of talk, maybe he does a lot of things on his own. When is he ever out there taking BP? Sometimes it's underneath. Sometimes it's there, but I want to know, how does a Major League how does a guy who's in his 30s, who's been around for a decade, who's got 2 World Series MVPs, there's only one other guy who's a position player with 2 World Series MVPs, not know that he's not ready to play?
Well, I come at it from the other point of view. If you wanted to defend him, if Jason Witten is doing this, and I'm going to gut it out, and I'm going to try to play, and then when you start the game, he's limping all over the place, and you pull him off the field.
Yeah.
I could argue you give him credit for trying.
I give him
trying to gut it out.
I get that. I do. The problem is that baseball has there's no free substitutions.
Right.
No, we've seen this happen in DFW before. In 2019, Amari Cooper, who likes to work individually and wasn't communicating with a lot of people, Amari Cooper goes out to the Jets game. He runs 3 plays and he goes to the sideline. He says, "I can't play today. This is just in too bad a shape. My quad."
Yeah.
And they were so frustrated at the idea of if you would have been in better communication, if you and Sanjay Lal didn't have your issues, your position coach, you would have communicated to us throughout the week that you were at a certain point, and that's where their frustration was. Similarly, I think it's more you can say it on that, is that he isolates himself so much that maybe the team doesn't have as good a handle on how prepared are you to go out there and play baseball today.
And you got his wife riled up?
I guess so. I have a tendency to do that with wives. Aiden yesterday, he's like, you're cool if I post you ranting about Seager? I was like, yeah, go ahead, whatever. I already tweeted about it, so go ahead. And so he put it up there, and Maddie Seager, I guess is her name, I think. She had responded in the comments, and she gave me the 2 yawning emojis, which I expect. I would think it's weirder if she would have commented and been like, "Hell yeah, get his ass out of here." That dude can't play.
Cool, guys.
But I even listening back to the clip, I was like, did we say anything that was super out of bounds in this clip? And we didn't.
Well, the quote on the video is, "He's got to go." That's a pretty strong quote from, when you look at it
right
on the web team. And us saying he needs to be traded. Yeah, she's not going to like it.
But not we weren't offensive about it. You soft, soft piece of crap. We talked about him as he's not soft. He gets hurt a lot, and you can't rely on somebody who gets hurt that much.
Yeah.
She did what I expect any wife to do, which is believe in their husband. And go.
So we got
we'll show you
Brandon Aubrey's wife, got Seager's wife.
Who's next?
Cooper Flagg's mom.
Yep. Hey, right here. I'll do it.
But man, it's the same. The same fans who were riled up about the idea of trading him a year ago, or after calling Pilar just this disgruntled player.
Yep.
They're awfully quiet right now, or they've turned.
Right.
Or they've turned. I've never seen a fan base turn on a local player like this. That's this good.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's a great player when he's on the field. But they turned on Josh Hamilton, but Josh Hamilton signed elsewhere.
Yeah.
They got mad at him and they got annoyed with him over the blue eyes and the Red Bull.
Yes.
Right? That was annoying. Or when he was saying that wasn't going to dip anymore, and that changed everything, right?
Yeah, there was a turning on Josh. Who else would it be, Fantex? This type of turn at 877-881-1053.
While they send in some names, what do you think he's averaged throughout his career, Seager, games played in a season? Because I just looked at Baseball Reference for what the career average is.
126.
120s.
98.
The average is 98?
Mm-hmm. That's you can't count on that. And he's getting older. That's going to get worse.
Yes.
He was an injury-prone player in his athletic prime. That's not something that ever gets any better.
And when can he shut down the trade options?
This year, at the end of this year. So basically, as soon as the World Series is over, he's a 10-5 guy.
There we go. 3-2-1, Diggs. Trayvon Diggs, that flipped fast.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. All right, Choppy back with Diamond Calves on your home. For Rangers baseball, they finally have the winning streak snapped. The G-Bag Nation will be out there at the Globe today, probably enjoying some Hurtado barbecue as the Rangers get set to take on Detroit. So that's going to be a 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. The Tigers are 11 games under, but they have won 3 in a row. So keep that in mind. Let's update you on everything. NBA explosions yesterday. The Mavs make a move, and Jaylen Brown just got traded for that. Next on The Fan.
Speaking of explosions, let's head on over to BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. That's right, boys and girls. Real Talk Time, M. Now,
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Santi Aldama to the Dallas Mavericks from the Memphis Grizzlies. It's Sean and RJ back together again with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Fancam, Twitch, and YouTube, along with the Odyssey app. Memphis trading Aldama to the Mavericks for A.J. Johnson, a protected 2030 Warriors first-round pick, and 2 future second-round selections. And the Mavs are going to use their $20 million trade exception from the AD deal on him, according to Mark Stein. So, who is he? He averaged 14 and 7. He's another big man. And he was the 30th pick in the 2021 draft. Limited to 43 games last year. Underwent season-ending knee surgery in March. Expected to be ready to go for the start of the season. He's going into the second year of a 3-year, $52.5 million deal that includes a team option for the final season. So, one of the things I should have said when Masai Ujiri signed up for this, get ready to hear a lot of names that I've never heard of before or have trouble pronouncing.
He is a big fan of kind of scoping things out overseas, which I think that's how he got his start. I think he was doing like unpaid scouting for the story was that he was doing unpaid scouting for the Magic at first in Doc Rivers. But I think even once he got paid to do, I think they had him doing just overseas stuff. So he's got a big love for a lot of the European basketball.
I was looking for audio, and the only thing I could really find, watching highlights, looking for audio, he got into a Draymond Green, right?
No, you're kidding.
Get in line. Mm-hmm. And this is Draymond's podcast talking about who he thinks Santi Aldama really is.
He's a guy who always talks. You know, every time we play them, he talks. He likes to mix it up a bit. You know, I'm all for mixing it up a bit. You know, what I don't like is guys that talk and like act like they want to mix it up, and then you get a little baby foul and you fall out grabbing your neck, grabbing your head like you did. I just disagree with like front like that, because even if you get the call, you got the flagrant one. All right, cool. Y'all get the ball back and you get 2 free throws. It's almost like you just sold your soul for 2 free throws. You just lay it out on the floor, rolling out like you dead just to get up and walk to the bench and walk to the free throw line. What happens is you lose all respect. So now you're a sucker, and we can't unsucker you because you listening to some dumbass coach that's telling you if he foul, you sell it.
There's Draymond.
First off, we can't unsucker you should be a drop. But this is it. Draymond is so blind to his own reality that it seems impossible. Like, we're talking about the fact that when you hear him talk about Wemby, who God knows I'm not a Wemby fan, but like when you hear him talking about Wemby and saying all these different things about, like, you know, this is what all the European players do. They do this and this, and then he starts saying, you know, oh, you're a chump. I know if I did this, if you did this, it's sucker. You're a sucker now. It's like, dude, you are so in your own world of not understanding. You're so in your own world of not understanding your own reputation and your own lack of game that you just turn it into, well, the basketball doesn't actually matter. It's actually these street rules and psychology. It's a shut up, dude.
Alec, come in here real quick. Medford, go ahead.
So he's a dirty player. That's what we're saying? Because
I mean, he literally said in his podcast when he talked about Wemby, he said all European players are dirty. That's what he said.
No. So I'm just saying, is this guy is Santi a dirty player?
Let's ask Alec Medford, who sent over the scouting report. It's way too detailed and long for me to read, so we got Alec Medford in from the KNC Masterpiece. Every day I walk out into the hall, he's studying film of something different. I don't know whether it was him or... Were you watching Larry Allen or something the other day?
Yeah, we were doing an offensive line segment for the Cowboys.
And Larry's playing nowadays?
Yeah, we were doing all-time offensive line combination for the Cowboys.
Okay.
So I was just rewatching some
Rob
stuff.
Petiti.
So would you go and search out for Santi?
So I went to a lot of Memphis fans and media to see what they had to say, and X Factor kept on popping up off the bench. A lot of people were saying his three-point shooting was like making or breaking that Grizzlies team. But he was a high upside guy because his three-point shooting was so streaky, but there was some nights where he was just absolutely on. The weirdest thing that I noticed, his play for the Spanish national team, it felt like he could never miss a three-point shot. I know that there's a different three-point line in FIBA, but just interesting to me. I don't really know what to do with that. He can play the 3, the 4, and sometimes the 5 if you really need it. I hope he never has to play that. But he has the potential to be a real stretch 3 off the bench.
Stretch 3?
Yeah.
7 feet tall.
Yeah. He's got like the size that he has at the positions that they're going to ask him to play under Dusty May. There's going to be a lot of mismatches, which is fun, but defensively, he does not play very physical. So he will get blown by, he will draw, or he will cause fouls just because he's going to kind of stand there, he's going to poke, he's going to get blown by. But his shooting and his mid-range game, I like it a lot as a 6th man. I think he's going to be fun. He's going to be a nice rotational piece, but I guess the green light that goes off for me is PJ, Clay, Gafford, one or all of them. They got to go at this point if you're making that move.
All, one or all.
Yeah.
PJ, Clay. Why are you throwing Clay and PJ into it?
One for money.
One
two,
can't play.
Yeah, PJ. I think they're going to ask.
Which one is that, Clay?
Clay.
Yeah, Clay for obvious reasons. I think PJ and Santi are going to be asked to do a lot of the same things. So I think you've just got a bit of a logjam at that spot. And then Gafford, again, you can ask Santi to play the 5, and he does get a lot of rebounds. That's one thing. Defensive rebounds, he will crash the boards. That's where his most physical part of his game is.
I know it's a new NBA, but I always chuckle how we just talk about PJ as like a 4 all the time.
Yeah, because he stands on business.
He's 6'7". Right. Well, he needs to learn how to stand on his ankle that keeps rolling. Let's stand on that. Let's stand on that first. I'm just kidding, PJ, because I know you look like a badass, and I've seen those videos in your driveway. Thank you, Alec.
How big is he? And obviously, like, it was a different thing at the time. How big is he compared to Barkley? 6'7", 2.
Kind of the same. Charles 6'6".
Yeah, Charles was shorter. Charles was 6'6", 252.
Jaylen Brown traded to Philadelphia in the conference, in the division, for 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and Paul George. Man, the Jaylen Brown stock plummeting. And I hope this comes back to bite Boston big time.
Yeah, I mean, so you go from, you're a Celtics fan, you win the title. The next year, you're one of the favorites to repeat. Tatum blows out his Achilles. The next year,
copying Kobe again.
You blew a 3-1 lead, right? They had a 3-1 lead this year on Philly. So you go from winning a title to progressively getting worse to trading away Jaylen Brown, almost getting Giannis for him.
Yeah.
And going from his value is Giannis to Paul George in 10 days.
Or maybe you didn't really almost get Giannis for him.
Maybe not.
Maybe Milwaukee also is like, we don't think Jaylen Brown's as awesome as everybody does. Give us the Miami package or whatever it is. But somebody on the fan text earlier who's a Philly fan said Sixers fans like all year we were calling him Prescription P because he's never healthy. So he got street clothes. They call him Prescription P.
And he got in trouble for something too, right? This illegal substances. He got suspended.
Paul did?
Yeah. Paul got suspended as soon as he was supposed to come back.
What was it he got hit for, though? It was 25 games for taking improper, it was like basically improper medication.
Yeah.
Doping.
So throw that onto him. He probably gets eaten up alive by the massholes in Boston. And no one else sat there and made an offer that was good enough. Wow.
29 teams basically said Paul George is the best you could do.
Bobby brought this up, and I think I don't really want to delve into it too much, but we'll do it another day. The way Nico went about things. We have to play this viral Stephen A. because the Lakers went and signed 4 players for a combined AAV of $71 million. Walker Kessler, as the internet is saying, the Lakers mortgaged their entire future for Walker Kessler, and the Philadelphia 76ers got Jaylen Brown for a starburst. Like, the Lakers gave up unprotected first in 31 and 33, 2 more pick swaps, and you gave Walker Kessler 4 years, $130 million. I put it on the wall. I said, what Rob Pelinka did yesterday will eventually lose Luka Doncic when this team is not good enough. And people are starting to put together team photos of this team not being dark enough. As you have Bill Simmons and Stephen A. Smith getting in front of a microphone and saying this.
Where the hell the Los Angeles Lakers think they going with a bunch of white dudes? Your 3 top players are white dudes? Really? This ain't golf. This ain't baseball. Hell, it ain't even soccer. What y'all think this is? It's basketball. In NBA history, when have you seen your three most prominent players on a basketball team all be white? And that takes you to the promised land. Somebody got to say it, so I'm saying it. This is basketball. I'm not complaining. I'm simply making the point. The Los Angeles Lakers, you ain't going anywhere being led by three white dudes in today's generation of basketball. I'm letting you know right now, it ain't happening.
And obviously, the number one comment on the internet was, what a double standard. Just imagine if this was being said on the opposite side. And it is a double standard.
Sounds about white.
It is. But I guarantee you everybody thought the same exact thing. Therefore, it's not racist.
Huh?
We all thought the same. We all thought the same exact thing here. We all
RJ's definition for racism, if everyone thinks it. So if all the KKK is thinking it,
you can answer this one. I'm not answering that one.
That's your definition.
No. The whole world, not just the whole world, thought the same thing Stephen A. Smith did.
That the Lakers won't win because they're too white?
Absolutely. That was the first thing everyone thought.
Did they think it with Reeves and Luka?
They've thought it here. Mark Cuban's been accused of that.
Did they think it with Reeves and Luka?
Yeah,
No.
I mean,
I don't think it was a narrative at all until they just go and get Kessler as the third.
Yeah, I mean,
but Kessler, they were talking about getting Kessler or Gafford.
Did
If
you
they're both
think
healthy,
Reeves
I would
and
rather
Luka
have
were
Kessler.
winning a title?
Huh?
Did you think Reeves and Luka were winning a title?
No,
I think if
people
they
thought it
added
was,
another piece, they could contend for one.
Okay,
I think that is a team right now that can contend. If they're healthy, they can contend.
So you're fine with Stephen A. saying
no
this?
problem. It's first of all, it's in part in jest. It's funny. We thought it. I thought it. I love the same thing.
Okay.
By the way, the closest we've come to when he said when your top three players are, the closest we can point to is probably the 80s Celtics when it was McHale, Bird, and then you'd have to squint to put Ainge in there. But that would probably be the closest one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem. To me, it's something we could joke about, like white men can't jump, but it is a double standard. Of
course it is.
It's definitely a double standard. I'm not up in arms and furious and angry about it.
214 says Dirk, Kidd, and Brian Cardinal. Of course, Kidd was half black, though, so that wouldn't count. But I like them throwing Brian Cardinal in there as the third most important person on the team.
Yeah, like if you were able to, like Stephen A. would not say this if it was.
He didn't come across as totally joking.
No, he didn't. But also, like, if it was Luka and Joker and, I mean, give me another, right? Give me another one.
Greg Ostertag.
No, give me
Tyler Hero.
Sure, or even Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
It's he's probably not saying the same thing.
Right,
because those are three.
People just don't know Kessler. That's what this comes down to is people don't know Walker Kessler, and people don't think he's going to be healthy. If he's healthy, he's better than Gafford. And that's who they were talking about being as their center.
Yeah, I don't think that's crazy.
The nickname yesterday on social media was perfect, though.
Snow Time?
Calling him Snow Time. That's funny. I'm going to call them.
Players a white dude?
I'm going to call him Snow Time.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line with the NBA moves from yesterday. This is DFW Sports Station, and apparently the off-season of praise for the Dallas Cowboys has come to an end. Next in Below, 105.3 The Fan.
Here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Wipe that slobber from your face. The Cowboys offseason sucked. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Those are not my words. They're actually not technically the words of Seth Walder either, but it's kind of the sentiment, I feel like, over at ESPN. Right now, before we dive into this, we do have one Paul Stewart here in studio with us, the great Scottish accent.
Thank you.
If you follow along with DallasCowboys.com, you may have seen when a couple years ago he got to go to the facility and they did a whole video piece on him. You got to meet Zeke.
Yeah, yep. Got to meet Zeke Elliott, got to meet Byron Jones, Antoine Woods at the time as well, and it was for the Bank of America documentary as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they had the film crew coming over to Scotland as well, and I did refuse this one scene they wanted me to do.
Oh, goodness.
They wanted me, in the documentary, I'm going up the hill.
Yeah.
They wanted me to wear a kilt in the wintertime.
Kill in the wintertime.
Well, everybody else is thinking it, Paul, and if everybody else is thinking it.
That's right.
I'm like, you have got to be joking.
But is it better to wear a kilt in the summer because it's
the breeze?
You're hot as hell.
The breeze.
In the Scottish summer, absolutely, but in the Miami heat, hell no. I was dripping.
You just see drops coming from under the kilt.
I didn't want to use any more vocabulary there. But you get the picture.
You can check out Paul's podcast, The World's Team, which he does. They've got it on the Believe Network. You're going to be seeing Brian Broaddus a little bit later today, too, which is awesome.
Indeed, yeah. And just I always kept saying with the World's Team and that, it's like, this is one thing me and my co-host Mike always say. We always try and bring international fans together who are Cowboys. Like, we've got our friends in Brazil and stuff like that. But one thing I always say, and I've got on my T-shirt, is like, it's not just America's team, it is the world's team.
Are they? I like how you rolled that. The world.
It's perfect. It's a classic Scottish accent.
Are the Cowboys the #1 team there?
In the UK,
how would you break it up? Like top 3 support from
Jaguars,
fans?
right? They're #1.
They're trying to force that on them.
We're relegating them over there.
They really are trying to force it down our throats.
It's like if they tried to force Stokes on us or something.
Yeah, but the Patriots are quite often there because they've got the Irish connection as well, and that's same in Scotland as well. And obviously, the news happened with Boston and Scotland fans with the World Cup. It's been a big success, and now Robert Kraft wants to take them to.
But it's not Cowboys dominant.
No, it's very well spread across. I mean, there's even Browns fans in the UK. Of all things.
What will pick up more in the other countries, soccer here or American football there?
I would say soccer here. Because the reason I'll tell you is and I'll give you the main guy I'll tell you, is David Beckham. When he was playing for the LA Galaxy, obviously he brought a lot of revenue into the sport of the MLS.
Yeah.
And now he's owned his own team. He's brought in the firepower of like Messi, etc. Now you're seeing all the bigger names, even though they may be coming more the end of their career, but it's getting people notice about the beautiful game of soccer. They really are, and I can see the MLS really take more stride and making bigger moves in the years to come.
Why is the international fan so much better than us?
I don't know.
Do you agree with that? Like that? That's my #1 takeaway from the World Cup has been the fan bases.
I think
it's like pulling teeth to get us to sing our own anthem compared to some of these other countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and we want to stand up at Ranger games in the 9th inning of a World Series, big moments. Like it's better fandom there.
The Nick Harris video of them leaving AT&T, and it's just like they're jumping up and down on the party platforms or whatever.
I did that in the Mariners game. Funny enough, against the Texans. Funny enough.
Oh, you got to go see the Rangers. Look at
Texas Rangers. Yeah. Apparently, we're a good luck charm for the Texas Rangers right now. Because there was obviously Fenway Park, and obviously there was the Lone Depot Arena, whatever it's called.
Yeah, like all the rest of the Texas teams.
Right, okay, so this is where, even though it's the Texas Rangers, I don't know a thing about baseball, but I can support a team called Rangers because RG understands what I'm talking about.
As a lord, yeah.
No, because my in Glasgow, there's 2 soccer teams. There's Rangers and there's Celtic. I'm a Celtic fan.
Oh.
So...
it's like if your Little League team was the Yankees. You can't support them.
Can't support
here.
Them.
Yeah.
So before I go into Seth Walder here, one more thing. We've talked about how like we all like universally are complaining about offside now in the U.S. What is when casual fans check in overseas into football? Is there like a rule that they look at and go like, this game's dumb? Why do they do that? Like, is there something that they complain about the way we complain about offside in soccer?
It's all about like American football.
Yeah.
Oh, probably pass interference mostly.
Oh, they don't like that one? What are you
They have rugby.
You
can't justify PI.
It's like the ghost calls. It's like, why was that pass interference? I don't understand. And it's like, dude, they completely blocked him off.
If that's a similar analogy, then I guess we're sounding really ignorant about offside because I don't see any reason why you would complain about pass interference.
But the offsides in American football makes perfect sense. I mean, especially if you're on the offensive line, which I would say is probably the most prominent where you see offsides happen.
Yeah.
Jump starts, kick stepping, like, don't know the snap count. I mean, I played O-line myself. I've done it a few times.
Yeah, it seems clear.
Are you married or have a girlfriend?
I'm currently single at the moment.
I mean, this accent has to
ladies,
play.
it's got to play.
You should just move here because you're just another cat in the litter over there.
I have been trying for the past 8 years, trying to do it the right way, and gotten nowhere.
Well, you ain't gonna happen no time soon.
Yeah,
I know.
About 2 more years.
Oh, we got to hear what JD says.
we got Paul Stewart in here with us.
That's not right. Don't say it with a passion in your voice.
Paul Stewart, host of the World's Team podcast here on 105 through the Fan. All right, so Seth Walder has his rankings out over at ESPN of the best NFL off seasons, and right off the bat, I knew he was going to hate Dallas. I could tell instantly, even though he is a big proponent of the Cowboys and has a lot of relationships here because he is a big fan of their analytics department. Has championed John Park for a long time.
It's grown.
Well, and specifically, he knows he's been connected with John Park for a long time and been a big fan of his. But the number one off season, the number one off season ranked here, the only one that got a just straight A was the Philadelphia Eagles. Which seems nuts to me because they were getting some heavy criticism early in the offseason. But he says, as is often the case, Howie Roseman was busy in the trade market this offseason. They make the A.J. Brown deal. He talks about the move he didn't like was the one of them extending defensive tackle Jordan Davis. He did like the Reek Woolen signing, which you were a fan of.
Yes.
And so he's a big fan of the Philadelphia Eagles there. You're not, Paul? You're making an ugly face.
No, I do not agree with that at all. I mean, did you say the Cowboys were ranked last?
No, not last. But we're going to get very close to last here.
What team do you hate the most in the NFC East?
Oh, I doubt Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
I'll tell you what, I need to tell you a story. Last year, like, so obviously me and the UK Cowboys fans came over last year for the Eagles game and the Chiefs game, right? So it was we were 21-0 down, obviously, down at halftime, and we were in the, what do you call it, the concourse area, like the standing area?
Party pass.
Party pass. So we were all there. And Eagles fans were pure trash talking us and stuff like that. And when the comeback came on, I just grabbed my phone and I just went, right to their faces and that. And you're like, and they just kind of walked off. And that.
You had your kilt on, probably. You got scared. You got shook.
They saw the tats and they were like, we don't want any part of that.
Well, it's very that opinion is a minority opinion this offseason. Look at the amount of people who are picking A.J. Brown for next season awards.
Right.
And then you're sitting there talking about Philadelphia not taking a step back. I feel like an overwhelming sentiment has been Cowboys taking a step forward, Eagles taking a step back. And this is Seth Walder?
This is Seth Walder. 25th. The Cowboys come in at 25th with a C+ grade for their offseason. This is his write-up. He says the biggest move was keeping George Pickens on the franchise tag and only the franchise tag. The move he liked was Pickens on the franchise tag. The move he hated was trading Oso Odigizua. He says the ripple effects of Dallas's decision to trade Micah Parsons ahead of the 2025 season were still being felt this offseason. That was most apparent when the Cowboys were among the teams vying for Max Crosby. They didn't get the Pro Bowl edge rusher who landed back in Vegas, but losing Parsons was also likely a factor in the Cowboys' decision to trade a 4th-round pick for edge rusher Rashawn Gary, which I know I didn't see it in the... I don't know if you guys saw it yesterday. Did you see the Terrence Parsons stuff yesterday?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Holy cow. He will not stop trashing Rashawn Gary.
He's throwing a scorched earth on that.
What was that?
Scorched earth.
Scorched earth.
I'm a lord. I understand. I understand.
He understands it.
Talk about what he was doing.
He went on Twitter yesterday and was basically just saying... interacting with Cowboys fans and going back and forth, and just kept mocking the idea that Rashawn Gary could be anything. It's like, you guys are pathetic. You're excited about Rashawn Gary. I saw that guy play all last year. He'll stop the run, but oh my gosh, you guys are sad.
Yeah.
And kept going, don't worry, I'm saving all these tweets. When Rashawn Gary sucks, I'm going to come back around and pull all these out. It's like, does Micah ever tell him to just stop?
Exactly.
Like, does anybody just go, hey, Micah, chill out a little, or Terrence, chill out a little bit?
So remember with Walder on the Osa situation, when he gave the trade grades, he killed it for the Cowboys because he's an analytics guy. He was just looking at value. He doesn't care about fit.
He says there's no justification for keeping Kenny Clark over Osa. That's basically what it comes down to. He goes, the resources you have, you should have gotten rid of Kenny Clark.
Yeah, so his thing is I don't care how he fits in a defense.
Yeah.
I don't care about playing time fit. I just care about the value you get back for that player's performance level.
Okay.
So you got to look at it from that perspective. Well, he's not a.
Well, I look at it. That's a big hole in his evaluation.
He's just an analytics
That's a big
guy.
blind spot. Take it up a little bit next level, Seth, and go research why Christian Parker is so in love with Kenny Clark's fit in this. Now, we were all underwhelmed by Kenny Clark last year, but I was overwhelmed by Osa since he signed the new deal. So. Underwhelmed.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say overwhelmed. That wouldn't be a good trick.
Underwhelmed.
We were
overwhelmed.
We were all talking about how much, we were stunned they were able to get a third for Osa.
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't know how you can flip that around as being. I understand analytics if you're applying it a certain way, but they clearly didn't think he was a scheme fit, and it wasn't going to be the right. I think one of the other things was they talked a lot internally, I think, about body type with him. You're talking about Kenny Clark is kind of a stout, wide player. Quinnen Williams, kind of a stout, wide player. Osa's more narrow.
Yeah.
He's not eating up a bunch of space. He's big. He's jacked, but he's not eating up a lot of space in there.
I'll definitely say this. When it comes to Odigizua, him on a double team, I don't think it would be as more as effective than Clark and Williams.
Yeah, both of them are able to eat up more space, take up more blockers, and keep the linebackers clean.
Absolutely.
And that's the biggest thing is that Osa's a guy, he's a penetrator. The thing he did like, though, and this is the last note here from Seth Walder over at ESPN, he did like the decision on Pickens. So he said after the wide receiver's exceptional 2025 season, the Cowboys applied the franchise tag but said they wouldn't negotiate a long-term deal. This was the right move. Handing him a new contract right now would be paying Pickens at the peak of his worth. And I can't help but think about Pickens falling out of favor in Pittsburgh, even with Mike Tomlin there, and wonder if there's a risk of that happening in Dallas, too. Considering that, I don't see a great reason for Dallas to commit to him long-term before it has to, and it doesn't have to right now. And Chop, you've made a noise over there.
Interesting about the paying at the peak of his worth. That because obviously he's coming up a great year at his age.
Do you think he'll ever be better than that season last? I mean, 1,500 yards is a ridiculous season for most guys.
That's a good. I mean, the odds would say no, he'll never be like that, and then he'll be another year older,
especially if CD's healthy all year.
So yeah, I mean, maybe he gets to let's say he's at 1,300 yards this year, which is still really, really good. I mean, the difference between 1,300 and 1,500, you have 2,800 yards in 2 years. Okay. But he is another year older.
Yeah, 26.
But that's still not old, right? You'd still pay him. So let's say he does 1,400 yards. Would now next year not be the peak of his worth?
I saw him get. I saw him get interviewed. They're he was on some podcast recently. They're like, "Hey, are you a fan of the other Texas teams? You like the Rangers?" You're just asking Paul over here, and he goes, not really." He goes, no. He's like, I just care about high school football. He's like, I go to high school football games every week.
George?
Yeah.
Wow.
So George is big into the high school football scene is what he likes.
Below the belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total of 1 hour left to go. And since we're off tomorrow, we are moving Worst Take to 9 o'clock. Is it Diana Rossini? Is it the red card? Or is it Peyton / Zach Wolchuk? Worst Take and a Casey Donahue ticket giveaway after this.
After we get you over to QC, cut at it.
And RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
It's time for Worst Take, normally on Fridays, but this is our Friday. It's a Thursday Friday, as tomorrow is the observance of the July 4th holiday, at least for the workplace. So we will be doing Worst Take today.
CA and Blake tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so guys, don't do Worst Take tomorrow at 9, because we're doing it now.
They can do what they want.
Do whatever they want.
It could be a different group of Worst Take.
Could do that. All right, we've got
I'm sure Chris will have a barbecue list.
Everybody loves lists. I was talking to Teddy Pendergrass. He told me how much he loved going to Hurtado.
By the way, you know, I came at the people, my co-hosts, my co-workers here, about not having me on the phone a friend.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that fan text, this is the fact that CA was not announced more.
Ooh.
Because he was there.
For everything.
For everything.
That's right. 9:40, we're going to settle it. The Who Wants to Be a Millionaire fan contest between Choppy and Kevin Hagelin with host Bobby Bell.
Man, I just think CA, the only risk there is like he's seen too much that like details might get mixed.
Yeah.
Like it's just too much to like keep straight. All right, Worst Take here. We're going to start off with a couple of awful takes about or related to Chris Johnson. And the first one is Aiden told me on, I think it was Tuesday, whenever that was when we came in. He's like, "Oh, you got your Worst Take winner today." I was like, did we? He goes, yeah, Drake Toll right before he got off the air. So Drake Toll, if you listen from 5 to 6.
And, of course, Chris Johnson talking about his ALS the other day.
Diagnosed with ALS to the point after 1 year where, he cannot speak anymore. He's using a computer pad with his eyes to be able to speak. But Drake Toll every day does his Biggest Loser segment at 5:40. And I don't know why he thought, let me turn a phrase here. But he decided to nominate a certain person, Chris Johnson, in his Biggest Loser segment.
The final Biggest Loser of the day is actually a biggest inspiration. The Chris Johnson news from the last 48 hours has been both devastating and inspirational after his diagnosis with ALS. Here is Chris Johnson on his kids being the reason that he fights.
Honestly, I don't know if you ever fully process it. At first you're in shock, then you realize you have two choices. You can give up or you can fight. I chose to fight.
What is the nomination exactly for the loser of the? Is he just saying like, he lost? He ended up getting ALS. What a loser! An inspirational loser.
Yeah,
it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I really blame him, and no producer was like, hey, why are we putting him in the loser category? Like, why is this being attached to that? I wonder how many listeners, though, actually really caught that, stuck on that, and were ticked about it. I would guess it's not a ton. Because he's
a ton of listeners? Yeah, I agree.
He said, Biggest Loser is turning into the biggest inspirational. I don't know. Yeah, it's a
bad oversight.
They should have just said, instead of Biggest Loser today, we'll do Biggest Inspiration.
Yes.
Something. Yeah, but to throw it in the middle of probably whatever else he was throwing it into, like this guy who crapped his pants at the Noah Khan concert, that just seems like an awkward fit. But he was not the only one who had a hot take. It was a shared hot take between Jeff Pearlman and Dan Le Batard this week.
The thing about Strahan that I was thinking of is you have Chris Johnson on this morning. And to me, if Michael Strahan were being genuinely inquisitive and genuinely at all journalistic, and I know he's not a journalist by training, but blah, blah, blah. There are a couple questions you have to ask. Number one, do you regret playing football? Looking at your life now, sitting here at 40, seeing the ties between football and ALS, the possibility that game causes, if you could do it all over again, would you play? And maybe he says, no, I would do it. It was worth it, blah, blah. And maybe he says, no way I would do it. Either way, that's the money question of a reasonable interview.
Okay, that's not. There's time and place, dude, and I'm going to trust in general the instincts of. I don't think Chris Johnson wants to talk about this right now.
Well, I'm not going to come close to naming this as the worst because I agree. And if we were prepping for the interview, I would say that has to be in the questions.
Got to be.
Truth be told, and I love studying interviewing and try to copy some of the best in the game and all that and take from here and there. My mind, as much as I love interviews, my mind didn't even go there at all when I'm listening to the story. I'm still trying to process that freaking Chris Johnson, who we just saw run away from people, cannot speak, and my mind did not go there. And I think, unless you're teaching a journalism class at UNT or your job is just, I guess, to go at Journalism 101. I didn't even think about this.
I don't think there is. See, and that's the thing. I think when you're talking about if we're preparing for an interview, it's an interview, quote unquote, that they were doing on Good Morning America. But to me, there's a distinct difference between an announcement and an interview. Like there's a difference between talking about the progress with your disease and where you stand, all this, and breaking to the world that, hey, I can't walk anymore, I can't speak anymore, and I have a degenerative disease that's going to kill me.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that's the time to go like, hey, was that smart to play football, Chris? Was that a good idea? Like it's not. There's time and place, and I'm not stunned that Jeff Pearlman has no instinct for that. I'm a little surprised that Le Batard would be as let me jump on board in terms of let's press the guy.
I guess I think Jeff Pearlman's fantastic.
He's definitely entertaining to listen to. He could drive you crazy.
But from a strict journalist standpoint, a sports writer, I don't know that there's a better one.
He is. He's a
nut. He's a nut.
Who does he write for?
He just writes books now.
He is Skip Bayless with a gentle disposition. That is Jeff Pearlman.
Ooh,
no.
You think he's
not a troll?
I think he is a disingenuous troll individual.
I disagree with a lot of
I think he's a talented writer. I think he's very good at writing.
Yeah.
I think he uses his powers for evil. I think he's gone to the dark side. He's Darth Vader of writing.
I mean, you're not going to get me to defend Jeff on a whole lot of things, but he is.
Right. Especially wearing those overalls.
That's
right.
That sounds like
yes, I could say, as a sports writer and a journalist, I don't know there's a better sports writer or sports journalist out there.
Speaking about people that Dan Le Batard wants to press, we're going to nominate Diana Rossini as she has been discovered to have lied about her traffic stop. That, I FaceTimed and the coach got on there, and now we discovered there was absolutely no FaceTime. There wasn't a text. There was nothing. There was just, look, I've talked to him once. Your quarterback sucks, you Vikings fan.
And the police officer was impressed. He did get lost in some of the. He did stargaze a little bit.
Yes, 100%. He is not like it worked. To Rossini's credit, it worked. It was awkward, and she overly embellished.
Yeah,
not thinking they would ever release the body cam footage of her lying.
Right,
but that's what happens. And now we know. Hasn't it been found out like she embellished her rescuing the guy from the car accident thing too?
Yeah,
she's just. I mean, look, she's good with that lying tongue. You know what I mean? That's what we've learned here. All right, next nomination here. We've got Drake Toll, Dan Le Batard, Jeff Perlman, Diana Rossini, and now we're going to throw it out to VAR or FIFA or whoever for this.
The number 20 United States committee serious foul.
Yeah, it's going to be a red card.
The final decision is red card.
Man.
And that's from FIFA and Fox Sports with the red card call.
So dumb.
That's bad. That is really, really bad. Let's bring in our soccer insider here.
Paul Stewart.
Paul knows the sport better than us. Paul knows ball. Was that a legitimate red card?
No. Definitely not. Both players were going for the ball. Both eyes were on the ball. There was nothing malicious about it. It was just unfortunate that player for Bosnia's foot was just caught underneath.
Is it common that intent does not matter when deciding soccer fouls? Is that a known thing?
It shouldn't. Like if you're putting in malicious intent, that should be the number one priority.
Yeah.
In that way. But the way I'm seeing it, both players were going for the ball. One of them wasn't looking at the other one and saying, I'm going to take him out. There was none of that. Both of them were trying to play. It was just unfortunate, the guy's leg.
And now you lose arguably your best offensive weapon for the next game,
he's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, he has been
Belgium's
awesome.
good.
Which there is apparently there's no appeal process. This was getting confused last night. There's no appeal process. He can't appeal it. But FIFA could on their own determine it needs to be reversed.
Oh.
But you can't enter an appeal process to get it actively reviewed. So they would just have to make that decision out of the kindness of their own heart.
Right. And if they did that,
come on, menacing bald guy that I see at every game.
They would be accused of catering to a host country if they did that. And if they didn't do it,
why would they be accused of that when everybody, it seemed like yesterday, thought it was bad?
I mean, the announcers said that they didn't think it was that bad. On the post, they didn't say that.
I didn't hear the post.
All I heard was people in the game saying it was bad.
And I think it is bad, but I don't think that FIFA is going to go down there. They don't want to open that can of worms. I don't think.
Okay.
I mean, even take the Senegal game against Belgium. I mean, I didn't think that was a penalty. I think that should have went on to extra time.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, so I agree.
Honestly, and
especially that spot.
And even if you go even further back, there was the Egypt and Iran game. That offside, there was one player who was 1 yard well onside. How was that guy not catered for? In the basic rules of football, that should have been given as onside. But there's been a lot of decisions by the referees in FIFA, and I mean, don't get me started with FIFA with ticketing prices and all that crap.
I'm going to share some of my thoughts on how to make soccer better that I shared yesterday on the air. I think you're going to like them. All right, and then finally, the last nomination is we got to determine who's nominated. Is it the 5 people from our station that Peyton says did not get him a wedding gift about a month ago?
Yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, allegedly, I guess we'll hear in a sec that 2 of them are claiming they did get him a gift. Or is it Peyton for publicly dragging them?
Yes.
Who is the worst take in that instance? Because now Peyton is saying that he got a call from Wolchuk yesterday, and Wolchuk and Chiafalo are saying, we did get you a gift. We threw our money in the raffle.
Oh, that's not a gift.
Explain the raffle.
The raffle was the 50-50 like they do at the Ranger game.
Yeah.
It's the 50-50.
Zach and Eric could have gotten their money back.
But the guy, and Peyton, you set the record on this, the guy that was going around for the raffle, I was there when Eric said, this contributes as a gift for the honeymoon, and the guy did say yes.
Okay, we'll see. I did not talk to the guy and tell him that. So if he did, then I guess he told them
It's your
wrong.
brother. You don't talk to your own brother?
What is
It
this?
wasn't my brother.
How is it supposed to be set up? Like what?
It's just an extra game.
But that doesn't qualify as a wedding gift per Peyton rules.
Probably not. The registry, is there for a reason. And so, and I did not realize the guy was going to go around telling one, hey, this is for the honeymoon. Because, yeah, Bobby's right. They could have won their money back. And it's like, well, you going to give me more money because you won your money back?
What happens if they win?
Right.
You would have never let him play Wonderwall when the power went out. If
This comes down to, what's your marriage handbook?
Oh, Emily Post.
This comes down to Emily Post and how much this should apply. That RJ says you have a year to get the gift. Peyton did not know that. Did the offending parties know that?
Well,
or are they gone absent-minded with getting it or just being cheap?
Yeah, it could.
I need the Fantex ruling on that.
They may not have known. I don't know that they should get penalized or not penalized for not knowing. I don't know that you can go out and publicly call them out yet, though. It's still early. We're still.
Well, someone thought it was 18, 20 days. A year is a long time. A year's stupid.
A year's a long
that needs
time.
to be rewritten.
A year's a long time.
So far on the Fantex, the replies we're getting into who it is who should be nominated is Peyton. It's universal right now that Peyton is the one who has to be nominated.
Now, the reason I brought it up was because Sean had mentioned yesterday in Crosstalk that, I'd said something snarky to him. And, okay, so I'm just saying.
I get why you brought it up.
I didn't go out of my way and say, hey, guys, here's an email. Let's blame 5 people at my wedding who didn't give me gifts. It was just, it tied into what we were talking about, and I thought it was being funny with it.
Well, you did get the nomination ultimately because the Fantex has determined that. By the way, 972 says 30 days. I think 30 days is a good rule.
Yeah.
1 month, which I think we're past at this point. We're pretty close to it.
Yeah, we got 2 more days.
All right, so the nominees are Drake Toll for saying that Chris Johnson was one of the biggest losers of the day. Dan Lebitard / Jeff Pearlman. Diana Rossini, because she doesn't know how to keep her story straight. The red card decision and everything that went around that. And then Peyton Russell for dragging people for his wedding. Who are we voting for?
Red card. The Toll thing was a mistake, bad mistake. Pearlman, I agree with it from a journalistic standpoint. Rossini, we all try to get out of tickets. Peyton, no one knows the stupid wedding etiquette of time for the gift. Red card, egregious.
Red card. It's the word. It was a bad call.
And it's costing them against Belgium.
It's going to cost them against Belgium. Because this
not
team,
predicting that they'll lose.
This team, I think, had a real chance of making a nice little run.
Paul, your vote?
I've got it's kind of split, but I will say the red card, but also the Chris Johnson comments. I think it's completely insensitive.
All of those. Knock them out. Peyton, your vote? You're not going to vote for yourself, I
Drake
assume.
Toll.
I'm voting for Drake Toll as well. And so technically, I think because, but dang it, the vote was split over 2 of them. So we're in a deadlock tie. So you got to break the tie for us on the Fantex. We'll tell you when we come back. Is it Drake Toll or is it the red card as the worst take?
Are you ready for the NFL wedding that will take over the weekend? Red Zone Football Fix after this. This is...
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee here on Sean and RJ, your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, trying to get you into your holiday weekend as quickly as possible. Choppy back from vacation. We will settle the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire battle with a KNC masterpiece at 9:40. Choppy versus Hageland.
But we have a winner for worst take. Pretty convincingly on the fan text. They have voted for the red card over Drake Toll. Now, there were a lot of people who expressed disappointment that they were going to have to vote for somebody other than Drake Toll because they said they feel like he should get it every week. But the red card was just too historic and too memorable a bad decision not to award.
Before we get into all the football, let's hook you up a little earlier than normal. Final giveaway of the week.
And I'm talking about the good times.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Casey Donahue at the Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, July 24th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Choppy thought about putting this in worst take, but since it has to do with Tom Brady, it can go right here.
Yeah, it does. And this is, I don't know what's going on at ESPN. I would like to say that. So there was a screenshot that was thrown out there on social media yesterday of some people, a topic on ESPN. Is Asia Wilson's greatness more impressive than Tom Brady's?
Okay, and Asia Wilson is, for people who don't know,
there's the answer. There's the answer. That's the answer right there. No, it's not.
She's a WNBA player, and she is a multi-time WNBA MVP. She's fantastic. She's a great player. She's probably the best player in the league.
4-time MVP, 3-time champ.
There you go.
4-time MVP. That's pretty damn dominant.
Pretty damn good.
And she won it in last 2 years.
Yeah, and Brady's not a 4-time MVP, so I guess there's that.
Peyton is, right?
Peyton is. Yes, he is. 5
If only he was a 4-time champ. That'd be nice.
Well, I mean, see, that's where though Brady's greatness is in winning. Peyton's greatness is in just being great. And there's a difference. And that's fine. And that's where it's also not necessarily fair to compare her to Tom, because MVPs,
obvious reasons,
MVPs and winning are different. You could compare her more to Peyton or Favre, if you will. But also,
and the statement was what exactly?
Is Asia Wilson's greatness more impressive than Tom Brady's?
Okay.
I don't know.
And let's also factor in age too. With Tom.
Tom did it into his 40s, early 40s.
Yeah, in Asia, we can't even ask how old she is.
She's 29.
Mid-40s. He was mid-40s.
I might get her weight next.
Right.
I knew where you were going.
I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand the WNBA, but I would think winning a Super Bowl is more difficult because the league is better. The league is more competitive.
Now, if this was a comparison to Unrivaled, for instance,
now Unrivaled,
it's a different discussion.
I mean, you're talking about winning Unrivaled. I mean, that puts you one title's like 3.
Literally, there was only one title. I think
it's that difficult. But the WNBA, it's just not. You have 3 good teams and 5 good players. It's compared to the NFL. This is a silly, stupid question to ask.
Trying too hard.
You're trying to create. You're just trying to create topics and debates, and I get it. It's the summer. It's the slow season. Just say, ask
and you're
about
married
Bonds.
to the network.
Yeah, ask about Bonds. Ask about Shohei.
Sorry, you're married to the league.
Is she better than McDavid, Gretzky? Just throw all these other greats out there.
You know how you create
Steph.
You know how ESPN can really create the equality they're clearly shooting for here is just talk about it in a respectful, even manner. That's all you got to do. Right. You do not have to oversell and overpush because that's actually going to set it back. That's going to be worse than doing it that way.
And the problem is ESPN, as an outlet, they've gotten to the point they have destroyed every other outlet. They made every other outlet in sports meaningless. You leave ESPN, you go to Fox, you might as well go into a voiceless void that nobody knows of. So they can say anything they want. And they know nobody's going to leave. No fan, no list, no viewers tuning out because they don't have any. There's no other option. No other option to go to.
So you don't think ESPN's ratings have declined or coverage recently, like over the past 10 years?
I mean,
You think they're just as powerful and just as strong?
I think in terms of like, they have no competition, so they're more powerful from that standpoint.
Like, I don't watch sports. I can't tell you the last time maybe a Saturday morning if I missed.
Right.
It was too wasted the night before. I need to see some highlights.
Hardly ever.
I mean, I don't watch any of the talk shows. We're on air. I might go home if there's a Jerry Cowboy thing.
PTI.
I will check in on Get
I
Up.
can't remember the last time I watched PTI.
Get Up, I check in on. Like, I'll see if they've got a panelist on there that I'm interested in. I'll pop in on Get Up or something like that. But I
can't tell you the last 5 or 6 p.m. Sports Center unless Jerry says something on the station.
Yeah, because then we just got to see our name on the camera.
That's right.
That's what it's about.
Right.
All right, we got some Eagles news. Before we got to some Eagles news, though, really quickly, I know Paul Stewart's about to leave. Paul, he is the host of the World's Team. You're going to go see some Brian Broaddus, and we appreciate you for dropping in, man.
No, thank you to you guys, RJ, Shan, Bobby. Thank you for having me. It's been an absolute great honor to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate you, man. And go check his podcast out on Believe, and you can see him later on Broaddus' podcast, I guess. All right, the Eagles and Jalen.
Big fan, our boss, big fan.
It's such a, and it's the accent. The accent is such an easy sell right there. All right, the Eagles want Jalen Carter to do something that sounds an awful lot like what the Cowboys are asking George Pickens to do. And if you know where George Pickens stands with the Cowboys, I don't know if that's a good thing for Jalen Carter in his future. So this is interesting. This was covered over at Pro Football Talk had done this. There had been a discussion over at Eagles OTAs and minicamp where their defensive line coach, Clint Hurt, was speaking to the media, and they'd said, hey, what are you really looking for out of Jalen Carter? What do you want to see from him? And this was his quote, and I want you to picture Brian Schottenheimer, Stephen Jones, Clayton Adams, any one of them saying these things about George Pickens and see if it sounds like a pretty even fit. He said, quote, he has to be consistent with doing little things. We've talked all about talent and the overall potential that he has, but it's the consistency of doing these small things the right way all the time. That's a big piece for him. That sounds exactly like the Pickens discussion right now. That sounds like exactly what Shoddy talks about.
And Jaden Blue.
Jaden Blue, too, yeah.
Because Jaden Blue has owned.
And it's something where
recently
the little things are never little to NFL teams. When they start talking to you about consistently, like, yeah, it'd be nice if he could address these little things. What they're essentially saying most of the time, I think, is, you know what I can't stand about this dude? Let me list like the ways that I'm annoyed by him right now, because it's the equivalent to me of, let's say you're dating Livy Dunn, who people are chasing after, right? And Livy Dunn has awful breath. And Livy Dunn has an annoying laugh, let's say. And you're like, I cannot date this woman. I don't care how hot she is. If her breath smells like that, and if she's always going like the Janice laugh from Friends or something like that.
Wouldn't matter.
And then when you break up with her, and you go, man, I had to break up with her. And everybody goes, why? And he starts saying, well, it was her laugh and her breath kind of stunk. And then people are like, huh? And it sounds stupid when you say it out loud. And yet you still go, yeah, but I'm still confident in what I did. I wasn't going to be able to handle that. That, I think, is Pickens and Carter. They're a smoke show with an annoying laugh or with bad breath.
Yeah.
And they're like, I can't take this. And ultimately, I think just like the Pickens thing will end with him not being here, I now think there's a pretty good shot that Jalen Carter's not going to be there. He's been floated around discussions of them too frequently.
Yeah. That is, and I wonder what kind of value they get, because if we just obviously we just saw Jaylen Brown get nothing, but if he's kind of a guy that's just does some stupid stuff this year, maybe he's a guy that's cast off. Does he get the same kind of value that he could?
At least a 1.
I would think so.
At least a 1, and then Caleb Williams in the headlines.
By the way, her breath could smell like that bathroom does, and everyone's still sticking around.
You already have a musk about you.
I do not. Sticking around.
Sean said earlier.
Sticking around for maybe not permanently, but for a little while.
Man, that's tough to overcome. It really is
difficult.
So Caleb Williams is a guy who I think has pretty consistently
Iceman denied.
Right.
Yes, he was denied his Iceman patent because that obviously is a Top Gun thing. You can't have that.
It's also George Gervin.
But it's also Top Gun. But Caleb Williams was doing an interview with Pardon My Take, and they were talking about, like, hey, what do you think about all these haters that you have and these critics and things like this? And he said, yeah, I love them. It's one of my favorite things. I don't need them, but it's always a little extra belief in myself, a little extra confidence in myself. It's a little more delusion that I add to myself. It's all these things combined, and it just throws a little bit of gas on the fire, and all you need is a little bit. He was then asked, like, well, hey, do any of your critics have any points at all? And he said, no. And that was it. He just left it at that. He's like, I don't know, maybe I'll up the completion percentage a little bit just to make you guys happy, just to keep you from whining. And this is, to me, a concern if you're talking like that. What's the old Parcells line? Clowns can't run a huddle. It was one of his biggest rules for quarterbacks. He said you cannot do that. Caleb Williams cannot be a franchise quarterback who's also got the biggest rabbit ears and almost welcoming let me hear what they're saying now. Let me hear this criticism. And no, they don't have a point. You know what the answer should be when they go, do your critics have a point? The answer should be, well, I'm included on the list of critics because I'm my biggest critic I have. So when I look at my game, I think I want to fix these things because I'm not a perfect product. If you think this is the best I'm ever going to be, you're insane. I've got flaws. That's the way you answer it, not just, no, they don't have a single point. I'm not wrong at all. And counting among his critics, and Peyton, this is 15, I think, Mark Schlereth, old Stink, one of our favorite guests. Mark Schlereth.
Oh, I guess outed some deal between Robert Kraft and Adam Schefter, as people are like, is anyone going to talk about them being in bed together when it comes to, I think it might be a sports book or some type of gambling. I'll clarify here.
So this was
no
Mark.
idea what I'm talking about.
This was Mark Schlereth yesterday on his podcast, just saying, yeah, Caleb Williams, he ain't that great.
So at this particular point in time, Caleb Williams isn't a good quarterback. If you were ranking that class, you put Jaden Daniels ahead of him. You put Drake May ahead of him. I put Bo Nix ahead of him. You're this generational talent who's supposed to be a great quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. He's a great playmaker. And when it comes to off-schedule football, the guy is probably about as good as it gets. He is Kyler Murray with more height.
Whoa, man! That's your Mike McCarthy is Sean Payton with or Sean Payton's Mike McCarthy with better PR or
better marketing. That's right. Yeah.
By the way, the tweet is, why is no one talking about the fact that Adam Schefter is a business partner at a gambling company with Robert Kraft, and Mark Schlereth quote tweeted it. So they're like, oh, first one to ever acknowledge it.
Look, it's too soon to make a determination on Caleb. Caleb's had one, obviously he had a really good year last year. They were a really good team.
Arrow up,
man. Like you could sell your stock at Caleb Williams. Now I'm not going to sit here and say that it's a guarantee that he's going to have a good year, that he might not take a step back. But after what he did last year, his first year at Ben Johnson, I don't know. Like that thing looks like it's on the upward trajectory.
And if it's supposed to be the Kelsey Swift wedding this weekend at Madison Square Garden. So go ahead and take in all the coverage.
Can't wait.
If you dare. I have like 30 odds sent to me from Vegas on the wedding. You can go and bet on it if you want. All right, let's settle this. Who's your number one Who Wants to Be a Millionaire phone call at the station? Is it my pick, RJ Choppy, or everybody else's in Kevin Hagelin? We settle that, and another Mavs move before the show ends after this.
After we get
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All right, are the Mavs about to make another move after yesterday? The trade involving the Memphis Grizzlies. This is Sean and RJ. We'll cross out with the Kansas City masterpiece, Santi Aldama, a big man that shoots threes from Memphis. And now, thanks to Alec Medford sending over Mark Stein, that they have emerged as a suitor for Anthony Simmons. Anthony Simmons is 27. He just got done with a 4-year, $100 million contract. He's been in the league since 2018-19, and he has recently averaged 14 points to go along with 2 rebounds, 2 assists.
How tall is he?
He is 6'3".
Okay. All right.
Why?
6'9" wingspan.
Yeah,
Nice.
I could see that because I was saying I still think that Gafford or Washington will not be a part of this team, and so that's an interesting pivot there if you need more guard help or potentially shooting help.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, today at 12:40, actually 12:20, my apologies, former 12-year soccer pro turned broadcaster, and Tolo, by the way, loves our show.
Oh!
Tattoo?
Jamie Watson will be joining us
Our show.
to talk about
multiple times.
the dominance of Team USA last night and the outrageousness of that red card.
Oh, very outrageous.
We scored 4 goals.
Mm-hmm.
Now only 2 of them counted.
Yeah.
Still.
Okay, let's settle this. My pick for the station poll question over who you would call one call to make for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I went with Choppy, and basically everybody else went with Kevin Hagelin.
Oh, it's this.
It's this.
Oh.
I got 3 votes still.
Yeah, that's right. You did.
Peyton got 1 vote. Peyton got 1 vote for being a meme. So this is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. All right, so who am I giving? I've got 5 questions for each of you.
Okay.
Okay?
Ooh.
But I've got to know, before I start, I got to know, because it's in order 1 through 10, so I'm going to just alternate. So who gets which question will literally just be determined by who we're letting go first. So who should I go to first?
It's our show, so Choppy gets to decide.
Choppy, are you heated about this?
I was a little bit miffed. I was like, yeah, hang on a second. I am like the useless information guy. Right, you know, I am.
Well, it may not all be useless info. Like, it could be
not
serious info.
It's very like those questions go for like a variety of different.
Yeah, and
topics.
Hagelin is no doubt smarter than I am. I have, I am.
But he's not as useless as you.
Right, I am useless. Okay, and this is the exact kind. Like I win at things that I can't make money off.
I could see in some instances he's a better call. There are some instances where, depending on the question, like I absolutely would call Choppy before Hagee. It's a lot of it is pop culture blind
What
spots.
also tricks me with RJ, he's going to answer it confidently to where I'm going to tell Regis, and Kevin will be like, I just don't know.
Yeah,
but RJ, no matter what,
uvula, what? And if they tell me the answer's wrong, I'll still be like, well, no. I think it might be right.
So remember, you lost.
For Choppy, this is a heated rivalry.
I get it.
How young is Peyton Russell? He has lost Peyton the money like I think the last 2 or 3 times.
I have.
Like, if he loses this, he's going to blame you for picking too serious.
That's why he is going to pick first. Who gets the first set of questions?
Real quick, if RJ gets one that is quote unquote wrong, should he not get a chance to appeal and argue why he's actually right?
Fair.
No, because every system.
Let's just play the damn game before the clock runs out.
Since
I'll be like Kevin
show,
towards Fred.
Since it's our show, I'm the home team. Hagelin is the visitor. So the visitors.
Okay,
bat first.
So we're going to alternate questions here. First one for Kevin Hagelin. Kevin, which instrument family does the oboe belong to? A, brass.
Oh, he was in the band.
B, strings. C, percussion. D, woodwind.
Woodwind, D, final answer.
It is woodwind. One for Kevin Hagelin.
So how did you decide to give him that question?
I didn't. I have them listed 1 through 10. I said, who's going first?
Okay,
and he threw it to
don't say it to me condescendingly. You got enough attitude from Peyton over the last 2 days. Don't be a smart ass to me. Don't be a smart ass to me about it.
That was not smart ass. All right.
This is the best episode of Millionaire I've ever seen.
Questioning him, dude. Jeez.
Yeah. I've been hearing a lot about my tone this week. Chop, next question.
Shoot.
What is the capital city of Australia? Is it
Buckets.
A, Sydney, B.
Canberra.
Melbourne.
Canberra.
It's C. Canberra. You got to wait for us to name the question.
I like the arrogance. I like the arrogance.
There we go.
I like the arrogance.
You're like John Carpenter. You're just doing the whole little like, I'm gonna win the million. Just let you know, Dad.
That's an impressive answer.
Thank you. I'm also going to mark down all the ones that Kevin gets that I would have gotten on myself. So I'm 2-1
all right,
now.
next question here.
Did you know that one?
Yes, I'm already losing.
How?
Because he just said he gets credit
Did
for
you
the
know
ones he
Canberra?
knew. Yes.
Okay.
I
great.
just asked him that.
Okay, which Shakespeare play features the characters Rosencrantz and Guildenstern? A. Macbeth, B. Hamlet, C. King Lear, D. Othello.
I am going to go with A. Macbeth.
Final answer?
Yes.
Choppy, what would you have gone with?
I would have gone C. King Lear.
You would both be wrong. It is B. Macbeth.
We'll take it as a win,
So
Choppy.
that is a
That's a win.
strike.
That's a win. That's a win for you.
Wait, what
On
was the
Kevin
answer that
Hagelin.
I said?
You said A. Macbeth. It's B. Hamlet.
Oh, okay. Because you
Yeah,
just
you said B. Macbeth.
B, I was like,
It's
oh,
B.
crap,
Hamlet.
I thought that's what I said.
No, it's Hamlet. B. All right, Choppy, next one. Chance to go ahead.
There we go.
Damn it, Kevin.
Sorry.
That was culture. Like, Choppy definitely would have gotten that wrong.
Yeah, 100%.
What is the only planet in our solar system that rotates clockwise? Is it A, Mercury, B, Mars, C, Venus, D, Neptune?
I believe the answer is D. Neptune.
Final answer?
Yes.
Hagee, what would you have said?
Venus.
It is Venus.
Oh,
Dang.
wow.
So that is a strike to RJ Choppy.
Unofficial point for Kevin.
All right, next one. It's 1-1 here. Kevin Hagelin.
Kevin's gotten serious competition face, by the way. It just happened.
I was watching the Wimbledon match.
No, I can see it.
Which country is the home to the ancient city of Petra? A, Egypt, B, Turkey, C, Jordan, D, Morocco.
Ooh. Our opening segment was going to be called Morocco's Modern Life for soccer.
Oh, wow, I like that.
I'm sorry, can you give me the answers one more time?
A, Egypt,
Stop watching the
B,
tennis.
Turkey,
Sorry.
C, Jordan, D, Morocco.
I'm going to go with C, Jordan.
What would you have gone with?
I would have said A, Egypt, I guess. I have no idea.
It is Jordan.
Oh, wow,
It
very
is
nice.
correct. Kevin Hagelin is correct.
Choppy, this is very important here.
All right, next question here. Choppy trying to get the Hagee trying to get the shutdown inning. RJ Choppy. In Greek mythology, who was condemned to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity? Is it A, Prometheus, B, Tantalus, C, Atlas, or D, Sisyphus?
You know it's not a sissy.
Not a sissy.
Whoa.
Man, I don't know this.
Oh, God. We're in
The
trouble.
answer is D, Sisyphus.
Hang on. I didn't
You said you didn't know.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say sissy because
God.
you're a sissy.
You just gave him
You just
one.
threw the ball into the
That was-
crowd with 2 outs.
That was.
I don't know how this game works.
It's not Prometheus. The other two, I don't know. The only thing I could think of is that's how they determined to call somebody a sissy because they refused to do it.
Hagee.
Dang.
All right. Well, I guess we got to give him that. Now we're at 2-2.
that right?
We're at 2. It is,
Was
it is
I
Sisyphus.
right?
Hey, he said it.
That's
You can
the-
tell by the way he said it.
That's Choppy right there, where his brain just goes to, how do I justify that I would have said that? And that's Choppy.
Hagee was offside for that goal.
But he's this confident right now.
Take one away.
All right,
won't
we got,
matter.
we got 2
Take
more
one
for
away
each
from
of you.
Kevin.
2 more.
Next one. What is the name of the longest river in Egypt? Is it A, Danube, B, Rhine, C, Volga, or D, Seine or Seine? I don't know.
I am going to go with, I believe it was B, the Rhine.
What would you have said?
I think the Seine is in France.
I don't know.
What was the other one? It was Rhine, Seine,
Danube,
Volga?
Rhine, Volga, or...
I'll say Danube.
You're both incorrect. It is C, Volga.
Okay.
Oh, so we got a miss here. All right, RJ Choppy, a chance to go ahead again.
It's 2-2. You got to get this.
got it.
Let's get some pop culture up in here.
I know.
Enough of these rivers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
which I thought you'd know those.
Here's some old school pop
the
culture.
Danube
Next
on it.
question.
River Phoenix.
Which author wrote The Picture of Dorian Gray? A, Bram Stoker, B, Oscar Wilde, C, James Joyce, D, Charles
He
Dickens.
just shook his head disgust and said, books?
Books.
Books is on
What was the
here?
name of the book?
The Picture of Dorian Gray. It's about where he has all these chains and whips, and he's really into Dakota Johnson.
Okay, and then there was the answers again were what?
Choppy.
Bram Stoker, Oscar Wilde, James Joyce, Charles Dickens.
Oscar Wilde.
Final answer?
Final answer.
It is Oscar Wilde.
Whoa, what a
4-2.
All right.
Did you know that?
Yes.
It is 3-2.
3-2.
Kevin's keeping an unofficial score.
Really?
Next up.
It's 4-2.
Next up, Kevin Hageland.
You might have guessed, Sissy.
What is
by the way.
What is the chemical symbol for potassium?
Oh, God!
Is it A, P, B, PT, C, PO, D, K?
I'm going to go with D.
That's right.
K.
He got it. That's correct. All right. Choppy, you can walk it off here. We're technically be a tie, but I mean, we're going to say it's a walk off.
Technicalities in all
3-3 right
this.
now.
All right.
It's 5.
RJ Choppy, final question here. Unless we need a runoff question. Which director's first feature film was the 1996 neo-noir thriller Hard 8? Is it A, Christopher Nolan, B, David Fincher, C, Paul Thomas Anderson, or D, Darren Aronofsky?
The only one I've ever heard of is Christopher Nolan.
So that's your answer?
So let's go with A, Christopher Nolan.
What would you have said?
Answers one more time, please.
Christopher Nolan, David Fincher, Paul Thomas Anderson, Darren Aronofsky.
I'm going to go, it's not Aronofsky. It's not his answer.
What a subtle insult. What a subtle
Not his answer.
I'm going to say...
Smart ass.
Paul Thomas Anderson.
It is Paul Thomas Anderson.
Wow, I've never heard
Should
of
that
him.
be the tiebreak, or should I come up with a tiebreak question since they're
Do a
kind of
tiebreak and let Kevin go first.
It's 6-2.
Okay, all right.
6-2.
All right.
Because I gave you your answer that was my answer, and I got that, and I got Venus.
I would have guessed the same thing. I was guessing
The first thing you said was it's not the sissy, and I don't think you can say that anymore.
Say that.
I
All
said
right.
it.
Next question, the tiebreaker question. Are we just going to have them raise a hand?
Just have Kevin answer first.
In chess notation, the move O-O-O indicates what? A, kingside castling, B, queenside castling, C, en passant, D, promotion to queen.
I'm going to go...
Next question.
I hope Choppy knows chess. I'm going to go with C, the
En
passant.
passant. What would you said?
I don't know what the hell you're talking
It's
about. I'm going to
incorrect.
say queen. The queen one.
It is
the second
queenside
one.
castling.
Walk off.
Is that a walk-off? Because he got the Paul Thomas Anderson right.
RJ.
I think he proved he's the one.
Happy July 4th. The KNC Masterpiece is next. Be safe, y'all.
Sean and RJ.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Life is older, older than the trees, younger than the mountains.
Oh, we're definitely going to sing this, right?
Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road.
Woo! God, it feels good. I got chills right now.
No, he had a controversial song very similar to this, just a little bit different. Didn't make the airwaves. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, I love America, Corey Majors. And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. 877-881-1053. How the heck is everybody doing out there in Radio Land? Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Guys, I am doing phenomenal. I'm doing great. Phenomenal is probably the best way to do it. Yesterday, thank you all so much, Tolos. I want to thank the Twolos also. Twitch, y'all made me feel fantastic with the box of cookies and the note. Alec, would you like to say thank you as well?
Yes, thank you. This is my favorite birthday tradition now.
Yes, it is the best.
Tiff Streets.
We love you guys, you Tolos, so much. We really appreciate y'all being along with us for this journey. Y'all been here for a long time, and we appreciate that a lot. But this morning, dude, after last night's game, nothing could affect me. Seriously, I don't think anything could affect me after that match last night, except for the anger about the red card. Still very mad about that.
Yeah.
But whenever this match ended, knowing that those dudes played a man down for the last 30 minutes of the game,
right,
and then sat there and just sang with that crowd that never sat down. They stood up the entire end of that match because they were like, we got to be here for our guys. And watching Weston McKennie, and I think it was Berhalter, walking around in that shot of the group, and Weston McKinney's just singing his heart out, Country Roads. I got chills last night, and I just got them again. So I don't think that it's going to be I don't think it's going to be a bad day, man, all the way through America Day.
I think that you are probably right. Corey, would you call for a United States soccer highlight?
Let's do it.
Do you want to tell them a number?
Let's go with number 4. Number 5. Number 4.
9 minutes plus stoppage time to go. This run-up is telling me more power. Look at Vasos giving up the entire right side of his goal. Tillman!
That moment, Kevin, that was it, dude. I loved it.
That kick was a thing of absolute beauty, and not until that moment did I feel like you were really safe in this match.
How could you feel safe after that, though?
Oh, my goodness.
What is happening in our place? Some lady's talking on his computer right now.
Somebody turned the audio on this computer.
Okay, so here's my question.
They don't know how radio works, I'm not sure.
I'm sorry for jumping all over you on this, but
I felt safe.
You know.
I don't believe this.
You know the most deadly score in all of soccer is 2-0.
I don't believe that, and I'll tell you, yesterday was another great example. I felt much better when it was 2-0 than it was 1-0. But you will hear every soccer coach, soccer player, they will all say 2-0 is the most dangerous lead in soccer, and that's fine. I felt safe once it was 2-0.
What do you think Senegal felt?
Yeah, maybe they did feel safe, and maybe that's why it backfired on them. That was also the first time in World Cup history that had happened, that a team trailed by multiple goals in like the 85th or 86th minute on and came back to win. Mm-hmm. So props to, not props to Belgium. I'm not going to support them because they are our next opponent. But I thought that goal was just masterful. Like most everybody else, it feels like. I thought the red card was some BS. But you get your first win over a European team in an international competition in almost 5 years. The last time you did it was December 2021 against Bosnia Herzegovina. But still, you got the win. You're on to the round of 16. I believe this is the 7th time they've been in this round since the initial World Cup in 1930. So big step. And if you can beat Belgium, that will be only the 3rd time that you've been in the group of the final 8, and only the 2nd time since 1930, because they finished 3rd at the first World Cup.
This is obviously Morocco's modern life. The opening segment of today's show revolving around the Country Roads song. I'm not ready to look to Monday yet. Monday is going to be a tough day because Kevin's not going to be with us. So that's going to be a tough day for sure.
Due to a simple misunderstanding of the schedule.
Alec, what do you think about the name for our soccer segment, the Pepe Gola Challenge?
Oh.
Yeah, like the Pepsi Cola. So we'll go with that on Monday. But Kevin, I do want to let's go a little bit player by player. And I'd like to start with Christian Pulisic. He was really good last night. He did a lot of things that I was like, wow, but I'm a little concerned, especially going into this next game without Balogun and seeing what Belgium did late in that game against Senegal. Like knowing that Christian Pulisic's legs looked very tired late in that game.
Right.
Even though like he gave everything he had and they were short. Like he gave everything he had. Again, whole team, gritty, tough, class, everything about it. I appreciated that game. But I do have a little bit of a concern. But how did you feel about Christian Pulisic's game last night? Because I thought he did what we needed him to do.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And you just mentioned kind of heavy legs toward the end. I think that is very understandable. But you could see how much that fake goal would have meant to him as well. You scored 4 goals, only 2 of them counted. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, look, and I just feel like I understand everyone's going to shout me down. Offsides is just the absolute worst.
Offside.
I'm going to say offsides because that's how much I think it's stupid. I refuse to call it by its regular name.
But hold on. You understand the rule.
Sure.
So, like, you want somebody to have the advantage? How would you change offside?
I would make a cutoff point kind of closer to how you would see it in hockey play out as opposed to soccer.
Where it's like a toenail?
Yeah, and I would prefer that and it's pushed back just a little bit because I'm like, yeah, sorry, up to a certain point, it can even be the box. Hey, that's your decision. Defend that guy or not. But he's going to be right there.
Doesn't the soccer ball have to be all the way out of bounds for it to be out of bounds? Like it can roll in line?
Correct.
But in our football, you have like your toenails over the line and you're out. So it is wild how we kind of pick those. I see what you're saying. I don't like it either unless it works in favor of my team.
Sure.
When it works against me, I hate it for sure. But these are the rules that we play within right now. But I get you there. All right, let's talk about Weston McKennie.
He might be the best player or my favorite player on this
I love
team.
that dude so much.
So shout out to our keeper, too, for...
Dude, freeze.
Early on, I was like, oh, no.
Holy cow, dude. All the saves that he had the one moment. He had the one moment where he stepped out to make a play and just left the goal wide open. And I was like, ah! But fortunately, Chris Richards was there to stop it and kick it away.
I did like the breakdown on the corner kick where it's like, yeah, he's so concerned about the people right in front of him, he almost forgot to make a play on the ball. And then it started to hook in, and you were like, oh, yeah. Yeah, that does look tough in slow motion. Weston McKennie it feels like he's everywhere. And I love him. Metroplex's own. He's tremendous.
And we also do love East McKinney as well. Like, let's not leave out East and Central McKinney.
I do not believe it is a geographical name.
Okay.
Though, to be fair, I don't know that 100%. But yeah, Weston McKennie getting the job done as the Americans get the job done. They win the match 2-0. 2 of their goals were disallowed. I know the final possession looks a little different, but there was no point in the first half where I was like, we're not the better team.
No, you're right.
However, soccer can be an unforgiving mistress.
Absolutely.
In terms of you will see many a game, and I know hockey can be like this to a certain extent. You will see plenty of games where you're like, well, that didn't look like the better team in theory. But in the first half, when you look at the moves, you look at the scoring chances, you look at the possession, I was like, well, we're definitely the better team. But as it continued on 0-0 until the very end of the first half, when the aforementioned Balogun gets the goal, I was like, God, I hope this doesn't end up like one of those stupid games where you're like, we were better, but we lost.
Yeah, no, and after the match, Zlatan, like they went to Henry and he gave all these great breakdowns of like, man, the grit. You know, he talked about how well they played. You know, all these different things. And Zlatan goes, look, Bosnia, they were never really a threat to America here. But you know, I was like, dude, what are you doing? We're trying to celebrate right now. And then he goes, hold on. Playing a man down for that long is really tough.
Yes.
And I think that's Kevin.
Because you ended up playing a man down for 36 minutes because of the absurd amount of stoppage time.
That is probably the thing I'm most proud of from that match, is that in that moment, every one of those dudes rallied. And like they knew exactly what they were supposed to do and what they had to do, and they didn't back off. Like on the defensive pressure front, they were just like, we're going to continue pressuring, but then they said, let's push the ball upfield too. They didn't sit there and say, let's kick it around back here. They said, screw that, push the ball back downfield. Let's go try and make something happen. And that's I like this Pochettino's approach, dude. I really do. The way that he's like, he's fiery about it. I also did love the Bosnia-Herzegovina's coach as well.
Drawing that yellow card.
And also wearing a double-breasted suit with gold buttons and white shoes and grabbing the soccer ball and being like, no, I'm not giving it back. You can go get another ball.
He made sure to get the most out of his yellow card.
He was awesome, dude. He was so entertaining.
The way I even thought he was going to hand it to us real quick. And he didn't do the whole fake out motion, but you could feel it in his soul. He was like, man, I don't want to get booted from this game. Otherwise, I would do the Kobe and just pull it right back. But he didn't do that. But you could tell.
He was thoroughly entertaining, man, all night long.
Would you consider calling our coach Coachetino? Or I feel like Mike would say, oh, yeah, old Pokey.
I mean, it's Poach.
Yeah, but old Poachy feels like he's doing something wrong.
He's just Poach.
Like he's in the wrong.
Like we had Boach, and now we got Poach.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's the way I've just felt about him this entire time is.
Okay, well, with that in
Poach.
mind, would you take a losing season for the Rangers this year if it meant the United States won the World Cup?
Ooh. That's tough.
Alec, are you also stumped?
How much more are we benefiting?
Oh, what's your answer?
Give me the cup.
Oh!
If I don't get the losing season, do the Rangers win the World Series?
Can't say. I don't know. I can only predict.
Rangers.
Okay. So Boach says
I'll
no.
take the cup
says
then.
yes.
I'll take the cup then. Because the championship's fun. Like the World Series for us has been official, obviously, because
for sure,
home of the Texas Rangers right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Big facts.
So that's awesome. Kevin, are we going to talk about Balogun? Or do we have another later spot for this? Because
we could talk about it some more right here.
I'm furious, man.
I thought on the broadcast they made a really good point. Is while instant replay, I think for football can be good in terms of getting to the minutia of was this person in bounds? Was the knee already down? Things like that.
And then remember that the penalty of pass interference. They tried it. and They said this is stupid.
Yes.
Let's not worry about that anymore.
But I thought it was a savvy explanation of it's tough to decide the card based on a slow motion replay because that's not the speed in which it was going. And I also guess I mistakenly thought you had to have seemingly some semblance of malice to get a red card. I thought that was a straight football play. Should it have been a yellow card? Yeah, because it didn't work out and there was not an injury, but there was potential for an injury right there. I don't think anything about that raised to the level of a red card, and I was glad that the replay assistant agreed, but not that the VAR agreed. The replay assistant on the TV broadcast.
I love Balogun's answer when asked about it last night. So well thought out. I wish I still had it pulled up, Kevin. I'm sorry I don't. But like it was a fantastic answer about exactly all the things that you just said. And then he also just talked about how much you screwed an entire country and team and coach and everybody. Yeah. Not necessarily because they can go out there, dude. They might battle. They might battle and have enough talent to go beat Belgium without Balogun.
And they are very slight favorites going into that match.
And maybe that would be good for his body to be able to say, you know what, I got a little extra. I don't think he needs it, though. I don't think that's a dude that needs that rest right now. He does what he does so well up front. But, man, dude, to take your best scorer off the field for an entire game seems like a legitimately terrible punishment for what I don't think I've heard a single person disagree that thing looked like a football play.
I know this is going to sound mean. Between now and Monday, could we get Ricardo Pepi a book or a documentary about the wonders of teamwork?
Teamwork and being a pest.
Something to consider.
Go be a pest. Go up there and just I would presume that Pochettino's got to figure out a way to make him more like himself. Because don't you feel like Pochettino has this kind of like he's got this fire about him that's just like, let's go. You know what I mean? It's everything that I've kind of wanted in our manager, and I'm really excited about it.
It just looked like the very first potential opportunity he could have gotten. His teammate had a good look. It didn't go in, and he was pouted. Immediately lighting him up. He was like pointing at him and stuff.
That was his problem here.
I know, and that is
it was Pepe ball,
and that can be the life of a striker. But like Pepe ball with FC Dallas is going to be different than with the U.S. men's national team on the biggest competition in probably all of sports.
Absolute fact.
He has to know that, and he has to be willing to go with the flow a little bit more. Look, I get it, man. If you score a goal in that game against the Waffles, you are going to be remembered for a really, really long time. But if the team wins, you're going to be part of that team that gets remembered for a long time either way.
Mm-hmm.
And don't cancel me. I know it's Belgium. By the way, in case you were curious,
they're known for chocolate, diverse, historic beer culture, crispy Fritz, and waffles.
Exactly. By the way, the betting odds. Money line, United States plus 150, Belgium plus 180, draw plus 250. Because remember, if it goes to PKs, they will still log it as a draw. So the United States, a slight favorite going into the match on Monday.
Hey, let's thank Fox Sports, Kevin.
Oh, I'm telling you, man.
That amazing highlight.
Fox Sports and FIFA, thank you very much for not only holding this competition, but for getting us those highlights. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Dallas Mavericks make at least one big move, and maybe even a little bit more soccer. Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every
844-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Aldama, a pump fake, got by Kevin Love, goes to the rim and lays it in. Beautiful finger roll by Aldama.
Oh, on that highlight right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and you are starting to see some more of the moves from the Dallas Mavericks. And let's start by talking about Santi Aldama. Multiple people are confirming that the Dallas Mavericks are going to send A.J. Johnson, a protected 2030 Golden State Warriors first-round pick, which a lot of people say is a fake first-round pick because it's protected picks 1 through 20, and 2 future second-round picks to Memphis. So if you want to boil it down, if you think it's a fake first-round pick, you can dismiss that. If you think A.J. Johnson might not have been on this team either way, you can dismiss that. So really, it's some second-round picks to bring in Aldama, who is not going to count for real against your salary cap because of the trade exception. Boom.
So you don't no money spent, huh?
Exactly.
Okay, I like that.
Is
he gonna play?
You have to pay him, but it doesn't count against your cap.
It's not my money. The cap is my money.
Okay. Well then,
you know what? Let's look at it that way from now on.
Okay.
The cap is our money. Anything over that is the owner's money.
Okay.
Because the cap is the money I really care about.
All right, gotcha.
If the owner wants to spend more money, they can.
Sure.
I can't.
Sure.
Not the owner or governor. My question about that is he going to play? Is he going to be good? That's really all I want to know.
I think the answer to he's definitely going to play, and I really think he has the potential to be good. Would you like him to be a better three-point shooter? Sure. But I think he can be kind of your maybe first guy off the bench, maybe your catch-all power forward, center, or 4-5 if you prefer off the bench, depending on what happens in the next few days. But I am also going to give the opportunity and kick it over to one Alec Medford, and I want to ask you this question first. Last week, I said, I do not believe that either P.J. Washington or Daniel Gafford will remain on this team, whether it's through this move or through the draft. What say you about that?
Yeah, this move solidifies that pretty much. And I saw even after the Shams notification, P.J. Washington took to Instagram and posted a picture of him making a slam dunk, just with no context.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, I think the message is kind of going around.
He loved the move.
Yes. I hope so, at least. Well, it's not going to matter much longer. But they do have a logjam at the forward spot, so there's going to be decisions that need to be made. And for Santi, yes, I was this bored before the U.S. men's game came on that I sat and I started breaking down some film and started watching some opinions and whatnot on Aldama, and there is a lot to like as a sixth man off the bench. I mean, he's plug and play at 3 different positions. I don't want to play him at the 5, but he can play the 5 because he is 7 feet tall after all.
Would you most prefer have him at the 4, though?
Yes. 100%. He's an intellectual player is what I would say, because he's always going to take that extra pass. He's always aggressive on the defensive boards, which I really like. That's probably the most physical part of his game, because he's not a very physical player for his size, which is a little bit irritating. But he'll always make that extra pass. He has higher shooting consistency when he's not playing in the NBA, which is weird because of the different rules and the different measurements and whatnot. So he's shown that he has a three-point shot. It's just very inconsistent, which on the nights that he's done it, you've seen some 30-plus point performances from him with Memphis, where you're like, he is knocking down every look he gets. But he can attack the rim, too. So you can play him at a few different spots. Defensively, I just need some more buy-in. I need some more physicality.
He shows those flashes.
He has those flashes because you can mismatch him. Because if he does have the ability to guard the 1 and the 2. Like, he has the skill. It's just he doesn't have the want to sometimes, it seems, because the footwork kind of like a gazelle, He's good in a straight line, moving side to side and whatnot. He'll get blown by, but he creates nightmare matchups on 1s and 2s on the nights that he's really bought in. So his defense doesn't really have impact every single night, but whenever you have those nights where he's like, I'm going to knock down every 3-point shot I take, why not? And the cool thing is, ever since he entered the league, his shooting percentages have gotten better each and every season. So he's starting to progress. He's kind of finding a groove as that first guy off the bench. So I like the move.
Kevin, don't you feel, though, that you'll get that defensive buy-in because we have more and they don't? Morez Johnson.
Oh, I was not going to get that.
That was Michigan's. That was their motto. Every time they went into a game, they went, "We have more," and they don't.
Yeah,
and I think that's going to become our motto now from now on. So you better live with it.
I think we should come up with a new motto.
What?
All right. So my guess right now.
Morez Johnson.
Let's know. That is not what you should have taken from that. So let's say you did move PJ out of here. So then your starting lineup, still dependent, could be Kyrie, Max Christie, Cooper Flagg, Morez Johnson, and I'm still going to say Daniel Gafford.
I'll say Daniel Gafford for now.
With the backup group then kind of being, we'll go in reverse order, Lively, Aldama, Marshall, Nemhard, or Sasser.
Don't forget about Biberovic.
Yeah, and I've gone ahead and, by the way, Moussa Cisse could be a third-tier center. I'm moving Klay Thompson off this team as well, but
because you have Biberovic,
if
you have him, dude. He shoots 44%.
If you don't,
in the EuroLeague,
that's right, and not a high EuroLeague. It's kind of high. But, I think Klay Thompson would be a good one to move out as well. And here's the thing, is, that's a perfectly competent or acceptable team. So then the question becomes, what can you bring in if you do trade PJ and or Klay Thompson, and with your non-tax mid-level exception of $15 million, I think they still have the biannual exception as well, because you still have the opportunity to bring in another shooter or something like that to strengthen it. But what fascinates me about that combination then is you are still dipping into younger players. Aldama is 25. Marcus Sasser is 25, though by the time the season starts, he'll be 26. So you are getting younger players in here, even though you're still riding with Kyrie.
Okay. Well, and so is the goal this year to win? It's because, Kevin, when we were going into this draft, you were telling me the goal was not to win next year.
Yeah.
That was part of the conversation about potentially moving on from Kyrie Irving and other pieces.
Right.
And right now, I feel like you have a collection of pieces. I'm not completely sure how it's that much better other than Cooper Flagg's in year 2, and you have another rookie who has some upside to him.
So my theory to that would be this. You are putting it in a position that you can still pivot either way. If Kyrie is playing really, really well, but maybe your team's kind of sputtering, you can use him as a trade chip at the deadline. If he's playing really, really well and the entire team picks it up, well, then you can just decide maybe we cash in some of our assets and we try to bring somebody on and go for it now. Or if he doesn't play well at all, you're still not totally screwed contractually with him. And you can be like, hey, either A, we'll try to deal him off, or we'll just ride this thing out to the end and still know that you can move forward with Gafford, Lively, Johnson, Flagg, Christie, Aldama, a lot of still 26 and younger players to build around. And you do have a little bit of franchise, or salary cap flexibility.
See, salary cap flexibility is the few, obviously at some point you're going to have to pay Cooper.
For sure.
But it's going to be a minute, but it's coming. So you're going to have to prepare for that. But at the same time, it does look like the runway's available to you.
which I do like. I thought that was one of the appeals if you moved off of Kyrie Irving to begin with. Also, keep an eye out on what this Aldama and Sasser trade eventually looks like, because there is some thoughts that this could morph into some sort of 5-team trade. So just keep an eye out on other draft capital, or if a team will see the Mavericks and be like, hey, you can afford to take a little salary. What if I make it worth your while?
Do you think Majiri is like Donnie Nelson, where he's out there kind of pushing these things around, or he's the one that's like just fielding all the calls as they're coming in?
I think it's probably the former, just because the Mavericks' primary asset is we have space. So I could see how he would be like, hey, do you need to get that deal done? We got some space.
Yeah,
exactly. So I think they're essentially like the buffer, I guess, for lack of a better term, for the teams. But that's one of the things that I love, Alec, about this move is I do like the player. I really do. I see exactly where he could fit on this team. But I also like that you were able to take advantage of your trade exception. And it feels like frequently teams will say they have trade exceptions and then nothing can actually be done with them. So I like that still left you a little bit of financial flex if you want to be that buffer team when somebody's like, hey, I need to get rid of about $13 million. And we're like, hey, I could use some draft stuff. And you're like, all right, deal.
It's cool when you're essentially getting usable players in the current construction of your team for free.
Yeah, you traded more or less 2 second-round picks for him. And I could easily see him being your 6th, 7th player. That's a deal I'll take, who costs you nothing against the cap.
That's a win.
Yes, a couple months ago I would have gone with that, Corey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where the Rangers' win streak, unfortunately, comes to an end. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag, Nick.
The market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2023 played 16 games with the Rangers. Rangers look for the bunt. Young creeping in at third. And Austin Hedges hits a deep drive to left field. That one's way back, and that ball is gone. A 2-run homer for Austin Hedges, his second of the year. RBIs 10 and 11. Cleveland breaks it open. It is 9-4 Guardians.
Look, the Rangers were going to lose this game either way, so I feel like it's okay to give Austin Hedges a little bit of shine right
Do you think that Austin Hedges was rounding the bases and looking at everyone going, no one even likes you. Not even your teammates like you. Like he was to Naylor the other day?
I do think that would be kind of funny. Now, that loss to the Guardians will kick off some baseball nuggets.
I like that they tried to come back a little bit, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is a team that, to your point, when was it 6-3? And 7-3. When they scored their run, you get the Diaz home run. And I'm like, all right, this is a team that's shown the ability to come back. Plus, when you're in the middle of a winning streak, don't you kind of feel like a little bit of that sense of invincibility? Just like if you're on a losing streak, you're probably like, we're never going to win a frickin' game again. But this breaks the Texas Rangers 6-game winning streak. However, I do believe this is the last team that you play with a winning record until the All-Star break. Because next up, you have the Tigers. They suck. You have the Angels. They're terrible.
Hold on. The Tigers are 38-49.
Yeah, they suck.
They suck.
And the Angels are terrible.
They're 36-51.
That's terrible.
Not good.
Do you think I should have flipped it? Do you think I should have said the Tigers are terrible and the Angels suck? Like, which one do you think is stronger?
Oh, man, both of them. The Rockies suck.
Okay.
Yeah. And so let's leave it that they stink. All right. Because they have the worst record in baseball. You got a good point, dude. You got a reasonable schedule ahead of you.
And then the Astros are not good either.
And we've seen the Rangers before. When they have a reasonable schedule of losing teams in front of them, they take advantage.
Definitely disappoint us. If that's what you mean. Do they take advantage of disappointing us? The answer is yes. They do take advantage of disappointing us. However,
this is a different team.
You roll, I hope so. You roll into this still having won 7 of your last 10. You're still in first place in the AL West. And you've seen some really positive signs from this team. I know when it's a loss, it might be hard to take away some positive signs. But your offense has continued to pick it up, even through your winning streak. You don't automatically assume that if you give up 3 runs or 4 runs that you're going to lose the game. And so I think that is a positive. I still have no idea who Mackenzie Gore is as a pitcher, because there are days that he goes out there and I'm like, he looks like the best pitcher we have. Then there are other days and I'm like, how in the world did you make an all-star team?
Yeah.
And so like
his inconsistency is just befuddling.
Do you think it's inconsistency or do you just think it's his stuff? Sorry, I don't want to get bogged down in the minutia there.
Okay, hold on. Let's talk about the minutia real quick.
Okay.
All right. The stuff when he has it is good. But when he doesn't have his stuff, it's not good. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of pitchers are like that.
Sure.
Therefore, the inconsistency in his stuff and him having his stuff. There it is. The inconsistency in him having his stuff.
Okay.
Is what makes him a befuddling roller coaster.
Oh, man. I thought
bewildering. My apologies.
No, you stuck that landing.
All right.
You could say befuddling.
I already said it earlier, though. I felt like I've now used it too many times and it's redundant, like that kid in the Goonies.
I was not. Shut up. You shut up. That is a great movie.
I didn't say it wasn't a great movie. There's that redundant part where he's like, "This is our time. Our time is now." It's the same thing.
That's not even what he says.
It's close enough.
All right, that's fair. All right, so let's talk about
down here.
Ooh, shut up! I'm tired of
Hard
this.
times down
I'm
here.
on edge already this week because on the Jesus podcast, my two co-hosts said that the movie The Breakfast Club was trash.
What?
And I almost flipped out.
Did you bring up the Altuve arms on the really tall guy?
No, I should have. Yeah, I should have. All right, do you guys want to talk about the Dodgers, the Mets, or stats from 1900?
Stats from 1900 for 4,000.
All right, believe it or not, it's a daily double because I have two of them for you. Junior Caminero, you recall. But 2 days ago, I told you Junior Caminero had the fourth longest streak for home runs of anybody his age. Well, guess what happened in the 2 ensuing days? He hit a home run in 2 more straight games. So now, Junior Caminero, at the age of 22, has become the youngest player since at least 1900 to homer in 6 straight games. Now, keep in mind the year 1900. We now go to the Cubs. The Cubs scored 23 runs yesterday. You know one of the reasons why I think they did it? I do believe one Brad Sham was in attendance at Wrigley Field for the Cubs' 23-3 thrashing of the Padres. The Cubs' 23 runs scored, tied with the Rockies for the most runs by a team this season, and also it was the second most runs the Cubs have scored in a home game since 1900. I assume in 1900 they started taking statistics for real, and everybody who existed, including Dead Glove Johnson or whatever in 1894. Those aren't real stats.
Did you just make up Dead Glove Johnson?
But does that not... Look, they had Mordecai Three Finger Brown.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me you couldn't have had Dead Glove Johnson thrown out there?
You know what? I'm not telling you that, Kevin.
Exactly.
I would never tell you that.
So there are your 2 factoids going all the way back to the year 1900. Now, for the Mets owner, Steve Cohen, who definitely got all of his money in legitimate fashion, he has pointed out that even though he already let his manager go, is he considering getting rid of his president of baseball operations? And he said emphatically no.
Okay.
Quote,
good.
we'll figure out what changes need to be made, but the change that's not going to be made is moving David out at this point. I'm just not going to do it.
Okay, well that's good. That's all. This is a guy though who, Kevin, just kind
Paid a lot of fines.
Goes with the wind, doesn't he? Yeah, he has paid a lot of fines, but doesn't it feel like ever since he bought this team, it's just been like back and forth wherever it goes, and that just doesn't give me any confidence for any direction for that franchise again.
I mean,
while he spends money,
sure,
it just he doesn't have any direction.
They have I believe, the 3rd worst record in all of baseball, ahead of only the Royals and the aforementioned Rockies, and they have won 2 of their last 10 games. So good job by the Mets there.
I'm sure they'll be fine.
Now, you just said you don't think they'll be fine. All right, on the complete opposite end of that spectrum, let's talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers. Do you remember several years ago when the thought was, oh man, Dave Roberts better win the World Series or he might get fired?
Yes.
Now he has 3 World Series titles, and with a win Tuesday evening against the A's, he became the fastest manager in MLB history to 1,000 wins.
Yeah.
Took him 1,606 games. That means he's 1,606. That's tremendous.
And how many people out there do you think still don't give him credit because of the roster?
Fair.
And
I think that's wrong.
I hate that idea. Mike played with him. Mike
sure.
knows him well and cares about him too. And the understanding is the dude knows baseball, he gets baseball, but man, when you have to manage that many high-profile talents in that city, like that's already a city with so many distractions. But when you're doing that, even when you have that kind of talent, you still have to wrangle it in. You got to get them focused on a daily basis. I think he does a really good job with that team. And I don't think congratulations to him on 1,000 wins, dude.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Now, wanted to shout out Captain America as we're almost to the 250th birthday, a.k.a. Walker Jenkins with the Minnesota Twins. Now, while they were out there, hanging out with some of the youths during the national anthem, there was a kid right next to Walker Jenkins whose knees just started to buckle. I'm assuming it was the potential for like heat stroke or something like that, but his knees started to buckle and he was about to pass out. Walker Jenkins essentially caught him, scooped him up, and took him to the dugout.
All right, that's Bobby's next video. That's our next video is which host at the station is most likely to save a child from a burning car.
I love it. My answer is obviously Alec.
Mine too.
Muscles McGee over
well, and
there.
also that mom's probably standing outside of the car. And
All
he's like, look how hot
right.
she
That's a
is.
good point.
Yeah,
you
smash.
saved my son.
Yeah.
No need to save myself.
Yeah.
Don't pick me.
Man, I am going to whip up a campaign that everybody votes for you now. Not to say you wouldn't have gotten the votes already, but because of this, I think we really need to make that happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they continue to fight the inevitability of their dating life? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. KFM Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or will they not let their son wear their number? We start with a question. Tim Hardaway Sr. said he will not allow his son to wear his retired number 10 with the Miami Heat. Quote, "My legacy is my legacy. Even though he likes to wear number 10, that is not coming down from the rafters."
If it was anybody, it would be my kid.
Right.
But I understand this. I'm with this, actually. Because I do believe, was it Matt Leinart? They called Matt Leinart up and they were like, "Hey, can we use your number? We're trying to recruit a kid." And he was like, "Screw that, no." Like, what? First off, you don't even know if that kid's going to stick around. Secondly, I want a national championship for you. Shut up. And so with Tim Hardaway Sr., I understand this, but I would probably say if my kid came to me and was like, "Dad, I would love to wear your number," I'd probably be like, "All right."
Now,
but I like my kid.
Okay. I mean, he might like his
I don't
kid.
know.
FIFA is an idiot. No question. Not only because Balogun got the red card, but there is no mechanism to appeal the red card. And instead, FIFA board.
Hold on. Hey, everybody out there, just understand, Kevin is about to infuriate you.
Not with my rule, though.
He knows that what he's going to say is going to infuriate you.
But FIFA has their, committee of injury or whatever that will determine if a further suspension is warranted for Balogun. So not only will he be out for the round of 16, theoretically...
And there's no precedent or mechanism put in that can change that.
Correct. You cannot appeal the red card, so he's out for the Belgium match. But theoretically, he could get suspended even further. Now, I would find that to be jaw-droppingly stunning if that happened. I'm just telling you it could.
That would blow my mind.
Agreed.
If something like that actually happened. And I would have a lot less faith in this thing altogether.
I'm with you.
You
need something to cheer you up.
It seems like there are other things that are more egregious for this. But I do think that this is one of those moments where you're in host country. If you go out of your way and say, you know what, it's time to make the mechanism. We've looked at this. We watched it. We didn't see intent. We would like to withdraw the red card, which I don't think is going to happen.
Right.
That would infuriate a lot of people too, probably. But most of the world is like, that's a bad call.
If you need something more positive, the United States soccer team is 2 wins away from the furthest they've gone in the World Cup since the original World Cup in 1930. And that match in the semifinals would be at AT&T Stadium.
Okay.
Potentially against France.
So all we have to do is beat Belgium.
And probably Spain.
Okay. Hold on. I want one other thing about that.
Okay.
They typically do. This is in reference to the red card thing still. I'm sorry. I'm going back to this.
Sure.
They typically do go back and look at this thing like this anyway.
Right.
To see if there's something that they say we should actually add more to it. He bit somebody.
Right.
Sure. Suarez that was biting people.
By the way, I'm just real quick. To that point, do you know that Balogun was the first player to score a goal in the knockout round and get a red card since Zinedine Zidane headbutted that dude?
Right in the chest, dude. If you've never seen that, go look up Zinedine Zidane headbutting a dude in the chest. I think Henry was on that team too.
Oh.
But
I like him.
So that dude, though, that they're saying we're going to look at it one more time to see if he tried to hurt him even more. That guy got up and played the rest of the game.
Right.
Just he got up and played the rest of the game.
And that's the thing that people get irritated about with soccer is like if you're watching on a delay and someone is down because their shin is broken forever and you push the forward 30 seconds and the ball is already in motion, you're like, hold on, in that 30-second span, you went from not only not really being hurt to being back up and the ball has already been put back in play.
One of their dudes ran by our goalie and pushed him back down into the ground.
Yes, and then our goalie flopped and pretended like he got kicked in the face when he didn't.
Dude, that one dude's knee went right in that dude's face.
Oh, man.
Though.
That looked like an illegal MMA strike when they're like his hand was on the ground.
What about when Adams got just basically form tackled by that dude?
Yeah, it is a confusing mix of officiating that I'm like, ooh.
They said, hey, possible concussion. Go stand on the side over there for a few minutes. And he's like, I'm good. And they're like, no, go stand on the side. But the play didn't even get looked at in VAR.
There's definitely been a couple of spots where I was like, ooh, that's a card. And they didn't even call a foul or stop play. And I was like, oh, okay, never mind. By the way,
give me back my son.
How do you feel?
I don't know. Somebody texted that in. I just felt like I had to.
It's always funny. I mean, unless you were actually going through that, then it's not funny. So what do you think about, right?
Yeah.
How about a preemptive, my buddy's an idiot?
Stop laughing.
Yeah.
Just the way that he said it.
Poor Mel Gibson. Corey's yucking it up over here. He's like, I bet you don't get your kid
This is
back.
the most insane thing ever.
Yeah.
Unless it's not really. That's it.
Cristiano Ronaldo is going to get a very rare preemptive, my buddy's an idiot.
All right.
Now, last time I did this, he scored 2 goals in that match that next day. But in 8 knockout matches in the World Cup, he has 8 shots attempted, 2 shots on target, and 0 goals scored.
Dude, he's not been effective at all.
No.
I don't even know if he's helping the team by being seriously.
Outside of that one match,
is he enough of a distraction to even help the rest of the group out? Or is he just on the field and not effective anymore? I'm sure there's somebody who's a far superior soccer talker than me on this.
Right.
But what I've watched, I've just been like,
Now, this is another question, my buddy is an idiot.
But there was a time when I do remember watching Ronaldo and he was doing special stuff.
For sure, just not at the highest level.
Yeah.
He excels in lower tier competitions, and that is what he's doing right now with his career. By the way, he's playing in Saudi Arabia. Speaking of Saudi Arabia, the Premier Lacrosse League has scored $100 million in funding. Do you think the people funding this are idiots? Because even though we've heard that lacrosse is the fastest growing sport in America for, 20 years, do you think the people funding this are idiots because clearly they're never getting their money back?
No. They got to do something with that money, Kevin.
Okay.
All
right.
Some people put it in mattress stores. Some people put it in Long John Silver's.
Did you know Rob McElhaney is one of the
Are you serious?
And Glenn Powell, also from It's
Hold
Always
on.
Sunny.
But with Wrexham, he bought Wrexham and Ryan Reynolds paid for most of it. It's mostly Ryan Reynolds' money.
And their rags to riches story is BS because they outspent every team and had merchandising money.
No, they started as rags. They were very rich.
Yeah, but they didn't really compete against teams on their level because they're like, I will outspend everyone, and I'm also pushed by all my merchandising money from the show.
It's more like what Cinderella is after, right?
Yeah.
You know how Cinderella's like, I was cleaning up these chimneys. And then one day the prince came in and was like, all right, now you have control over whatever you want. And all right, I'm taking over this country.
Now, I'll change my tune if the announcement comes out in the next couple days that they're going to do that same strategy and buy players from other sports. And they're like, LeBron James has signed with the Premier Lacrosse League. And I'll be like, oh.
See, you know what? Here's the thing, Kevin. I don't know a single lacrosse player.
Yeah.
That's on me. That's on me.
Or
it's on lacrosse.
It's on lacrosse.
Yeah, they have masks. I don't know their faces.
Yeah. I mean, look, the greatest lacrosse player of all time could walk in here and I'd be like, hello, stranger.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Young.
I don't know if that is the case.
Yeah, no, that's the thing with soccer. What we talked about just yesterday, the day before. right now you have stars on every level that you're like, I know that guy, I know that guy, I know that guy. And so that helps you to understand with lacrosse. I don't know, and maybe that is my fault, or maybe it's because it feels like a sport that's just over there still right now.
That's what I think. This is a shocking opinion. From the 214, my buddy is such an idiot. He insists that 1-ply toilet paper is better than 2-ply.
Okay, your buddy, you're right. How? How is it better?
Maybe they. Well, I have no.
It's more likely to burst. All right, you have to use more of it just to make things happen. And even with 1-ply, you're going to fold it over into 2-ply. Like that's what's going to eventually happen anyway. So
true.
I don't even know what your buddy's talking about.
Is that how you know that you? Is that how you know you've stayed at the wrong hotel? Is you roll down the toilet paper and you're like, whoa. I've made a mistake.
First off, I can see through this toilet paper.
Yeah.
Secondly, it looks like it should come out of a printer.
Whoa. All right. I kind of like that. Do you remember Anton Apollo Ono?
Yeah. He was the speed skater.
That's right. Is his ex an idiot?
Oh, no.
Because he claims in a lawsuit obtained by, you guessed it, TMZ, that his ex-girlfriend has taken a whole bunch of his personal stuff from the Olympics and refuses to bring it back to him. One of the things that she took. So it's like a whole bunch of, it's like electronics and pictures and computer hard drives, as well as an unpublished book manuscript.
What?
And personal Olympic photos.
Is it like in print form? Or is it in like on a USB drive?
That is a good question.
Remember those?
Yes. Do you think he should wait until the winter and then he can just skate right past her house and get it all back quickly?
Like OJ did? Remember whenever he went back and got his stuff that he sold or whatever?
Don't. Look, if it's post-football and most, though not all of acting, I would say if OJ was going to do it, you probably shouldn't.
Well, what about his Twitter career?
Hey there, Twitter world.
This is one of the best.
Was it Twitter world,
yeah,
right?
Hey, Twitter world.
Yeah.
You're like, this is awesome. What's he going to say?
Did he have a lot of followers on that account, or did people just use it for jokes?
I don't know, man. Okay. With the Apollo Ono situation, though, it does bring up the question of, do you have a dish at home full of old USBs that you don't even know what's on them? Or a drawer?
Never.
No?
Those things will either be destroyed or I'll know exactly what's on them and I'll have them not in a dish.
Why would you destroy them?
They would be because, I can't stand clutter. You remember when my computer bricked up at the Super Bowl, I broke it in half at the airport.
You could have done so many things with that thing. You could have recycled it.
Yeah, well, guess what? I would have recycled it if it would have said, hey, you can get through Friday and then we'll be done. But instead it pissed me off, so I broke it in half.
Mm-hmm. We have an entire section, a dish in one of the drawers at our house that has old USBs that I'm like, what's on these? And I think most of them are blank. We just kept them around just in case we ever needed extra storage.
All right.
And now they don't even work in those things anymore. I don't even know if I have a USB drive on this.
Okay, well, look into that.
It's on the line.
And then are the Knicks idiots for allowing this basketball to almost go to auction? So the already unbelievable basketball from the OG Anunoby tip-in. Well, I guess the basketball is regular. It was the tip-in that was extraordinary. It got put up on the auction block.
The ball itself?
Yeah, not Anunoby. Oh. The ball itself. It went to auction at Sotheby's, and they're like, hey, it's open for auction. It was supposed to open on Tuesday. But then the Knicks or the NBA changed their mind, and they said the NBA Finals and this basketball holds significant importance to the New York Knicks, their fans, and the city, and will remain with the team as a lasting piece of franchise history. The thought was that it would go for more than $1 million.
Yeah.
That feels like a small price to pay for the Knicks to keep that basketball,
Absolutely,
right?
man. Yeah.
Are they idiots for even allowing this to be considered?
Yeah,
I mean, not considered. It was going up for auction.
And was it for a charity, or was it like they were just going to get the $1 million?
I don't know if it
So that's like, if it was for a charity, sweet, let that ride.
Yeah.
But even still, you're right. That bad, and you could put any basketball in there, nobody's going to know. How are people going to know?
Are you telling me
how would they know?
The dirt I have in that glass baseball that says Rangers is not really from the field?
Oh, that's real, Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, man, don't worry about that at all. Wink. But the basketball, that really is. We've already talked about it. It will play in the highlight packages on ESPN and the NBA Finals for eternity.
Right.
That play right there. So having anything you can get from that moment will be a piece of history for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
OJ has 800,000 followers, by the way.
Still?
Yes.
He's dead.
You got the question of the day, plus sometimes your own child is your worst enemy. Next on The Fan.
Facts.
Sean and RJ.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. And Hawaiian Falls of DFW. That's right.
That's right.
Got to remind the folks every now and then. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus a story of how your own children can be your worst enemy.
Oh, if you ever had a kid, you know that's a fact.
This might be one of my favorite sports stories so far of this calendar year. We will get to that here in just a little bit. We got the question of the day, but before that, something interesting that I saw from NBA PR. They just put out an announcement that they are trying a new rule during Summer League. They're doing a little bit of experimenting this upcoming Summer League. The 1 free throw rule will be tested.
Oh, I like that.
When free throws are awarded, 1 free throw worth 1, 2, or 3 points will be attempted. Standard NBA free throw rules apply in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter and during overtime. The NBA G League has used this rule since the 1920 season, 2019 to 2020 season to be specific, to improve the game flow. And I kind of like it.
I do too.
I'm intrigued to see how it works in the Summer League and to see what the players specifically say about it and the coaches. I want to see what their take is on it.
I think no free throws, no fouls. As a matter of fact, just let the kids play.
Lou Dort would be the highest paid player in the NBA if that was happening.
It would be so much easier to watch the end of NBA basketball games. And in fact, I know they will probably do the opposite. I only want to see 1 free throw in the last 2 or 3 minutes because when they foul, that just bogs the game down so bad. Like I said, I'm guessing they'll do the opposite of that, but still.
I'm intrigued. We'll see how it goes. But today is World Sports Journalist Day.
Oh!
World Sports Journalist Day. So the question of the day, we're going to expand because I know people are going to be like, well, media personalities aren't exactly journalists. I understand. I'm expanding the question of the day because I can. The question of the day is, who is your favorite sports media personality? 877-881-1053. You can go with the first name that pops in your mind. You can go your all-time favorite. Speak your mind.
Ooh.
Me.
Yeah, Corey.
Thank you.
Obviously, it's
Finally.
not Diana Rossini.
Oh, dude, come on. Is it Dane Brugler?
Ooh.
He's high up there.
Very good at what he does.
Like Dane Brugler.
Yeah, he's really good at what he does. For some reason, anytime Malika Andrews is on something, I'm like, it's going to be entertaining and interesting. I really like
it's going to be good.
Mike
I really like her
Tirico.
interviews.
I think Mike Tirico might be my answer then.
Dude, Tirico, when he hops on with Sean and RJ, is always one of my favorite interviews they do because he makes it sound like he's best friends with them anyway. But he has good relationships. He's good at the relationship part. But he's just a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
And he's very interesting to listen to. I think that's a really good one. This is a tough question because we got into this business because I got into it because I wanted to be Randy Galloway. I was like, that dude writes a column and he does entertaining radio. And so I was like, that's who I want to be like. Now, did I also kind of want to have all the jobs that Dale Hansen had? Yes. But did I want to be Dale Hansen?
You didn't have to be good at any of them either.
But then,
folks, what I don't understand is how did I get away with doing the exact same interview with Jerry for 30 years? That and how they let women on camera.
Oh, jeez, dude.
Look it up.
Then there's Kevin Harlan, who is just...
that's a good answer.
But is he a broadcaster, not a
So you
journalist?
need them to be like, ooh, okay.
And then, so I guess, then it kind of falls down to, is Dan Patrick still... Like, was he... When he was when he was doing the sports centers, I thought Dan Patrick was the best.
Right.
And I thoroughly loved his writing, and I loved what he did. I was never really a fan of Keith Olbermann as much as I was Dan Patrick. So,
man, what diverging paths they have taken in life as well.
I love this from the 817 Stuart Scott. Like, that dude was...
Booyah!
And that was one of my favorite jokes on the Dan Patrick show, was he would always be like, people still come up to me and they'll say, do booyah. And I'm like, that's not me. I don't do booyah.
Yeah, but it's so important to like, but you should.
Do booyah. And he's like, no, I don't do booyah. So yeah, I'm gonna land on Randy Galloway and Dan Patrick were the two that really stick with me.
I like that. And for me, growing up, it's funny, most of my media inspirations were not in the world of sports. It was later on, once I kind of started appreciating the art of what I was actually listening to, and I decided that's what I wanted to do for a living, I kind of started realizing, oh, there's a lot of people that are really, really, really good at this. There are a ton. Stuart Scott was probably the first one that I was like, because you just mentioned with a different person, the connections, the relationship side of it, just seeing the way that he went about business and treated other people, I thought was incredible.
That's a huge deal.
Yeah, and like nobody in the industry, even before he passed, had a single bad thing to say about him. Nobody. Like, everybody that has ever crossed paths with him are like, he gave me the time of day. He was the same guy that as soon as the red light went off, same exact person.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of modeled my just way of networking and communicating after him, because I wanted to be that one guy that everybody said, oh yeah, he's awesome. You know, like, let me connect you with him because that dude rules.
Yeah.
Kevin Harlan is probably my all-time favorite. His way of painting a picture, especially because a lot of people know him for his TV work. Whenever you get to listen to his radio calls of stuff, of especially big games, like playoff matchups and stuff, the way he can illustrate a picture for you without having it in front of your face, he is so good at giving you this vivid emotional experience where you feel like you're at the game because he is just injecting life into your veins. I think he's one of the best to ever do it.
Can I give you a weird combination for best and worst is Bill Simmons. Bill Simmons, when he was a writer, I just was like, you're the best freaking writer, especially when it comes to basketball stuff. And then they tried to turn him into a media personality, and I was like, you should not be in front of the camera.
As Colin Quinn once said about Kevin Costner, righty, no directy, no acty, righty.
Yeah.
And he said acty, no directy.
Yeah.
But and Bill Simmons was like, that's what I read all the time. I used to write a column that was I was like, I want to kind of sound like this. And then, you know, you have to find your own voice. You have to become you. But I kind of wanted it to have those same elements to it where there was just, it was sports and pop culture. And that's what Bill Simmons did so well. He navigated all of those areas. Another writer that I really enjoyed for a long time was Rob Mahoney. I don't know if y'all know who he is.
Not off.
He did a column called The Two-Man Game, and it was like basketball centric. I think he still does basketball stuff. But Rob Mahoney was a fantastic writer. He was kind of an offshoot of what Bill Simmons was, but I just thought he had his own voice too that really stuck.
Okay.
And I just went and looked him up, and he does a lot of pop culture, like TV show conversation and basketball now. So that's his two main veins.
See, from the 817, Al Michaels, their favorite sports media personality, 877-881-1053.
We met him. Remember when we met Al Michaels?
I do.
And Nobu?
Yes.
Nope.
Fancy.
Oh, okay. That's a different guy.
It's Marv Albert.
Let's see, he's gotten mentioned a lot lately. Marv Albert.
I mean, look, he forgot that he had to be on camera with his hair transplant one day and had to wear a nondescript hat when he was on with Larry King. Plus the biting and all the other stuff.
Okay.
Yes!
From the 214, Craig Way is amazing, does multiple sports, and he's good at all of it.
Just not at the reporting part.
Oh.
Remember when he's like, Nick Saban is 100% going to be Texas's next coach.
Yeah, well, that's why some people are very good at play-by-play.
Sure. He's great at play-by-play. He's an awful reporter.
He is also. People know I am a noted University of Texas hater, but I love listening to the radio broadcasts because he's just that good.
Yes.
Let's see, from the 469, Rich Eisen. I agree. I think he's a great storyteller, too. I'm glad that he's in the radio podcast format right now at this phase of his career because I could just listen to him tell stories all the time. He was just on Stephanie McMahon's podcast.
Oh, he
last
was?
week. Yes, and he was telling stories about his like upbringing in the world of broadcasting and stuff.
Oh.
And I'm like, this is the collaboration I never knew I needed. Why not?
Yes.
And hey, stop. I'm just going to keep reading text to keep Kevin.
Yes.
Scott Van Pelt. I'm sorry, did y'all say that already?
Yeah. SVP is a good one.
There've been times when I've really enjoyed like the thing he did on his dog. Did y'all see that whenever his dog passed away? It was freaking awesome. Like the whole conversation was phenomenal. I couldn't believe I cared as much about his dog after I was done with that. But I just always have loved him. And then somebody said Mike Bassick, and I get that.
Because he's famous.
Yeah.
Man, did you hear him yesterday?
Dude, it was brilliant. I know exactly what he said, too. He said, "You can't say funky 4 times and expect me to focus on sports."
It's like Candyman.
He said, "Funky Comadina, Tone Loc, look it up." And I was cracking up in my truck. This is vintage Mike Bassick right now.
But you got the sense that maybe Dave wasn't feeling all of that, right?
There are times, Kevin, where the Jared Sandlers and the Dave Raymonds are probably thinking to themselves, can we go this way?
Yeah.
Can we go down that avenue? And Mike's like, I'm on KNC again, guys. This is going to be awesome.
Salad Master.
Just wanted a reason to use that.
Like, isn't that the feeling is that sometimes Mike's like, no, it worked on KNC, trust me.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're not that. And
Walk with me.
He's like, just please.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
All right, guys. This is a story about.
Hey, I'll stop if you'll admit it's not a bad impersonation.
No, it's not bad. It's just it's dominating all conversation.
I'm done.
Guys, I'm going to tell you a story about a person that you're going to think is a different person, but hear me out. A former FGCU golfer and current PGA pro, Drew Pearson.
Oh.
But it's spelled Pierson, so it's not who you think. He was teeing up at the prestigious Ohio Open. And you know, especially in some more relaxed golf settings, you get the hecklers whenever you're at the tee box and whatnot trying to throw you off your game. This time, it was his 13-year-old daughter who was live tracking his results on her phone and texting her dad after every mistake he made on the course.
Oh, my goodness.
And he posted screenshots on Twitter at Drew Pearson 83 on Twitter X, whatever the hell you want to call it. His daughter Kennedy texting him in the middle of his round, quote, "Yo, lock in. You can't be getting bogeys on a par 3. And he replied, "Yo, having some trouble with the putter. Missed 3 putts 4 to 6 feet. Only bogeys of the day. I'll be okay. Gonna keep grinding." She responded, "Yo, learn how to read putts." In all caps, lock in. And then she followed up after another round and said, "Not bad. You got another bogey on a par 4. Bad, bad, bad." And then he said, "But it was 487 yards." And she said, "Okay, but still a bogey." And she was just ripping him the entire round. And then he said, "I just made a birdie on number 9." And she said, "Okay, good job." Like, just so condescending.
Even then.
And then she said, "Okay, one more and you'll be even again." Like, this is amazing.
Here's my suggestion to him. Put your phone away during your golf round.
That's a fair point.
What are you looking at your phone for, dude? You got stuff to do.
But the idea that the 13-year-old daughter is like, I'm just going to rip him every single time he messes up and see what he has to say in the middle of the Ohio Open.
He sends his phone across the water, just skips it. What's happened, dude? My daughter.
Now, Alec, I think this goes along with what you were saying earlier from the 817. What kind of dinosaur makes the worst broadcaster? Tyrannosaurus Rex Ryan. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Out of nowhere dunk, dude.
Coming up next.
He sucks.
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. The biggest charity challenge of all time is back. Next, right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
56 to work with here in the first half. Handoff. Chris Johnson! Johnson is gone! Chris Johnson takes it the distance. 76 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And, we talked at the beginning of the week about just the crushingly sad news that Chris Johnson has ALS. He went on, I believe it was Good Morning America. But something, I guess, potentially positive, I hope it ends up being a huge positive coming out of it, was he put forth the Ice Bucket Challenge to Marshawn Lynch, Pac-Man Jones, and Lendale White. And he said you could do that to help raise awareness and hopefully money for ALS research, or you can donate directly in honor of Chris Johnson to the research efforts at Massachusetts General Hospital. But I just got to thinking, I feel like, obviously that felt like the most effective fundraiser outside of J.J. Watt in the history of the world. But
he got mass appeal for sure.
And I feel like it got so many more people to know about ALS. Like, how many people do you know that, I probably was in this category, is like, oh yeah, Lou Gehrig disease, and that's kind of where my intense knowledge started and stopped with that. But I felt like a lot more people started to learn a lot about it.
Yeah, and a lot of times you don't learn about something until it affects you.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Like with Lucy's hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. That's what she was initially diagnosed with, and then she got ESS. I'll be honest, right now, I cannot exactly remember what that is.
Right.
But I know what it does. But I would have never known those things had I not been at the doctor and heard these things.
Yeah.
But with ALS, think about all the American Heart Association stuff. We know about those things because they're out there and in front of us. Susan G. Komen, breast cancer awareness. So I love that he's doing this and that he's using the platform and that he's getting the opportunity to use the platform for this. I hope they can find more research to help.
Agreed.
I do still have questions of what if the research shows that it's from football.
Oh, yeah.
Or what if the research shows this? Does it change your mind? And I don't know the answer to that question, but I would say, since it's so early in his life, he'd probably go, dadgum. But he also would probably look at the time that he had and go, I had a really good time because of the success I had in football.
Yeah, no, that's a very interesting question. Like you said, if the research proved it out, would it change players' desires? Would it change any fan viewership? I don't know if it would. But
I don't know.
I wonder if there are some people who are like, I just can't watch knowing what's going to happen. I don't know.
I mean, there are people like that with UFC, right?
For sure.
They won't even turn to UFC simply because of what they call the violence.
And I understand that. Now, let's talk some more about Matt Miller. Now, last week, we talked about what felt like just a really unfortunate situation for him, and he had to get his arm amputated. Now, I'm not still saying that's not unfortunate, because it definitely is, but his family's creation of the GoFundMe seems to have led to a whole lot of problems. Not the least of which is that it appears as though, at least upon initial information, he was at fault for causing the car accident. But it was the creation of the GoFundMe that had people come out of the woodwork saying, hey, yeah, but he's a scammer. With people saying that he set up fantasy football leagues or training, I guess, kind of like draft training classes and things along those lines, scouting lessons, if you will. And Awful Announcing put out a story about this a couple days ago. And they gave an update today. Since putting that story out, they have been contacted by more than 30 other people from fantasy football leagues or scouting lesson purchasers who have shared similar stories. And what it a lot of times boils down to this. Matt Miller would be like, hey, I'm going to do this fantasy football league. Would love it if you were a part of it. And then he either A, wasn't a part of it, or B, was barely a part of it. People didn't even know like when and where the draft would be. And then when the league came to an end, a whole lot of these people are accusing Matt Miller of not paying them. And multiple people, in addition to that, are saying they had to threaten to go to the press or legal action or copy ESPN and their PR team. And in some instances, they would only get a refund on their money and not
their winnings.
Exactly. In some cases, I'm not saying this happened in every league, but that is what the accusations are at a time when he now has more than $50,000 in the GoFundMe. People are like, bull crap. This dude should not get any of that money. He's been ripping people off for a long time. Now, whether or not that turns out to be true, there are accusations at this point, but there are a lot of them.
That's awful.
It really
is. And I hate to hear somebody that takes advantage of people that way.
For sure.
I mean, I also hate that somebody lost their arm.
Sure.
That's a brutal thing.
It's another warning about being careful when you drive.
Absolutely, for sure. On both sides.
For sure.
For everybody in your cars. Yeah, my son Carter the other day, Kevin, was asking about, do you think I'll be a good driver or not? And I was like, it depends on what kind of driver you decide to be. Like, you got to understand, most of the people are playing by the same rules.
Right.
We all sit down and take the class that tells you the rules. We also all make decisions on how much of those rules we want to follow and bend to our will.
Yeah.
And so you got to just decide what kind of person you're going to be there.
And that's it. That's a huge part of driving. To your point is, it's not necessarily how you're driving. It's also like keeping your mind and your eye on the people around you.
What are they doing
driving.
and why are they doing that, and what should I be doing in the defensive moment?
Yes. Agreed. All right. I feel like that might have been too much sadness. If I have a really crushingly sad story, would you like me to skip that for something not sad?
Yeah.
Okay. We talked about the worst. Which NFL team had the best off season? Now, I saw the grade for the Cowboys from ESPN, from Seth Walder, so we didn't really talk about it a whole lot because he gave them a C+. And I feel like that, from an almost objective standpoint, is too low compared to what everybody else thinks.
Kevin, I like this idea, but I'm going to say the Washington Capitals have the best offseason.
They bring back Ovi.
They want a one-year deal. We're going to get 900 more goals out of them this year.
Hey. Be the fake goal leader, all you
Dude,
like.
come on!
I'm just kidding.
He has a lot of goals.
He does.
Some of them were fake.
Yeah, no, he does have a lot of goals. I'm just kidding.
Well, congratulations to him. This offseason, dude, the Cowboys. Christian Parker, baby.
In your face, Seth.
What?
Well, he gave him a C+, like I said.
Dunk on him.
Do you think the Cowboys had the best offseason, though?
They had a really good offseason. The Raiders adding Mendoza, adding Kubiak was a pretty smart decision on their part. The Rams adding Myles Garrett was probably the biggest move of them all. I love the Jalen Waddle to Denver move. So, yeah, I'll say the Rams right now. Where are they at?
So, by the way, I'm looking down this list.
No, the Rams aren't on the list.
No, not for that. The Cowboys had the 24th best offseason, 25th best offseason per Seth Walder. 23rd was the Rams, which is...
They got Myles Garrett.
Confusing.
They just made their team better.
To me, he must think that Ty Simpson is the worst player that has ever existed.
Hold on, Kevin.
I'm not saying that.
This is Seth Walder.
Yeah, this is kind of a stupid list.
This list has... I'm looking at it right now.
That's why we didn't talk about it sooner.
They have the Miami Dolphins an A- because their biggest move was adding Malik Willis.
That's confusing.
I hate this list. I almost threw my computer, but it's a company computer.
The Miami Dolphins got an A- for third, Chargers A- for second, and the Philadelphia Eagles got an A, with their best move being trading A.J. Brown. And then all the way down at C+ was the Rams, and they got Myles Garrett.
Soft-ass offseason.
Man, it was.
If this is what we're doing there, then this was a pretty.
Because I feel like most people would be like the Rams had one of the best off seasons because they got the most impactful player.
Yes, absolutely.
And then the Cowboys at C+. I'm not saying that the Cowboys are going to win anything or do anything, but I feel like the Cowboys had an objectively above average off season, and he's got them 25th. Out of 32.
Yeah, but the Rams also traded for an All-Pro corner.
Yeah. 23rd on the list. Now, I'm going to reframe it. What if, forget everything I told you, and I said the Cowboys were only 2 spots below the Rams in terms of teams that had the best offseason?
Dude, that sounds great.
It does.
We could be a contender.
Yes. So now just ignore what those rankings were, and you could feel super positive about it.
Where are the Vikings at in Kyler Murray? What did they get?
No time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter, America Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your single favorite part about the 4th of July? We'll do it next right here on the
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now is apparently not time for my joke, and instead it is time
Don't do that.
for the combo platter. 877-881-1053 America edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your single favorite part of the 4th of July? 877-881-1053 Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube from the 480. Mexico is winning the World Cup this year. Oh, and the best part of 4th of July, they said, is watching all of the MLB teams and players with the custom hats.
That's a good text. That's a really good text right there, because I agree. I love the custom hats. I really do. And they do it, for St. Patty's Day, July 4th. Is it Memorial Day also?
I think so.
I think the MLB does a really good job of acknowledging those things.
Do you think during the World Series they should do like a Halloween hat? Probably not.
Mike just texted and said, "Get funky with this segment."
Yeah. I hope he was listening to our last segment then when we broke that down.
He also spelled my name wrong. How should I feel about that?
It's amazing he still knows your name at all.
Good point.
Or even a semblance of your name. From the 214, love you, Mike. Come on up. From the 214, the Rangers are going to win this division. And then as a Rangers season ticket holder, I get to go on the field and help unfurl the flag. Cool.
Okay, so I know we have a guest coming up here at 12:20.
We need to tell them we're going to be late.
They were talking about that this morning. If you're in first place, you can't sell.
I get it.
You agree?
No. With this specific team, I do not. But I understand.
I think the only
logic.
selling point to like your ownership and stuff like that on like, hey, we're going to sell whenever you're in first place in your division is we're not close enough to the rest of the league.
Yeah.
But you are still. Like you're still close enough to the rest of the league. Except for the Dodgers.
One of the really good teams we've had in the American League this year is the Yankees. They're in the midst of a 7-game losing streak.
Yeah. So this is a very weird place to be. I am in the mindset, and I told you this a while back, I don't think Chris Young is a sell guy. I think Chris Young is I'm here to compete. And if I'm not here to compete, What the hell am I here for? Get somebody else to rebuild this thing, but not me.
Man. Sorry, the Rangers are 4.5 games out of having the second best record in the American League.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And only a few games out of having the best record in all of baseball.
Right now, that would be 12.
Yeah. A few times 4
games.
A few times the 4.5 they're out of.
Okay.
See how I told you, Corey math will always make sense eventually. But yeah, I think that Chris Young is a buy guy. He's going to say, I'm going to purchase. I'm going to go get players. I'm not going to ever sell because my job is to try and win. I'll let somebody else come in here and take this job if you want to rebuild it.
Okay.
That's just where I think it is. And I don't think that this year is going to be any different. I think no matter what, at the deadline, we need to stop even considering these opportunities of selling off big pieces and big chunks of big pieces and say they're going to try and figure out ways to bring in better players.
I appreciate that. I think they're going to be limited in their ability to bring in those better players, hence my position of wanting to sell. But I understand why people would think that's foolish.
You're going to be ready to lose 1-0 or 2-3 or 2-1 in playoff games because we still can't. We're still scrapping out runs.
I mean, if you
we got great pitching,
and that's the thing about it. You have theoretically great pitching this year, but in practice, it has not been great. Whereas the offense has been better than how awful they were last year. Now this is a tricky one because they gave 2 opinions about the 4th of July. Do you think I should pick one or give out both?
Well, set the precedent. Don't let them appeal a red card if you've never done it before.
Good point. From the 817 Sports Opinion, the Rangers will win the division but get bounced in the first round, and then they'll blow it up in the offseason. And their favorite part of the 4th of July is drinking at the lake because you only get one.
Drinking at the lake is a blast.
All right. Corey, would you like to go?
You drink anything at the lake?
Water.
Not even lemonade? Lemonade's American, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but I feel like I have to be sitting on the porch if I'm drinking it, like rocking in the chair, which they do have those chairs
but
on
the lake.
porch.
You're just like, you just scoop up some water and...
Don't do that. And yes, I will also wear pants in the boat. If I'm not getting in the water, and I'm not, I'm going to wear pants.
Alec just broke my mind.
What's that?
Lemonade's Egyptian?
Yeah. It was created in Egypt in the 10th century.
In your face, Arnold Palmer. In the 10th century, man.
Yeah.
Good job.
How many centuries ago is that? Where are we at right now?
We are in the 21st century.
Fox.
So 1,100 years ago.
20th century Fox.
Are you ever amazed at how long it took to figure stuff out? Like, I get it. Maybe you didn't know lemonade. But sometimes you're like, yeah, they invented the wheel. And I'm like, well, sure. Why did that take so long? Or a fork. You're like, really? I'm not impressed. Lemonade, I am impressed by.
I will go next, Alec, if you're okay with that, now that you broke my mind about lemonade. I think Pochettino can come up with a plan.
Old Pokey.
Oh, nope. It's Poach. I think he can come up with a plan to defeat Belgium.
Hell yeah!
Despite our best goal scorer being red carded.
Yeah.
That's a tough thing to overcome, but you saw what they did last night. Again, I know Bosnia Herzegovina is not as talented as any other teams that we're going to be playing. They were the 31st ranked group out of this 32. I get that. But I think that he's one of those guys. He thinks differently. He has more influence over this thing than our coaches typically, I feel, have had. I always felt like coaches were kind of coaching scared of their job. And he's like, screw it, I'll get another job. I don't care. I love the influence he has in this thing.
And does he love singing Country Road?
He does.
The best?
He loves celebrating.
Most?
He can't wait to celebrate, is what I think. And he's just like, unfortunately, we have to go beat people in soccer in order to celebrate. Why can't we just always celebrate? But I think he's coaching free.
Okay.
And I think he's going to develop a plan because I think he knows the pulse of his players. And he's got the right players on this team to get us one round deeper into this thing.
Ooh, okay. I like it.
And I like all of the crazy USA shirts and tank tops and shorts and whatever.
Do you have a USA tank top?
I don't. I know I need to get a USA tank top, but I wasn't going to be doing Tank Top Tuesday close enough this year, so I went with the fan one. I do have an awesome FC Dallas shirt that has like hot dogs and grills on it and explosive fireworks, so I'm rocking that this weekend.
I mean, that sounds neat.
I need to get one of those.
I like that shirt.
I've always wanted one of those. Like
Patriots fought for your right to wear a USA tank top.
Tom Brady never fought for me. Not one time.
Not those Patriots.
Oh, okay, different Patriots.
The 1770s.
Oh, those Patriots. I've always wanted one of those tank tops that has like George Washington on an eagle, like with a rocket launcher or something. Like, or is it Abe Lincoln riding a bear? Like those things are awesome.
I've heard if you go to Kid Rock's house, you automatically get one of those.
It just appears on your body.
I don't know.
Once you walk in, it's like bling.
I don't know if that is factually accurate or not, but
My name is Kid.
from the 858 Kid Rock. From the 858 boys, it's our year. Super Bowl bound. Their favorite part of the 4th of July is getting absolutely sloshed by the pool with all of their buddies while trying to focus on fireworks before I pass out. Here's a PSA. Don't make a drunken firework decision that will continue with you the rest of your life. Like I assume these people were intoxicated or just really stupid, have a Roman candle war. One of them briefly caught on fire and stopped, dropped, and rolled. And then they said, all right, give me just a second before round 2. And then they started again. And I was like, dude, you caught on fire. Take the win, walk away. And I don't know what happened to that person after that. I imagine something
Baseball is American, right?
Damn right.
It wasn't invented in Egypt, was it, Alec?
Don't think so.
All right.
find a
if
way.
that's the case, then, because we've always said it's America's pastime.
Right.
So are Roman candles, obviously, as we say with the Romans. Do you think using a Roman candle as your pitching device and standing up there and hitting with a baseball bat as somebody shoots a Roman candle at you is a great opportunity for 4th of July?
I'm conflicted because on the one hand, that sounds awesome. On the other hand, I can definitely see how you're crowding the plate and you burn to death. I can definitely see how that could happen.
What, Alec?
I don't want to hear. I swear to God, if you're like, Amber Doubleday was actually Belgium, I might just go in there and kick the door.
This is just for Corey. While Egypt didn't invent modern baseball, ancient Egyptians played the earliest known bat and ball game in recorded history, as early as 2400 BCE.
All right, fine, Alec. We'll all play Walk Like an Egyptian on Saturday and be done with it.
It was called Seker Hamat, which literally translates to batting the ball.
Take me out to the Seker Hamad. Take me out with the lemonade.
Do not play Roman candle baseball. I just want, I want to tell y'all. I want to cover us real quick. Do not do that. I just saw it on a show once. I think it was the Detroiters.
I just assumed you did that
Detroiters
with your family. I don't know what that show is.
It's Tim Robinson. He did.
Okay.
It's him.
Chair Factory guy.
Yeah.
And that's why my statement was to start. Don't do anything that will stick with you the rest of your life. Now, from the 972, Brandon Ayuk is the biggest waste of talent ever. Ouch! And hot dogs and day baseball is the best part of 4th of July from the 972. The Cowboys win the East, and you love all the flags everywhere. I will tell you, I like people's creative house decorations. I think they are really, really neat. All right, Alec. Mr. Not America.
What?
What do you got?
All right, guys, sports opinion. This is going to be pretty concise. We need to stop hyping up technology.
Oh.
We really do, because VAR has ruined my life.
Oh, yeah.
It really has. I told Corey this morning, he was like, I still got chills from, the celebration after the game. I was like, no, I woke up still mad about the red card because it made 0 sense. And I feel like we always do this whenever new technology gets implemented into sports. We're like, oh, we are changing the game. We are advancing as a society. And then something happens to our team, and we're like, this is stupid. This is the dumbest thing ever, and that's what I'm doing right now. VAR is stupid. I think FIFA, they don't know what they're doing because the rule itself seems very subjective. Is there malice involved? The technology isn't going to tell you that. Watching the video happen, watching it happen in real time tells you that there was no malice on that play. But what did they do? They took a still shot of an ankle being stepped on, and they're like, nope! We've seen enough. He can't play again. He can't play the rest of this game. So I think we need to stop hyping up technology because it has ruined my soccer fandom.
Now I'm very worried about your favorite part of the 4th of July.
Obviously, it's the Nile.
The longest
river in Egypt.
Good point.
We've had too many conversations about rivers today. Actually, mine is a tradition that we do with my buddies. I told you guys the other day, next week I will have a wiffle ball story for you. It's because every 4th of July, we play a full 9-inning wiffle ball game at my buddy Carson's house. And we have this fake drama between the team captains every year to hype it up, to go into it so it's gritty. There's all kinds of emotion involved and lots of alcohol. And we go out there in the brutal heat and sun, and we play a full 9 innings. Last year, after 1 inning, our pitcher got pulled from the game, and they said, Medford, take the ball. I went 7 1/3 shutout innings after that.
Get some! Are you doing the whole thing on your glasses?
Oh, I'm planning on it. 100%. So I will have video footage of this. Hopefully I get to pitch again this year. But yeah, they put me in with the bases loaded with no outs. And I didn't give up a run in 7 1/3 innings. And then they said, you know what? You are sweating profusely. We're going to have a closer come in. And I was like, I want the ball. And they're like, no, you're going to pass out.
Oh.
So I was like, okay, that's a fair point. I am hot. So let's leave.
Now, for me, I would say my sports opinion is I'm assuming most Celtics fans are depressed today because of the return that they got for Jaylen Brown. And of course, my favorite part of 4th of July, as I've said many times, is the boat parade. I think it is so much fun out at the lake in Jacksonville, Texas. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We've got our Jeff Foxworthy ticket giveaway, and also former 12-year soccer pro turned broadcaster extraordinaire, and we believe fan of our show and station, Jamie Watson, next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And, today's Insider Calls are presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And we bring to you former 12-year soccer pro turned broadcaster extraordinaire, and we believe fan of our show and the station. It is Jamie Watson. Good afternoon, sir.
No believing. I'm a big fan of your show. You guys are the one and only that I listen to in town. So thank you so much for having me, man. Excited to talk about a big USA win last night.
And I do, first of all, thank you very much. That's awesome. And I do want to talk about that USA win. But before that, did you kind of think that England was going to England and they were going to lose to Congo so they didn't have to worry about the sadness of losing in the quarterfinals or the semifinals?
Preemptively saving some heartbreak close to the end. There was a moment, there was a long moment. So I got the pleasure of calling the game yesterday. I was inside Atlanta Stadium, and where our commentary booth was in and around the England fans. And because they were losing so late, I heard every range of emotion, all the different levels of anger and sadness and everything, including beer being spilt on me. First time that's ever happened while doing a commentary. And then the funny thing was, during the hydration break, England was losing 1-0. And over the loudspeaker, 68,000 people in the building. I would venture to say 65,000 of them were going for England. They put on, I think it was Sweet Carolina, like a sing-song type thing for everybody to sing along to. Except it was the worst case of reading the room I have ever seen. Not one person was interested in singing along while their team was 15 minutes away from one of the worst World Cup defeats ever and biggest upsets. So
no bop,
the tune changed. Yeah, exactly. There was none of that. It was the most mild celebration of Sweet Carolina I've ever heard. But then, of course, England get the 2 goals, they win, and then it was at full voice singing Wonderwall and Hey Jude and all the songs. So it was a roller coaster of emotion yesterday for England fans, that's for sure.
We all talk a lot about Messi and Haaland and Mbappe and faux superstar Cristiano Ronaldo. What do you think about Harry Kane and maybe why he does not necessarily seem to break into that upper stratosphere?
You just made such a good, astute comment the way you said that. We do think Messi, Ronaldo, Mbappe, but Harry Kane, of those 3, is the best pure finisher. And I know that sounds crazy to think because those 3 are the top 3, but Harry Kane, as far as scoring goals, is incredible. His goal he scored yesterday, to not only the first one where he actually starts behind the defender, he ends up in front of the defender. It's so smart, the movement. And then the second one, he gets the ball, and guys, he's running parallel to the end line and the goal. He never looks where the goal is, yet he's able to turn, wrap his foot around it, get so much pace on it, finds the top corner. It truly was a world-class goal, and I nearly lost my mind. I had to show some restraint because I fanboyed for about a half a second and then realized, get it together, there might be 50-some-odd million people listening to you around the world. So quickly got it sorted and tried to just articulate how good of a goal it was and how great of a finish it truly was in that situation.
I feel, Jamie, like when I watch Kane versus those other guys, he looks like a linebacker playing. Like it's not pretty, but you said it. He gets the job done. He just doesn't. There's not this like beautiful thing that happens, but he does physically move people around. He uses that size of his body to his advantage. It just doesn't. I guess it doesn't look as pretty, and that might be the reason we don't look at it the same.
That's a fair observation, and I think there is that element of like, oh, wow, this is like, how does he get it done when Messi can do it with a guile and drop a shoulder and send defenders to the ground with a little bit of a fake? Harry Kane's not necessarily that way, but his goal-scoring record is simply remarkable. And so England, they have a shot as long as Harry Kane plays well, but they're going to run into a tough Mexico team. But to be honest, we're getting to that point, fellas, where every team in the World Cup left is very good. Maybe 1 or 2 Cinderellas that are there, but it's pretty remarkable, man. And it's been a tournament where the stars have shown up, and this is going to be the most fun Golden Boot race. It could be a rematch of the World Cup final from 4 years ago. And I say this with all sincerity, not recency bias. This has been the most entertaining and enjoyable World Cup that I can remember in my lifetime.
It's been a blast. It's been an absolute blast. And you're right. Like, that's one of the things I've loved so much is I think I know so many of the stars, and they are showing up, but I recognize them. I'm connected to them in some way. And this U.S. team has now given us a slate full of stars to all connect to. And one of them we got really connected to. We're going to go ahead and dive into this. Balogun became, our love because of what he could do up front. And then last night, he did something up front, and then he got the red card, which only Zinedine Zidane had done in World Cup history. But can you kind of talk us through the VAR situation there? I haven't seen anybody that's agreed with it so far.
Yeah, so this is a really difficult one because I as a fan, as a former player, I look at this and I think it feels to me like it should not have been a red card for Florian Balogun, who's been arguably one of our most dynamic and prolific players going forward, scoring the important goals, got one yesterday. And the reason I say this, when you see the still shot of him landing and the guy's ankle is rolled and the full weight of Balogun's body is landing on the defender for Bosnia and Herzegovina, that still shot looks terrible. But then we need to kind of rewind it back and get lost in context of the fact that they both jumped. And if you look at the natural progression of where he's going to land, my question then would be, where else does his foot land as he's jumped? He's not made a motion to try to go towards the guy, to try to hurt the guy. It just looked really, really bad when you slowed it down, like a lot of things do when you slow it down in super slow motion. But in real time, it was just two players that jumped. And it's akin to like basketball players when they jump up and go for rebound and somebody lands on their foot and their ankle rolls. It was similar in nature to that. It was no intent, and I know intent doesn't necessarily matter when getting a red card, but it just felt like the referee didn't feel that was bad in the real time. I don't believe it should have gone back to a video review. And with the way that the rule process starts, probably by the letter of law a red card, but it didn't have that feel of common sense to it, which I think is why everybody's so frustrated today.
Now, as we're talking with Jamie Watson right here on 105.3 The Fan, that means that he will be out of the Belgium match. But then we also hear about like the disciplinary panel or whatever that could give an extended suspension. You don't see that being the case, right, if the United States were to advance to the quarterfinals, do you?
No, I think that common sense is going to prevail, that we're having this discussion of even should it have been a red card or not. So if there's anything more than that, that would be criminal to think that there's going to be more to it. The punishment is severe enough. The U.S. were able to get it done. What a gritty performance it was to down a player, to just roll up their sleeves, to work, to be able to do what it takes to get the result, and then ultimately score a ridiculous free kick as well, too. But I cannot see a world where this gets extended. And if it does, good luck. That's going to be quite a reaction in the way that I don't think anybody wants to see.
Now, when we talked to you before the World Cup started, you said, wait and see how the tournament plays out to kind of judge the 48-team format. Now, you said just a minute ago you feel like maybe this has been the best World Cup of your lifetime. How much of that, I get the star part of it, but how much of that do you think has been driven by the 48-team format?
I do believe that this was the right decision in the end, and maybe it just took a little bit of foreshadowing to see that from FIFA, but it's led to some incredible storylines where you're getting Cabo Verde in the tournament, and they're playing against Argentina. I thought it was David versus Goliath with Spain versus Cabo Verde in match day 1 when they were able to get the tie and get the result. Now you're taking on the greatest player of all time. Simply remarkable, but it's really shown that the level of talent around the world is not that big of a gap from the top to the bottom. There's still only a handful of teams that realistically have a shot at winning that, and I would say you count that on one hand, and that may even be too many. But the reality is the rest of the tournament still provides some incredible storylines and incredible opportunities for people. I don't think that this is changing. Not that there was ever speculation that there was. In fact, I could see it going ultimately, if the U.S. get it again back in 2038, I could see it going to 64 teams even to give more opportunities and have more games.
Now, my heart believes that the U.S. is one of the teams that can win. But when you said there's maybe a handful of teams, I'm looking at my hand right now, and I would find it hard to believe from a head perspective that the United States would be one of those 5.
No, they're not. And we should all just be enjoying it. I mean, look, this is going to be a big challenge against Belgium in the round of 16. Belgium just beat us 5-2 in late March. I don't think that Belgium is in the same form that they were then. And same with the U.S. I think Belgium has dipped down in their form. I think the U.S. has gotten better as the tournament has gone on, and especially in the last 4 weeks, which is really what you need. You just need to be peaking at the right time. So I do think that the U.S. men's national team are in a better spot, but I do think that we have to urge some caution that this is going to be the most difficult challenge that they've had, and they're going to have to do it without their star center forward. So this is far from a sure thing, and if the U.S. are able to get past Belgium in this round of 16, we truly are on house money, and we just need to enjoy the ride for as long as we possibly can.
And I will, because I'm still at this moment just thinking about Weston McKennie singing Country Roads at the top of his lungs to that crowd gives me chills. Like kind of explain that emotion, on the field, that emotion looking into that crowd too, but also that crowd standing up for that team for the entirety of playing a man short.
And there's no feeling like that. And it's just a moment where you just have pure adrenaline flowing through you. It's some of the best feelings and emotions that I have from when I played was doing similar things with fans afterwards. And you remember that more than a lot of things when you're playing, because it's just a connection with people. We all want to be a part of something that's bigger than ourselves. And same can be said for those players. They're a part of some really, really cool things. But this is something that truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these players. And they are enjoying every moment of it, as they should. And they're feeding off of that energy. And I truly believe that it's giving this group an extra boost that they may not have felt elsewhere in the world if this tournament was going on in a different part of the world. And so I think that could ultimately be the X factor that sees them get beyond Belgium. The fact that this is at home in Seattle, where it's going to be a crazy environment. But man, it's going to be difficult. And but what a cool moment that was, and just seeing all the connections. That's what this tournament truly has been about, guys. The connections both with the fans in the United States men's national team, but also of the other countries around in this tournament.
And that Tillman free kick, can you explain the level of difficulty and like what in that moment specifically what he did?
So the free kick goal, talking about that, was just a ridiculous bit of skill to be able to strike the ball with the precision to have it curl, but also then hit it with topspin. That's hours working on the training ground, perfecting your craft to then be able to step up when there's so much pressures and the eyes of the world are on you in that moment. I can't even begin to articulate just how much concentration, focus, skill, mental fortitude, and then ultimately just the precision to execute it, guys. It is one of the things that you do all the time, and it's difficult to do when you're in training by yourself after practice when there's hardly anybody around, but to do it on that stage truly is one of the special U.S. men's national team goals that we will be seeing for a very, very, very long time, and what an important, meaningful goal that was yesterday.
Talk with Jamie Watson right here on 105.3 The Fan, courtesy of Lowe's. Find what you need to get projects done from brands you trust. You'll love Lowe's. We help you save. Now, you've given some very reasonable commentary, but as somebody in the media, sometimes I like to just jump ahead, so I'll say two things. First of all, bring on Spain. And secondly, I know France is playing unbelievably well right now. You can make a really strong argument they are easily the favorite in this tournament. Does it not also look like they have a pretty easy road to the semifinals, or am I kind of dismissing Paraguay and then potentially Morocco?
Yeah, I mean, Paraguay, they're going to get by and they're going to brush aside easily. The U.S. did it, and there's a blueprint to doing that with Paraguay. They just held off for dear life and were able to get the penalty kicks and beat Germany in that lottery, right? So France are going to get by them. Morocco, it'll be a difficult challenge. I just think this France side is too good. It's easy for them because they are so good. It wouldn't be easy for other teams. It's absolutely ridiculous how deep this France squad is. They'll have a harder challenge than Argentina will, who have a very easy path based on rankings and the game being played on paper to the semifinals, where Brazil holds serve. You could get Argentina-Brazil semifinal. France have a little bit slightly more of a challenging path to get there, but I think they're just ultimately too much for everybody. But having said that, we've seen some crazy results in this tournament where underdogs have held their own and been able to, make it happen. So I still think when it's all said and done, France, regardless of how difficult their path is, I think they're still too good, and they're going to make it happen and be the ones ultimately meeting Argentina in the final for a rematch from last year.
After they get past the U.S. in the semifinals. I hear what you're saying.
You said it from your lips to God's ear, baby.
I hear what you're saying. I appreciate that.
Hey, Jamie, with what Pochettino has before him here, we've just loved the way he's thrown this thing out there. Can he just roll out the same thing with this group and just put Ricardo Pepi up there, or does this form look a little different?
It seems like he's going to do that based on what he's done, but I would prefer Haji Wright up front, but that's not my job to make those decisions. The ones that Pochettino are making have seemed to feel right. So I'll be just as interested as you will to see what he does with the number 9 and hopefully whoever it is, they step up and take this opportunity that presents itself.
Can you walk us through why that would be?
Well, I think Haji Wright's a better hold-up player. He can score goals. Pepe's going to drop back, but we're going to need somebody that really pushes the line and try to get him behind. Who's going to be able to finish off of crosses. I think Haji Wright's just a better pure finisher than Ricardo Pepi. Pepe's able to drop back and be a little bit better of a complete, well-rounded player, but we really need somebody pushing Belgium, trying to get him behind and let Pulisic create. That's where I think that needs to happen.
Man, excellent stuff as always, Jamie. And the France-U.S. semifinal would be here at AT&T Stadium.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on, as always. Thanks, guys.
See ya. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Today's Insider Call was presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. Look, there's some projection in there. You're a slight, tiny favorite against Belgium, so you could win that match. And that match against Spain, if you played Spain, you would be the underdog. But I'd love to see it.
You wanted to get to the semifinal, right? You were like, this is ultimately getting there is success for you.
If you get to the semifinal, I think it is an objectively, no question, unbelievable triumph. I think if you get to the quarterfinal, though, that's a hell of a deal, because that would be this year, 2002, and the very first one in 1930 would be the only times you were in that realm.
Yeah, and then yesterday you said if you didn't win this one, you just wasted your time.
Exactly.
They were like, well, we're not worried about that. They just showed us. They were like, we're not worried about that at all.
They wanted decisive fashion.
Yeah, they went out there and showed us. Now, I guess the question then is, Kevin, is this group and this now system that they have, because Pochettino, is it the 3-year deal? He hasn't even signed it, though. They just offered it to him.
But the thought is he's there through the 30 cycle.
So my question on that is, have they built something now that can replenish and continue this, so at the next World Cup, maybe it is more of a, oh, hold on, here they come, rather than this was a surprise tournament?
I still think... Oh, I hope people are not mad about this. I still think you need to beat Belgium to really hammer that home, because people are pumped and they're saying it's the first knockout stage win since you beat Mexico in 2002. And that's technically true, but remember, we backed everything up around. Mm-hmm. And so when you beat Mexico, that was in the round of 16. Otherwise, when do you always lose? The United States is well known in World Cup circles for they advance out of the group stage and they lose in the group of 16. Now the group of 16 is the second knockout match, but this is the place where you lose. If you can win and be in the quarters for the third time ever, and really kind of the second time, because the 1930 tournament was really weird, but really the second time ever, and you did it on your home soil, then I think that's naturally just going to build at every level.
You do, and
I really do.
I really think I'm interested in that too, because I think that because it's here and because it's so much more accessible than it's been for a lot of us, that I think right now you're seeing this young generation. There's a kid out there that's like, or maybe a teenager that's like, I'm about to become the next Balogun.
Yeah.
Or, I'm about to get a red card and a goal in the same game. Or maybe I want to replace Pulisic. I want to be just, I think that might be on its way, dude.
I mean, I hope that you're right. I'm just envisioning how many, maybe you're just already a really excellent club soccer player, or maybe you're a younger player, but you're going to these watch parties, or you're going to some of these matches, and all of a sudden your singular dream becomes, I'm going to be there for America when we're back in this position.
Yeah.
That is a very driving force for people. I realize you have to have the talent as well, but I think we got a shot. If you could beat Belgium, now you're moving into like landmark territory. You really, really are. We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and
let's give something away.
877-881-1053. That's just Corey, not even the mic. Caller number 10.
Now
we'll win a pair of tickets to go see Jeff Foxworthy at the Texas Trust Credit Union on Friday, July 10th. That's a week from Friday. These tickets are courtesy of AEG. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. And Alec, in the meantime, can you give me cut number 1, please? Because I want to go back to talking a little bit of baseball.
All right, the 2-2. And that ball hit high into the air, right field. That'll get the run in. Duran going back, the ball carrying well. He's at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Just over the 9-foot-high wall, there's a little flat surface area behind that wall. It bounces off of that and high up into the seats. For Fry, an opposite field 3-run home run. His second hit this year. We've been in scoring position, and he has given Cleveland an early 5-0 lead.
Now, your first place Texas Rangers unfortunately saw their 6-game winning streak come to an end last night. However, their last 3 series are all against sub-500 teams. They're all at home. You would love to see this team go at least 6-3 to close out going into the All-Star break. And to help today, the G-Bag Nation is going to be at Globe Life Field doing their show to make sure we get that extra little bump.
Yeah, we need a little extra G-Bag bump today.
Agreed.
They really need to do some work to make sure and ensure that this stadium's rocking.
I'm with you on that. Now, in the meantime,
ensure Globe Life.
I wanted to see if you would go along with me on some nonsense baseball talk.
You think I won't?
I think you will. We've wanted to do this segment for like 2 weeks.
Yes, we have.
Too much content. But July 14th at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, obviously in the motif of the 250th anniversary of America, some ideas to improve the All-Star game, from the somewhat more realistic to the absolute ridiculous. I want to see if you support any of these.
All right.
First, this is a no-brainer. Let the players wear their regular uniforms with like a special patch or something. Don't give me those stupid pajama uniforms that they've been trying to trot out.
They want uniformity. I know I just used the word in the definition kind of thing, but they want it to kind of look that way, and they want to sell something else.
I'd sell the jerseys with the patch.
Nobody's going to buy those.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Not enough people buy them.
Do you remember how much stuff we bought because it was gold?
Everybody wanted... Dude,
it was gold.
You're not lying.
And you had
I got
to
a hoodie.
have it.
I got a hat. I got 2 hats, actually. 3 hats, as a matter of fact. I bought 3 hats, Kevin. You got a good point. I just feel like, and I'd love to see the numbers, but MLB doesn't like to release those kinds of numbers for me.
True.
But I'd love to see the numbers on, did they sell, more Padres all-star hats or whatever, because they just look a little different.
Yeah.
And can they not do that and still sell them on their site? I think it's just the big display. I understand that. That's a good one. Can I offer one?
Please.
Every pitcher gets one button that they get to push that automatically erects in a bigger wall, so the home run can't go over.
That sounds expensive. I will look into the technology for that.
You think that would help?
I mean, I do, but also we know big baseball is trying to cry poverty, and that's why they need the salary cap. And so, I'm going to try to trick it up for you a little bit.
All right, okay.
You're looking for something a little bit more experimental.
Yeah. Put a hill out in center field kind of stuff.
Okay,
so stupid.
This is the best I can do for now. You can make it what some people will call a Kings League, or kind of Savannah Bananas-esque. Between innings, fans will vote on qualifiers in terms of who goes up to bat. You can give certain players mulligan at bats. You can say pitchers have to throw only fastballs for one hitter. You could change it to 2 strikes per batter for one inning. Would you be interested in, assuming I don't have the money to raise the wall and sometimes people are like, hey, you're going to build the wall and it's more expensive than you think and you have trouble finding the funding. So assuming we can't go with that, would you be interested in any of these ideas?
I would be interested in those. Okay. I have an idea.
Tell me.
So you get 2 different innings. These are 2 different innings. 1 inning, no foul lines. All right?
Oh, yes.
No foul lines. Another inning, a very narrow field of play. So
I like
it's
it.
2 very close foul lines that just go on the outside of the mound to center field.
Oh, man.
So you just you have to get the ball in there, and you only get 3 fouls.
Would your outfield play as like a stack? Like a line? Because they can't be outside the line. Okay, now that I'm in on.
You like no foul lines or the narrow field of play?
I like the
more?
narrow field better, but I see the appeal of both. All right, what about MLB All-Stars versus the Savannah Bananas? And maybe you alternate inning by inning, like more strategic rules versus, hey, my bat's on fire when I come up to the plate. Because they do weird stuff.
I do like that.
All right.
I know, though, that a lot of pros never want to be embarrassed. And the football players playing against flag football teams and losing, they were like, dang, that sucked.
All right, well, this might kill my next idea. A Legends home run derby. So you could get Pujols, Griffey, Tomey, Ortiz, give them 15 pitches apiece before the All-Star game as part of the home run derby extravaganza.
Yeah, man.
All right, what about real incentives for the players and the teams?
Okay.
All right. I know people hated it with the World Series, so I'm going to go in a different direction. What if players receive monetary bonuses that expand or they like compound? So the first time you're an All-Star, $100K. Next time, $200. Next time, $400. Then $800. Then $1.6 million. And then $3.2 million.
It doesn't.
We're also eliminating fan voting.
It doesn't entice me.
Okay.
But here's what I think it does. It entices the players to be more competitive. I do think there are going to be some players that are more competitive because of that. And that could entice me because I'm just there to watch the best at their competition.
What if the clubs on the winning side received a compensatory draft pick and international bonus pool money? Feels like the Players Association would support the bonus pool money.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, half the leagues.
So the owners and GMs would be like, I would like for you to compete. Hey, instead of 1 inning, maybe you can go. Okay. Look, man, I want these dudes competing. I don't want them just going out there and being like, I got to save myself for the season.
Okay.
I want to watch good baseball, bro.
You might not like this one at first, but
home run derby with metal bats.
Yes. Agreed.
Oh, what about we get 1 inning. Pitcher pitches from center field with a slingshot, a water balloon slingshot.
That sounds like you're in on my Savannah Bananas idea. All right, and then there's this. The All-Star break is no longer a game. It's a 3-day break. You make an All-Star designation, like an honorary thing, like the All-American team or whatever, cancel the game. But then once every 4 years, you take a 2-week break in the middle of the baseball season, and that's when you hold the World Baseball Classic.
I do like this. You said every 3 years?
4.
I'd like to shorten it to every 2.
Ooh, then will you compromise at 3?
No, I want 2. And here's why. Because, if you do this, there might be some guys that have all-star seasons. And I know the honor of it is cool and everything, but they want to compete too.
Sure.
I think they do. So, and there might be a dude that never gets to be in an all-star game again, and he, gets to go through the whole pageantry of it. He gets the honor of it, but doesn't get it. So I think the 2... It's tough, but we've loved the World Baseball Classic, and could that be a replacement? Could you just do something like that? I don't know.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's exactly
I love
what
this
I think.
idea.
And from the 214, they say they can't effing stand the Savannah Bananas. They're completely unnecessary and not needed. I think it's interesting that they said unnecessary and not needed, which is the exact same thing twice, which would therefore be an unnecessary phrasing on the second part.
Which is unneeded.
But to their point, I hear you. They're just insanely popular right now.
Just like the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yes.
Took over the world for a long time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the man who is always on the cusp of taking over the world. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, will this defense turn things around? Also, what would your flag say? Next on The Fan.
K&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And it is also here in about 27 minutes.
Oh.
I do believe we're doing Masterpiece of the Week.
This might be the last Masterpiece of the Week from what I heard.
Oh, no. Is it that
controversial?
Then we probably should wait till Friday to do it.
We're not going to be here tomorrow.
That's fine. Let them do it so they can get fired.
Jacob and Kevin Walker are going to hold it down.
Yeah, let them get fired, bro. If it's going to be that controversial,
let's take our chance.
All right.
Alec put in a lot of work, so
that's right.
I think he said he got most of everything from one segment this week.
Oh,
and it was
dear.
sounds that we made, or was that
a specific sound that's made often during a specific time?
Oh, during crosstalk. No, not the yes.
Okay, not Marv
Matter of fact, I think he's just going to turn your microphone off every time you do that.
Oh, no.
It's kind of getting to that point.
No!
Ted Wynn, we have a lot of respect for, correct?
I do like Ted Wynn a lot.
Alec, your thoughts on Ted Wynn?
Great sports journalist on World Sports Journalist Day.
He's a very learned individual.
And we are celebrating World Sports Journalist Day today.
Fact.
As a matter of fact, when I woke up this morning, that was my first thought was I better put on my sports journalism pants.
Okay.
I've often said that.
Have you?
You've not?
Yeah.
I have not.
You've never gotten ready for work, going to cover one of your sport games, and said, "Where are my sports journalism pants for today?"
I don't think so.
I challenge you.
By the way,
next week to put on your sports journalism pants.
Okay, I will do that, and I'll also give a shout out to Tolo Brennan. It's his 29th birthday tomorrow, and he wants to hear from us. You're not going to be here tomorrow.
That is against the rules.
Rules are made to be broken.
Nobody's ever actually believed that.
And you know I don't always.
Yeah, except for speeding. You're like, I'll speed, just not through a school zone.
That's true. Mm-hmm. Do not speed through a school zone or you might get street justiced.
Okay, hold on. I know I have something important I want to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Or do I? But
I mean, you do.
I do. But I still think Kevin's explanation of street justice is one of the funniest things in the world. And so, we were on the elevator once, and he was explaining street justice to me, and the people that were on the elevator just started cackling, laughing. So, Kevin, explain street justice.
Look, if you speed through an active school zone, I will keep track of your car, what it looks like, and what the license plate is. And as soon as I get out of the school zone, I will make it my mission to inconvenience you, most specifically by trying to get around you and either boxing you in or getting directly in front of you and slowing way the F down. And every time I finally accomplish that, I just go, boom, street justice.
This is the way.
This is the way.
I'm definitely one of those that in our school zone in front of our, like, we have one right at the mouth of our neighborhood, you know, like the big street that would go out to the bigger street. And there's a school zone like right there across the front of the school because Vines High School is right there on one of the main streets. And people speed through there all the time. And I will just start honking at them.
Yes.
And being like, dude, I'm trying to help you. More than anything, I'm trying to help you not get a ticket right now.
Oh, that is another thing. Sometimes if you see that dip ass did get pulled over, you can just look over at them and be like, ha! Street justice.
Street justice.
Even if you didn't employ it.
Mm-hmm. Don't shoot people because of that. How stupid is it to shoot a person because of street justice?
Yeah, they're stupid.
What are we doing, guys? All right, so Ted Wynn posted a piece that I really like. It's the 5 defenses poised to break out in 2026. And he kind of goes through each one and why they have, different, like they have, he says there's been a volatile year after year in the NFL defenses. Volatility's been there. And it's difficult for teams to maintain an elite unit. And that's something that Choppy stands by. He's like, year to year, defense is not going to look the same. But there are a couple of things that are like, that defense looks like it's going to be good again this year. I think like last season, Seattle went from good to elite. Jacksonville went from bad to top 10. So like there's a lot of them that made changes and made adjustments. He says Indianapolis is one of them. He says that the Carolina Panthers, adding a pretty good player on their team that we may have wanted, is going to be one of them as well. Devin Lloyd.
Yeah.
He
did want Devin Lloyd.
Also says the Chicago Bears, he believes, based on some numbers, that they're going to be there, and the Tennessee Titans as well, because Robert Saleh goes to be the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, and just wherever he goes, defense follows. But Kevin, and it's no in particular ranking order, except for it looks like it's kind of alphabetical in a way, he's got the Dallas Cowboys. And one of the top 5 teams that could make that jump this year. He said the defense will grow with first-year play caller Christian Parker. So he's going to grow as a defensive play caller as well. Like, this is his first year together in this year. They will learn from each other. But he also pointed out Fangio's his defense, where he learned under, but he has other curveballs that he's going to throw into it. He said he's going to put his own spin on this system. The foundation will come from that, and it started with getting Caleb Downs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I can't remember if it was you who brought it up, but have you heard anybody say anything like even somewhat concerning about Caleb Downs? This is like the most universally lauded thing the Cowboys have done in forever.
Mm-hmm. For this sort of defensive structure, he says, though, you must have a front capable of defending the run from a light box. And Kevin, we've talked about this at length. Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark are the keys to what the Cowboys' defensive front's going to be, because they can get pressure, but they're also very good run defenders in a 3-man defensive front. Their new edge linebacker, Rashawn Gary, you've asked questions about this. You've been interested in him. I think the most interesting thing about Gary is he seems like a guy who's looking to be a leader. Like he's looking for everything I've heard him say has been, I want to do these things. And I kind of got phased out of it in Green Bay, and I miss it, and I still want that in my life.
Right.
Whether he's capable, that's going to be a different story, because some guys want to and just aren't able to, but he wants that. But he said he's been an inconsistent pass rusher, but a strong run defender. So those 3 guys up in the front are expected to stop that in the early part of it. But he's looking for Jayshon Barham, depending on how he develops, to be a movable linebacker piece, that like a move piece at linebacker, that you can do what we always wanted Micah to do, but Micah was like gave up and became just an edge rusher.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing there. But he says the Cowboys are going to depend on youth. That's going to be tough. Malachi Lawrence provide them with that instant juice off the edge, and second year Siobhan Ravel to push Dron Bland. That's something I haven't heard. That's something that I'm like very interested in, because it feels like a lot of people have already phased Revel out.
Which I think is a mistake, because like Bland, realistically, this is the last year of his contract. Like I know it's not, but you can easily bail on this deal after this. So I don't think that is a crazy thought whatsoever.
So Ted Wynn agreeing with us yet again, Kevin. He said, look, they may
it's a
not
good place to be.
They may not jump into the top 10. But being 32 and DVOA, not good. He thinks that they can jump into the 16, somewhere between 16 and 20. And he said with that offense, that can put this team into legitimate playoff contender.
Is there, and this is probably a conversation for another day, so I apologize for that. Do you have any worry that you'll see like kind of what has happened with the Rangers, where it felt like their offense was just the absolute worst?
And it flips.
Yeah, and then it kind of gets like even mediocre, but then your top-notch pitching slides down a bit, and so it doesn't stand out as much. Like, are you worried even a little bit that the defense could get to average, but then the offense slides somewhat that you're like, oh, okay.
I'm not.
Okay, good.
And here's why. Because your offensive coordinator has already talked about this offseason evolving. Not just being like, we're throwing the same thing out there. As far as the pitching goes, you just got older, but you're still doing what you're doing, right? with this offense, you're not just getting older. You're saying we're going to change and add some things to it that make us an even more explosive team, and they can. And they had a whole offseason to study the defenses that they're throwing out there against them so that they can do something more effective against those defenses as well. I don't think the offense is going to slide that much. What I'm fascinated by is, can they fast forward to the end of the season and not be just 16-20 and be a top 10? Because right there at the very end, he says, legitimate playoff contender. I don't feel like anybody's satisfied with playoff contender. I don't.
Okay.
I think people are like,
they
you
need to be a contender in the playoff.
You need to be a championship game contender.
Okay.
Not just a Super Bowl contender, but an NFC championship game contender. And by being a top 10 offense, I think you put your Cowboys in that position.
Is it okay if I say I agree with that logic, but I'm not there? Like, I do not view this team as a championship game contender.
And again, right now I don't.
All right.
But what I'm saying is, can this team, that's my
sure.
Can they do that?
Sure.
I think they can be 16-20. But if they can go from that to that, if they can be a top 10 defensive team, that's a legitimate championship game contender for me. All right. Big story yesterday at the gym, Kevin. Everybody stopped down.
Your gym?
My gym.
Okay.
Bunch of old people.
Oh.
It's a rec center, so
okay.
I want to make sure I can use the equipment.
Is the rec center underrated?
It is sometimes.
Gym?
Yeah, there's some positive things there. A lot of basketball games going on.
Okay.
Other things. But Kevin, on all the TVs yesterday, there was an aerial shot of two people hanging from the Empire State Building.
Oh, yeah.
And I do believe that their sign, they climbed up to the top of this thing, and I think their sign says, when the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. Cool message. I appreciate that. I'm also very scared of heights in that manner, so
Agreed.
I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
I think they've done this before. They were immediately apprehended because that is illegal and charged with felony trespassing and all sorts of stuff. So kids, don't do that. But it did seem like a decent time because they're like, World Cup's here. Let's get the whole eyes of the world on us.
Yeah.
So smart on them to go ahead and do it. I think they did a proposal while they were up there too.
Oh, they did?
I think so.
Oh, I saw the sign or the flag, which I don't even remember what it said because everyone has corrupted it into a meme.
When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace.
Oh, and that's nice.
And that, Kevin, is where you're right. Lots of memes have been thrown out there. Like, relay splits don't matter.
Is that from Alec?
Astros suck.
Yep. Oh.
Queso over guac.
Oh, yeah.
Billy Bob loves Charlene. Do you know what that reference is? That's a John Deere Green song right there.
Oh, no.
He climbed up to the tower and wrote Billy Bob loves Charlene and John Deere Green. So we started asking the question.
Okay.
What would your flag say? 877-881-1053. Somebody says they're rich, stupid people from Netflix. So that's a thing, too.
Okay.
They are rich. Screw them, put them in jail. Oh, man. I didn't know that this was... All I'm saying is, what's your flag? If you were going to roll a flag out there...
Because did they get out of jail this morning or something?
Would you roll queso over guac?
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
What if I put up the sign, Tom Brady, please go see your son?
Oh, my gosh.
Is that... What? That's the whole point, is you can put whatever petty nonsense message you want in there. Actually, I guess what I really should say is KNC Masterpiece 10-2 on the Fan. Because maybe people will think we're jerks, but I bet that tune-in for at least a few days, woo, off the charts.
Somebody said they would just put Carry On there, I do believe. And they said relay splits do matter, so they're actually invested in that.
Oh.
Alec, your thoughts on relay splits?
They don't matter as long as you win the damn race. I don't care.
Go fast. Nope, I can't read that one. You know I can't read that. J-Met says single moms call Alec.
Oh,
stop.
You know what I would put on my sign?
Stop.
First 2 seasons of Better Call Saul are mediocre. We really need to stop this idea that he's afraid of tinfoil. He's a genius show. You're like, no.
I got a question, Kevin. Dez did catch it. We all know that. But did he fumble it out of the end zone? Have we ever considered this?
He was out at the 1.
Shut up, Aiden. You Packers.
was out at the 1 or 2.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make. I couldn't remember exactly how that went.
So we're fine.
The whole town said that he should have used red, but it looked good to Charlene. Oh, it's John Deere Green, Kevin, and that is the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
And I would just say from the 864 to the person who texted in that they would put up a G-bag flag.
Nice!
Be very careful you don't miss some of those letters. We're the KNC Masterpiece because they did. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next are these...
Chicken fajitas.
Oh, yeah, of course.
The full words.
Are these NFL teams going to be interesting in 2026? Plus, we're hearing... potentially an all-time great masterpiece of the week. Next, right here on The Fan.
or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Lawrence going to have to get rid of it, and caught! He's headed to the end zone! Touchdown, Jacksonville, Tim Patrick!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Are these NFL teams going to be interesting in 2026? And we'll have Masterpiece of the Week in just a few minutes. Now, you can define interesting however the heck you want, whether it's rookies that you want to see, new face or a face in a new place, whether you think they'll be good or maybe even just a train wreck. The Dolphins. Are the Dolphins going to be interesting to you in 2026? This is spawned off a list from Bleacher Report, and my answer to that is a big fat no.
I agree with you. They're trying to tank intentionally, correct?
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, and I know they have Malik Willis, and maybe somebody believes they have a plan for him. I just will not believe it until I see him be something better. So.
Sad news on the basketball front. Anthony Simons is signing with the 76ers. Did I get that correct?
Correct.
That was somebody who we had speculated in crosstalk just this morning could be a good fit for the Dallas Mavericks. So that is not happening. And all of a sudden, obviously, the Philadelphia 76ers are going to look quite a bit different than they did just last year, man. And that's the kind of person, like, I know he had kind of a down run when he got to Chicago, but I think it was the three-point shooting appeal for him that a lot of Mavericks fans were interested in. But apparently that's a no-go.
Which for Dawson would be a good thing, right?
Ooh, I thought he said 6'5".
Oh, did he? Oh, yeah, that's right. Everybody has to be 6'5". That's right.
So
6'5" point guard.
Maybe Dawson asked the G-Bag crew out at Globe Life Field to be like, "Are you glad about this?
Yeah,
too small."
Yeah.
All right.
Not tall enough for your team.
The Jacksonville Jaguars. Are the Jacksonville Jaguars going to be an interesting team this season?
Absolutely.
That's what I think too.
They did lose some talent, but they've invested in the idea that Liam Cohen can turn them around. They're like, look at what he just did with our record. Our record went from, was it 4-13 to 13-4? So like they flipped that thing real quick, and so they're like, just by that alone, his attention to detail, let's give him players he wants. We're still waiting on Trevor Lawrence to be the Trevor Lawrence we thought he would. It might not ever happen.
Sure.
But I do think they're an interesting team in a division that I think is winnable.
Safe to say the Rams would qualify as a yes?
Absolutely.
All right.
I mean, how much are we tracking what Myles Garrett's difference for that team is?
No, I think you're right about that. What about the Minnesota Vikings? You think the Minnesota Vikings are going to be an interesting team in 2026?
101,000%.
Is that Kyler Murray, largely Kyler Murray based, or not necessarily?
I still think Kyler Murray has something. I just hope that somebody can crack it open, and I think that Kevin O'Connell has proven that he can do that, except for with J.J. McCarthy. But J.J. McCarthy's injuries have been the reason he can't get a consistency thing for out there. So they're like, we just need somebody that we think we can work with a little bit here. But I'm very curious to see, because Kyler is one of those guys that will take off running and just create his own offense. Right. Can he play within this? And can O'Connell come up with something that works with Kyler Murray too?
What about the Atlanta Falcons? I think for me, the Falcons would be a pretty definitive no.
I was very interested in them. Penix didn't turn out to be as good as I thought he would.
Right.
Drake London's a stud. And Bijan Robinson's a stud. So they're still interesting. They're interesting. That division is up in the air.
Okay.
We don't know if the Panthers are good. We don't know if the Buccaneers are going to have Baker Mayfield, because he's a $90 million quarterback, I think. And then we don't know what the Saints are. So, yes, I think the Falcons are always going to make something interesting happen, but they are kind of in that boring plane of, do I really care about them because they don't affect us that much?
Yeah. What about the Raiders?
Raiders are very interesting.
If they had
like 3 games.
If they had not drafted Fernando Mendoza.
Very uninteresting.
Okay. Well, there you go. I think that is. I think that's fair. All right, I got 2 more for you.
And Real quick, with the Raiders running back, like Ashton Genty, I'm very interested in.
Sure.
But who's their receiver? Somebody texted in and said Jacoby Myers. He got traded. They have
Brock Bowers.
Jack Beck, Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor, and Brock Bowers. They have good tight end play. But as far as because Michael Mayer's pretty good too. But as far as receivers, I just don't. They need something there to be more of an exciting offense, other than Ashton Genty.
The Baltimore Ravens.
Always.
Okay. I agree with you on that.
As long as Lamar's the quarterback, they're an interesting team. Plus Jesse Minter, stud coach.
And then I think you could well disagree with me on this. I say no. The New York Football Giants.
I think Jackson Dart's interesting.
Okay.
And I think with the new head coach, he brings in a discipline and structure that has proven to be a winner before, and he's done it with more than just it. Like Lamar Jackson didn't make him that. He did it with Joe Flacco.
Right.
So he's proven that he can do that kind of thing, and I think that he can add that kind of discipline and structure in New York. It just might take a little more time, but he definitely is trying to create a mentality up there. And I think the Giants are just always going to be interesting because it's New York.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, this feels weird.
Buddy?
It's Thursday. I'm doing great, but it feels weird. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. Gonna revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and this week, very concerning things said.
There's some Thursday listeners that are going, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
I only listen on Thursdays.
Oh.
You know, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, this is going to be something for you.
Appointment listening then, huh? Yeah, I woke up this morning. I kept on thinking it was Friday. So I was like, oh, there's going to be no traffic on the road pre-holiday. Nope, I was wrong.
Dude, there was no traffic for me this morning.
Oh, good for
see,
you.
I had traffic
wonderful.
too, yeah.
I loved it.
This studio is in Narnia compared to some of our houses, Majors, okay? Jeez. Guys, this is going to be a roller coaster. This is going to be a roller coaster. There's a lot of people to pick on that are not here to defend themselves, and I think one of them might win.
Oh.
His name is Sean Sharif, but I'm not going to start with that one. There was an interesting crosstalk earlier this week that involved a lot of this.
Peggy. Oh, was that the moaning crosstalk?
Yes. So the question was, what is an unmoanable name? And so then everybody was kind of going through like some names, and Sean just decided to throw that out there.
And then Bobby decided to get me involved.
Oh, Alec.
Okay. See, that sounded like Bobby said that before.
Yeah,
you know,
and I don't like that.
Mine.
I don't like that.
Are you okay? Kevin, you look uncomfortable.
I am concerned.
You were in that segment.
I know.
You already heard the segment happen.
You'd be surprised. Unlike Mike, who's heard everything he's ever said, sometimes I'm in a segment and I didn't really catch what got said.
It only gets worse.
Did you not recognize our video guy?
Yeah, is his hair a different color and he shaved it off?
Yeah, he shaved his head.
All right. Looks good.
Austin.
Massachusetts.
No, it's not Massachusetts.
Not Boston. He said Austin.
That's from Road Trip.
Yeah. Have you watched Road Trip, Alec?
No, I haven't.
It needs to be watched, doesn't it?
That's an excellent movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Sounded kind of rude the way you said it, too.
I don't watch many things.
Very dismissive.
It's true.
I've literally am the most uncultured person when it comes to pop culture movies and TV shows. I'm just going to hit the space bar and hope for the best with this one, Sean.
He doesn't want to spit in, he'll just eat it.
Oh, my God.
Is that what happened to RJ's eye?
What? Somebody ate his eye?
Well,
is that what you're saying, Kevin?
I'm going to need you to reverse engineer that.
No, I'm not going to reverse engineer that.
Okay.
I'm trying to save you.
Oh,
and
man.
me.
It's too late.
You know, there's another one from Sean that's pushing the line that I'm going to save for
that's
just a
not
little
the bad one?
No, it's not.
Holy moly.
No, it's not. I'm going to save it for a little bit later because we do have more moaning.
Somebody said.
Ed.
It's true. Ed is not a really moanable name. The single syllable is going to get you, not the rhythm.
Because you have to hold on to the vowel too long.
Exactly.
Or what if you just held on to the?
You wanted to say the D. I know. He was. No, I'm going to argue for myself here because the name is Ed. You could see the process in Corey's head. He was going to say that, and he was like, ooh, better not.
Well,
and
yes?
I didn't. And guess what you did?
Well,
guess what you did, Corey?
I'm going to throw that on Chiafalo. That's gross.
It's hot. Let's see. I want to pick on Kevin because we haven't yet. There's one that scares me. There's two that scare me. There's really three. I'm just going to play this one.
Do they call you Daddy Alec?
It's the way it is the way that you said it.
Yeah.
There was no comma there either.
Needed some more confidence in that too. Yeah, that's fair. I accept.
But did you answer the question, Alec?
Oh yeah, do they?
Corey, this was sent to me by Bobby Belt this morning.
Oh,
and,
no.
You know, he often sends his own entries in, and I'm going to let you explain yourself.
Did you let Sean tear that thing up? Oh, yeah, that was from the other... What? Don't look at me like that, Aiden.
Sean tears it up.
We do need an Aiden cam, though, because people
really
need
do.
to see the facial expressions he gives us.
Need a producer cam
So here's
first.
what happened. Kevin has a folder. It's a pink folder. I don't know why the color of the folder matters, but we're just helping be descriptive, much like Eric Nadell. Would he say it's just a folder, or would he say it's a pink folder?
Yeah, you tell me which direction the tears are going
Exactly.
from left to right.
He'd have it all laid out. And so I asked if Kevin would allow Sean to destroy the folder.
Yeah.
If he bought him a new one. And Sean did not bring a new folder, so Kevin still has the pink folder.
It's true.
That's my explanation of what I just said there.
And Corey has a story to tell.
But we sat there for about an hour waiting for this ferry, Kevin, when we saw two ferries drive away and one ferry return.
Kevin has taken his headphones off and turned away from me.
Come on, man.
I don't know
what
why
are you doing?
I don't know why this is funny.
It just sounds stupid.
I'm ashamed of you. It's 2026.
Okay, you're right.
Stop.
I was explaining the situation to get from the island to Galveston. You have to take a ferry. And I explained that incorrectly because I said that those two ferries drove off. And one returned. In fact, Kevin, the ferries floated off.
Oh, man.
And returned.
What was that one show on Amazon with Cara Delevingne and Orlando Bloom?
I don't know.
Where she was a fairy and they had a relationship and stuff.
Oh, I never watched it.
Do you remember that?
I watched
Bill?
the first 15 minutes of it, and I was like, this looks like it's going to be awesome. And then I stopped watching it.
Oh.
Well, it got canceled after the first season. I believe. So
was it about ferries, though?
Yeah, it was.
The ones in Galveston?
No, not the ones in Galveston.
Which ones?
I don't. They were in some.
Did they make you laugh?
No, it wasn't a very funny show.
Oh, no.
Kevin has a proclamation to make.
Instead of fireworks, you're going to have a meat extravaganza. Thank you very much to Wild Fork.
That's right.
Dude, Sean did hook it up, by the way. And he also said, thanks for all the extra radio hours.
Yeah!
And then he also said, from the number one gift giver at the station.
Oh, man.
I'll be honest, dude. It's a good gift. Carnival Row.
Thank you.
And there are two seasons.
There are?
That's what that person said.
I have never seen the second season then.
I didn't even see the whole first season.
I know, you just said you saw 15 minutes of it.
Yeah, I want to watch the rest, though, now.
Do you?
I won't, but I want to.
Okay.
Corey has an announcement to make.
I don't know. I'm John Daniels.
Is it weird if I write down Corey as Queens Boulevard as my shorthand for that?
I am Queens Boulevard.
Oh, man. And then Corey had another observation.
And soccer is just basically land hockey with your feet.
Look.
What I loved so much yesterday about that was the Tolos just immediately jumped in on horse hockey and water hockey.
Yeah.
And like everybody just came up with all sorts of very fun hockey terms.
I think Eric Nadel is great at his job, but nothing quite matches the descriptive powers of Corey Majors.
I have two more, guys.
Just simplify things, you know?
I have two more, and both of these scare me equally. One is from Kevin Hagelin, one is from Sean Sharif. Which do you want to hear first?
I don't want to end with mine. The ender is usually the worst one.
All right, you asked for it. Kevin, you said this, and keep in mind, Aiden Butler is the one that told me about this. This was not my doing.
So early on, man, you're getting some African domination. That is at the World Cup, you jerks. Why are you trying to make it sound weird?
And then
Senegal almost had it.
Sean said this.
What is in there and why is it pink?
Well, you see, Sean.
No.
Okay.
I'm voting for myself. I don't usually do this. But y'all seem to think it was hilarious. I still don't understand why y'all thought it was funny, but I was trying to explain the system of navigating the waters from one island to another with the ferries. But we sat there for about an hour waiting for this ferry, Kevin, when we saw 2 ferries drive away and 1 ferry return.
Glad it worked out. I am also going to vote for Corey, but I'm going to vote for Corey saying that Sean tears it up.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, no.
Would you let Sean tear that thing up?
Ooh, this is
I was asking if you would let him. I didn't say he would.
Yeah.
But you know what? I guess I did kind of insinuate that.
Indeed.
Well, I'm going to vote for Sean.
He doesn't want to spit in, he'll just eat it.
Oh my gosh. The 214, I am laughing so hard I'm coughing.
So we have Sean with his version of Eat It. Corey, can Sean tear it up? And Corey talking about the inner workings of Galveston.
The 214, Sean has to win. So there you go. We'll just presume that's
we got to vote.
Mm-hmm.
What the Tolos vote? They're going to decide.
We did vote.
No, we got to let the people decide.
Tolos, you vote. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation live from Globe Life Field. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Team Ream, only man there, able to steer it to Adams, flicks it along Tillman. He's got Balogun making a run off him. Can he get around to that ball? To the deflection, Balogun scores! Flo Balogun, first to react to the deflection. He'll do the LeBron celebration. It's 1-0 U.S.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. They would go on to win that match 2-0. The United States will match up with Belgium in the round of 16 on Monday evening. USA a slight favorite for that match right now. We've got the G-Bag Nation live from Globe Life Field. We might just connect with them in a minute, but if you want to go out and see them prior to the start of that Tiger series and this 9-game homestand to run out the first half of the regular season, got a Rangers note for you. The Athletic put out their list, their predictions via Ken Rosenthal for All-Stars. Now, the bad news is no Ezekiel Duran, no Josh Young. He's at the top of the they're at the top of the notable omissions portion. However, the first reliever listed for the American League, Jacob Latz.
Nice.
So Ken Rosenthal believes that Jacob Latz will indeed be an all-star. Now, I know the concept of all three of them being named all-star would be phenomenal, and you have now moved into first place as you're still kind of just a little bit above 500, but you'd love to see Jacob Latz get to be an all-star, right?
Yes, and dude, what I love even more was yesterday when we talked to Skip, and we're asking him, hey, can you kind of explain why he's such an effective pitcher? He said exactly what we've been saying.
Right.
And that is, he pitches well. But on top of that, he was like, I love the line of, what am I even looking for? I have no clue what to sit on when I get up there.
Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We are rolling, Hagee, and you kind of just have the nosebleed seats today. As Gavin Dawson has begun his vacation, which I didn't find out until we just walked into the stadium today, and Eric said, hey, dude, you got the show sheet ready? Said, what? I thought Gavin was still in today. So on the fly, we have prepped that, and we also do not have Brian Broaddus, in which I have a question for you.
Yes, the nosebleeds.
Have you seen him? Did he come into the studio on accident? Is this like, here he is.
He just came up the elevator.
I was about to say, did you know he was
Brian
Broaddus?
With his rocking chair.
Yeah, it's been quite a cluster F, boys, but we've made it, and we're happy to be talking to you.
There's nothing I love more, Kevin, than Chaos Radio.
Indeed. So, you know what? Corey asked me this question before our show started, just to show like how invested we've all gotten, I think, in the World Cup. Do you think you would be in a worse mood, maybe a decidedly worse mood today, if the United States had lost last night?
Oh, hell yeah. That would have been an embarrassing defeat. In fact, we were out there at Sidecar Social with Will Chambers, and Will was asking Eric and I, because the U.S. was so favored, like, would this be an all-time sports loss? When you talk about your team that you're rooting for, you're expecting to win, and then you lose to a team like Bosnia, Herzegovina. And it would have been yes.
Eric?
Yeah, that would have sucked, especially if it had to do with the crap red card that went down, having goals taken away from you for crap, cheap, offside penalties, like that stuff right there. And I know I'm just dive bombing into soccer right now as a casual viewer, but some of that stuff is really freaking annoying. Like the idea that I have to wait a good 5 seconds after a goal is scored to make sure that it actually counts. Like if I had to hold my breath after every touchdown that was scored in the NFL, I'd be annoyed. I'd be sick to my stomach every time where it's like feels like it's a coin flip. They're actually probably going to take this touchdown away from you right now.
Yeah, how would you guys feel, though, if it was an American player getting his ankle stepped on?
Yeah, I get that, and
if that was played, I'd be like,
if that was Christian Pulisic, and it was a foul, it was a hard foul, and boot to ankle, and all kinds of problems like that. To be honest with you, I felt like it was a red card. I did, with the way that he went at the ankle. Maybe not the intent, but you've got to protect these players, especially the players from, your star players and stuff like that. You have to protect them in these matches, and the intent is always not there, but it was a clumsy challenge, and the fact that he got the boot to the ankle, I think says why they gave him the red card.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. And, when we were talking earlier, I was learning a little bit more. I really did think there had to be some sort of seemingly malicious intent, but people were like, no,
it's just a clumsy challenge. Yeah, it really was.
Yeah. Well, they won. Next up, Belgium. If you can win that, potentially Spain, and then maybe the semifinals against France at AT&T Stadium. But you guys are at a different stadium today. Where are you at, and what do we got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, Aggie, thank you so much for asking. We are here at the Comerica Backyard at the Globe. It is Corey Seager hitting bobblehead night. And as Eric said, what a better time to be giving away Corey Seager's bobblehead. But you can go ahead and get that tonight. Come on out. This is going to be a badass evening, of course, setting up 4th of July weekend. And at 3 o'clock, we will talk Stars hockey with our friend Leah Simakopoulos of the Morning News.
She is very plugged in.
Yes,
excellent hit right there. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Globe Live Field. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come on back to this very time slot tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sing Country Roads, Kevin.
Country Roads.
P&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Basking in the glory of a USA victory here, hour number one of the G-Bag Nation live from the Comerica backyard here at the Globe as we get you set for Rangers Tigers. It's an Evo day. Nathan Eovaldi getting the ball against an old foe, former Houston Astro Framber Valdez, the hard-throwing lefty, will be your matchup tonight. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. I got my nosebleed brother Eric Chiafalo and Lucius Alexander back in master control in studio. And then Austin Nix coordinating our video. Appreciate everybody rolling with us as we get you set for 4th of July weekend here, 877-881-1053. The number to join the conversation. And you got the people going during cross with that red card conversation.
Sure.
Pochettino saying, Brian, you're a schmuck for this. I've seen this play over and over again.
Sure.
There was no ill intent. That's a yellow. In no way is that a red. But now Balogun, he is not going to be available for Team USA since he gets that red as they take on Belgium.
No, there is also people, soccer pundits as well, that have also said it. Just exactly what I did. Clumsy challenge.
It was a clumsy challenge.
And when you take boot to ankle, that's very, very simple for them to do. That's a very simple call for them to make. We're all upset because it's one of our better players. But, you can't, at that point in time in the match, you can't go in there and be lazy with your challenge. And he was. And it resulted in a boot to the ankle, and it looked bad. I mean, that could have very well been a broken ankle right there. We've seen earlier in this tournament where a player broke his leg on a challenge, and sent off with red card. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And you could talk about intent and all those things, but it's just like in hockey when you have to have control over your stick. You can't be waving your stick around and hitting people in the face. You draw blood, you go off for more penalty time. So yeah, it's just a matter of it doesn't matter to me the intent. It's how it is. And we'd feel terrible if that was an American player that had that happen to him. We'd be like, geez, he broke Pulisic's ankle there. What it hurt him? This kind of thing. So I'm this is not one of those things. It's part of the game kind of a thing. To me, it's very clear. You take your cleats and you run them into somebody like that, you're going to get a call that's going to result in a red card. And that's what happened after that's just not an official's call. They go to the VAR
and they look at
it. And it's like, hey, well, listen, this is how it's called and this is the result.
I just think he's got to have a place to be able to land.
Yeah.
He's got to be able to land. And I get it being some level of a penalty because of what ensued with him stomping on this guy's ankle.
Yeah.
But I think the unintentional nature of it and just with how heavy-handed the red card is, you're
very
not
punitive.
just out of this game.
Very punitive,
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Now, credit to USA for losing one of their best players.
Played 30 minutes without
10.
Played 30 minutes without
especially with 10 minutes of stoppage time.
Yeah.
And still having a great run offensively with some really good opportunities. Pulisic gets his taken away, but then Tillman with an all-time American moment with the bloody sock, getting it done. That was pretty dang special.
Such a gorgeous shot.
The way they bounced back from that was awesome.
What we've learned too on set pieces is now how creative that these teams could be, where you put two in front of the wall and really now you're really blocking the goalie's vision and stuff like that. But the placement of that shot, that's something that's done hours and hours of practice right there. And what a really a shining moment for the U.S. team. And you mentioned, I think the most important thing, there's been times in World Cups, and I'm much, much older than you guys. So I was at the 94 one at the Cotton Bowl, and then didn't get to see America play an actual game at the Cotton Bowl, but saw World Cup, saw West Germany at the time, one of the better teams in the world play. And so what great soccer looks like that. And you're like, boy, we're so far away from it. But how many times have we seen a U.S. team just fold?
Yeah.
Just flat fold.
For sure.
Trinidad, Tobago, Ghana, all these places where, that they should have been the better team or should have had a better result and just flat folded. And, last night or yesterday afternoon, just not the case at all.
Yeah, Balogun, 5th American to receive a red card at a World Cup, and is the first player from any country to score and then receive a red card in the same knockout game since France's Zinedine Zidane in the 2006 final. That was the headbutt.
Absolutely, the headbutt.
Big time there. Ended up being the coach, and now I think he might, I'm not sure if he's coaching anymore. He might just be broadcasting out, but a hell of a victory for Team USA. Now Monday night, and I'll be hosting the watch party at Cosm, 7 o'clock, taking on Belgium, and Belgium was lucky. I mean, we were watching that during the show yesterday. Yeah. They come back, they're down 2-0. They score in the 85th minute, and then they end up similar fashion. They get a penalty kick in the box, a red card deemed there with Senegal, and they're able to get a win 3-2 to advance. And I think the last time these two played in a friendly,
5-3,
Belgium beat the crap out of the United States.
Did.
Now the first 25 minutes, Team USA looked really good, but this is a different United States version. But without Balogun, that is going to be really tough. You could tell just the difference that he makes. I mean, the dude could have had 3 goals.
Yes.
And then unfortunately he gets called off with the red card. But a lot, I think you go back to, there was a play with Messi earlier in the World Cup. I know people are texting about, and his spikes were up. I guess the consistency here, but the United States is going to have to figure out a way to win without him.
I mean, how many NFL games have we watched? A sport that we know backwards and forwards.
Sure.
And so, soccer, we're all, I'm going to say this, and, our country has embraced soccer, but not like we've embraced the NFL. When we're watching, when we're watching, we could tell when, like, okay, that's not right. Now, soccer, it's a little bit, well, okay, but how many times have we watched NFL games where we've seen calls from week to week where it's like, well, last week that was called. Last week that was called.
No consistency.
There's no consistency. So, and unfortunately, that's the thing with having humans involved with the officiating. You're going to get inconsistency, and even when they try to go to the VAR, maybe that doesn't tell the full story either.
Spain and Austria are playing right now. That one is scoreless. As they're in the 8th minute, we'll keep you updated on what's going on. I think tomorrow, next door at AT&T or Dallas Stadium for the World Cup, it'll be Australia and Egypt. So that'll be a fun match tomorrow here locally on July the 3rd as we go into
Australia?
Australia and Egypt. It'll be the matchup tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Yep. And how about the Stars? They made a move, and I'm actually pretty excited about this one. They bring back Yoel Kiviranta, 1-year deal, the native Finn, who has spent the last 3 years with Colorado. Last year, not the best year for Kiviranta, was banged up, in and out of the lineup. The year before, had himself a career season, but that is a very cheap, affordable type of deal for Jim Neal. That's how you fill out this roster. You needed another wing. He's going to be on the line with Artu Huru. I loved what Yoel Kiviranta did. I think it was in the bubble when the Stars went to the Cup final. He had a big-time goal against Colorado. Might have had a hat trick, to get the Stars to move on and advance there to the conference final. So Yoel Kiviranta at 30 years old, Jim Neal doing the best he can, trying to keep this thing afloat. We'll talk with Leah Simakopoulos at 3 o'clock, see if she's got any more information on what the Stars might do, and Jason Robertson. But we had positive momentum, Eric, that the Mavs were going to go after Anthony Simons, and then all of a sudden we're driving in, I hear KNC like, oh, that dude's signing with the Sixers.
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen, and he will not be a Dallas Maverick.
Yeah, that's a little disappointing. I got perked up and excited when I saw Mark Stein reporting that earlier today, that the Mavericks were in on Anthony Simons, who is a guy that is still pretty dang young, and he's had a consistent career of just kind of being a bucket getter, being a shot creator, being a guy that can shoot the 3 ball at like a 38% clip throughout his career. Another guy that can handle the ball for you a little bit. I would imagine him being a guy that comes off the bench and just gives you a spark offensively. So I would have really liked that signing there, but I guess Filthy now is becoming a bit of a destination for these guys.
Yeah, and there was another report today. Look out for LeBron. Hey, could LeBron possibly end up joining the Sixers, which would be, I mean, that would be very Philadelphia, to where something would happen. They can't have nice things, especially the Sixers, and this would just fall apart miserably in their face, which still might end up happening.
Well, we can't forget, what was that a couple of years ago when Jaylen Brown was caught with the lip readers sitting next to his girlfriend courtside at a summer league game
with the
and
Bronny
he was
stuff.
kind of dunking on Bronny a little bit. Like, I don't think he's a real pro or something like that.
And I didn't realize the beef between him and Embiid. And he's called Embiid a flopper.
Yes. Like, he's ruined the sport with the flopping. Like, that's going to be an interesting dynamic right there. You thought the Tatum and Brown dynamic was a little weird with some friction. How does Joel Embiid welcome in Jaylen Brown, who's been streaming about how he's ruined the game with his flopping?
Man, I apologize to the 4-3-2. Please don't act like y'all know soccer, especially Brian. I knew I wasn't going to be able to hear y'all soccer talk today. It's the World Cup, dude. We're doing the best we can. We watched the match, all right? What do you want? I'm sorry. We can't talk soccer the entire year because most of the texts are going to be like, shut up, we don't want to hear about it. Now the entire country is galvanized and coming around.
What's the number on that? What's the
4-3-2?
I'd like to please text in your credentials for being a soccer expert. I'd like to know 4-3-2 what your and please be truthful. Don't tell me like, oh, I'm a coach on the college level and all the ball.
I'm an FC Dallas season ticket holder.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, so is my father-in-law.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on.
Soccer expert 4-3-2.
Jeez, we're come on. We're watching here. Yeah. We're embraced. Team USA gets the win. We're not coaches like Dawson. This is when we needed Dawson. What the hell is he doing? Taking vacation today after Team USA wins and advances to the round of 16? What in the hell? But it's a great day. First time since 2002 that happened.
And we're happy for him, right? Gets
we're
to
happy
spend time with his family for America's 250.
Did he end up driving or flying?
No, he flew. I think his daughter convinced him that the road trip was such a nightmare to have to go from here to Bend, Oregon.
He probably made the right decision.
In a car. Yeah. Not what you want to do.
Yeah, he probably made the right call.
You bite that bullet, and you hop on a bird, and you get there in a couple hours.
Gosh, I've been learning this the hard way, but when, baby girl says, Dad, we're not driving, we're flying.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not going to say no to her.
No.
My daughter has done the whole. I don't know where she's learned this from, but she's got the lower lip, like the puppy dog face.
Mm-hmm.
She's working it.
Oh, she's poking out like the lower
and
lip.
starts the fake cry.
Oh yeah,
and it's definitely a fake cry because I'll immediately she snaps out of it, starts smiling.
You can only.
It's diabolical.
You have to look in the mirror, bro.
Diabolical.
All of your years doing musical theater. It's in her DNA. It's in her blood.
It's crazy. I don't know where I guess
thespian.
Maybe she got this from me.
She did.
It's terrifying. It really is. I'm like, I am screwed for the rest of my life. I don't know where she's got this, but she's got me wrapped around her finger.
Seasons and
I
phases.
Can't say no.
Seasons and phases. She'll stop the fake crying.
I got to put my foot down and say. And there are times where I'm like, Eliza, get over it. You're fine.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah.
All right.
Play on.
Well, then there's other times where I'm like, gosh, dang it, I just can't be mad at you.
Yeah.
And what is it that you wanted? You wanted a fire truck, right? Let's get in the car and let's go get you a fire truck.
Let's go get that fire truck.
Now the fire truck's your favorite toy, and she's saying, "Daddy bought it for me."
She'll play with that for about 10 days, and then it won't be the favorite
move on
toy.
to something else.
You'll end up stepping on it and maybe hurting your ankle.
Yeah,
she's going to want a real one at some point. You're going to have to go negotiate with the firefighters down the street to try and work a deal to have a real fire truck at your house. That's what's in store for you.
Yeah, it's bad.
Mesmerized by the text over there, Wolchek. I can see you intently.
Yeah, the 469 said have the 432 call in like Fred and Blake did yesterday. I was listening to this call in on the way home. Yeah, you should 432. Why don't you call and give us your credentials?
Yeah, this is
Zidane is how you say his name. I mean, I don't know how I'm pronouncing Zidane wrong, but that's how it.
It's not Zidane.
That's how it's said. It's Zidane.
The 432 would be the Permian Basin of West Texas. So
it's hardworking people.
Hardworking people that know about oil and gas and things like that, We'll see if they know about soccer.
Yeah, tell Brody to shut the bleep up. He don't even read the fan text from the 972.
I don't read the fan text because a lot of you aren't worth reading. How about that?
There we go.
Wow. Be better authors. Be better writers.
And then
storytellers.
That guy's an idiot. Y'all keep doing what you do from the 940, and we love you.
Listen, we all act like experts. We all do. We all act like we're experts at, there's certain sports.
I don't know about you guys. I feel like we are experts.
There's certain sports, though, that, you feel like you do a great job with hockey. I mean, you are an authority on hockey.
I appreciate that, Broadus.
No, you do a good job.
Oh, you were talking to Wolchuk.
You're really good at basketball.
Basketball's your forte.
You're really good in basketball.
Well, there's just a common sense factor when you watch something and you're just like, that feels too punitive here.
Right.
With the way that this all the way this all unfolded, or with the offside stuff. Like that's an opinion that I have, that I think it is one of the dumbest rules in sports anywhere around the world.
Do you feel
that
it's a
I
dumb
can
rule?
get goals taken away because I was 6 inches in front of the guy?
Well,
it's like I'm not allowed to get behind the defense. Hey, George Pickens, when you run down the field, make sure that you don't get behind the defender, because now all of a sudden that's going to be too cheap. You outworked him. I understand a cherry picking thing where it's just super egregious, but it doesn't need to be hair splitting when you're watching 90 minutes of a sport and you get a total of like 3 or 4 moments where it's really exciting, and 50% of those get taken from you because the guy was 3 inches ahead of the other guy.
Right.
It's just stupid. It's just not fun.
Now, there was a time when we didn't have VAR and things like that. So, it was a little bit more free flowing there. There's a lot of things different about this sport now. The breaks.
The
hydration breaks.
Which are not. I think they've been a negative. It's good for money.
Listen, I can't tell you, and I have watched a lot of soccer matches. I can't tell you the last time I saw 10 minutes added to a game. I can't tell you the last time I saw where, and I've watched the EPL matches, the Bundesliga. I watched matches all around the world. It's very rare that you see them add double digits when it comes to injury time or extra time.
Fans that want to try and bogart the sport,
gatekeep a little bit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
We talk about the Stars
and
fans.
it happens in hockey too.
Yeah.
It's like this is a great time for people that aren't really soccer fans to love the great game and to join in. And you should embrace that. And the fact that we're talking about it is a glorious thing, because we don't get to do it often. And when we try
60 seconds on soccer.
Exactly. And even when we do the 60 seconds on soccer, the text lights up like, oh my gosh, tune out, turn it off, leave it off. People don't care. They're starting to come around. And that should be a positive. And we should all unite for that. All right. For crying out loud, it's America's birthday on Saturday. Go USA. Get the spirit. All right. We got G-Bag of the Day coming up next. And then our top 10 in honor of America. The top 10 greatest sports moments in United States history. That's next in the nation.
You have an opportunity at a great moment this week. Oh, what a wonderful time it is here with the G-Bag Nation in the Comerica backyard of Globe Life Field as we prep our bodies for the 4th of July. Baseball, USA Soccer, training camp, Cowboys around the corner. Life is good right now, ladies and gentlemen. 877-881-1053 segment in the nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. We have the Wooly Bully Top 10 list. We do have the G-Bag of the Day champion, but I believe that is a Brian Broaddus index finger being held up into the sky.
I miss the beanbag chair.
Yeah.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. But,
maybe we could get DJ to pack it with the rest of the engineering gear when we come up here to the
I don't want to ask him to do that, but you know what? I bring my own chair because, I feel comfortable in this chair. But, man, I miss the beanbag chair. Like, between before segments, between segments, I like to be able to kind of sit there and read a little bit what's happening in the world.
Maybe that's the one missing ingredient here at the Comerica backyard. Let's just get a Rangers beanbag up here.
That'd be kind of cool if they had giant red and blue beanbag chairs just kind of laying around all over the place.
I think it would look great. I think it would. All right, we have a Friday staple coming up here in 20 minutes. Biggest L, biggest dub, the rare Thursday that feels like a Friday, so we're going to crank that out here in a few minutes. Would love to hear from you, 877-881-1053 before we get to the top 10 list. Back into the Pimp Cup we go for the champ.
Appreciate it, fellas. Thank you. Hope we're having a fantastic Thursday. Yeah, thank you, and everything. Going for 2 today at 5:30. Stick around for that or come back. Doesn't matter, baby. Keep toeing through it, though. I've got some John Blaze for you. I've got some John Blaze for you. I'm not going to pull your leg either. It's hot. Right. It's hot. Our winner is from the unhinged and sadistic mind of Bobby Belt from the morning show here on The Fan, the RJ and Choppy Show. It is A.I. Dawson. If you're not familiar, our QB here in the G-Bag Nation, Gavin Dawson, who dipped yesterday, really didn't come back.
Yeah.
Straight up dipped early.
No, he didn't
say bye and he's out of there, fam.
Adios.
What? I tell you what.
See you later.
My man was counting them. He was counting those minutes. He was counting the clock for sure. He could switch from one conversation about puppies to another conversation about murder with reckless abandon. So Bobby had a fake Gavin Dawson showcase skills about Gavin Dawson's diabolical transitional skills.
I mean, I think we've all just watched in horror about these riots, the last couple days in Charlottesville. But again, that's nothing compared to the riots, of course, that Cowboys fans are having right now after Ezekiel Elliott was suspended for 6 games yesterday by Roger Goodell. Stephen Hawking was just this larger-than-life figure, not only in science, but in classrooms, lecture halls, and even pop culture for several decades, and he will be missed. Salute. All right, Nation. Speaking of ALS, alls the Mavs needed last night was 13 from Dirk Nowitzki. They beat the Knicks 110-97. I just think we were all stunned yesterday, when we started to see that news come out about Kobe. And, you're just saying to yourself, that can't be real, but it was. Speaking of Kobe, we're a little under 81 days to the Masters now. It's a historic day, obviously, at the Supreme Court with the Roe v. Wade ruling. Well, we're going to hit aboard a little early this evening as well. Rangers at Nationals pregame begins here in about 30 minutes. Certainly all of our thoughts and prayers are with DeMar Hamlin after last night. Mavs were on the good end of a collapse last night as the Rockets blew an 18-point lead in the second half. Yeah, you see some of those reports, and apparently Rob Reiner had tried to get his son help for years. Even just really recently. All right, Nation. Cowboys fans are also trying not to lose their heads after yesterday's loss to the Vikings.
That really happened to Rob Reiner, fam.
That is unbelievable. Yeah, all that is real.
Yeah, all that is real.
Yeah. Every single thing, the timing all works out. Bobby is diabolical.
Man, it's unbelievable.
Outstanding.
He's terrifying.
There it is, your G-Bag of the Day champion. And at 5:30, Lucius provides some John Blaze. We look forward to it. How about it? Look at this.
Hey, what up, DJ C-Stats?
DJ
my guy.
C-Stats.
Hey, are you at Casa Monday night? You better be. All right. Let me know. Hopefully we can rock it. Okay.
It's an America
You're going to be
party.
right down behind? Okay, right below us. All right, we'll circle through. We'll say what's up. Yeah, DJ C-Stats, him and Shippy, also 2 of the regular DJs. They're at Cosm. So make sure you're on the website. Come on out and watch Belgium and the United States, even without Balogun. All right, we're going to find a way to kick Belgium's ass and advance Pulisic's due, I think, for a hat trick game.
Do we get any updates from our gal out in L.A.? Did she make any predictions that get her in trouble that she has to apologize?
Is she going to take a big L?
The reporter?
Yeah. I kind of feel like that we need to hear something from her. She might be a good luck charm out there.
Maybe.
Like, hey, Belgium, you guys are a bunch of worthless SOBs. And,
They did her dirty on that. She was clearly doing a bit.
Well, congratulations, not a bit, Jacob Latz, Rangers Player of the Month. That just came out fresh off the press.
Boom.
And well-deserved. Latzy's one of our favorites. And tonight is bingo night. Rangers will host bingo in the Comerica backyard right here where we are. Oh, they're bringing over the bobblehead.
Oh, yeah, bobbleheads.
We're gonna get the Seager bobblehead shout out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, yes, bingo night here in the Comerica backyard. That's near the northeast entry, 5:30 to 7.
There we go.
Bingo is free to play with a game ticket. Winners will receive prizes, including autographed baseballs, jerseys, tickets, and more.
Oh,
Plus,
that's nifty.
you can
That
get
is
these
nifty.
badass. Oh, that is awesome. This Corey Seager hitting bobblehead, which the bobblehead legit flies off the tee. Like, you can go ahead and rear the bat back, and boom, it's like you're playing T-ball. This is freaking awesome. This is one of the coolest Rangers bobbleheads that I have seen. And then tomorrow we got America's 250th birthday jersey. That's going to be the Saturday, July 4th match, or 4th game, since they're off tomorrow, because we got World Cup matches next door.
when do we
So
got the
Saturday,
massive
July 4th.
beers showing up?
That's Saturday.
Yeah,
Saturday,
That's
massive
Saturday,
beer.
the
That's the
Guinness
big
World
day.
Record. Yes,
Okay.
that's going to be incredible. We'll take a picture and pop this up. But let's get into our top 10 here, the top 10 sports moments in the history of the United States of America. And Lucius, as a man who has served our country, you are a proud veteran. I want to throw it to you. Well, when I say greatest sports moments in the history of the United States, what comes to mind?
History of the United States. That is Jesse Owens all day, every day.
Oh, wow.
Hell yes.
Berlin Olympics. He ripped them boys off the bone, crushed all that propaganda, 100 meter, 200 meter, long jump, had the relay. I'm talking about just crushed all that propaganda. Eat it.
Take that, Hitler.
Take that.
Yeah.
Man, I keep hitting this Seager bobblehead ball, and I keep grounding into a double play.
Oh, come on,
You were
bro.
such a jerk. You know that?
You know, it's funny. You're swinging at the first pitch every time, too.
That's some respect.
You know what, guys? We're on a freaking heater.
No, I'm
right?
just,
That's-
it's user error. I'm blaming me. This is not Seager's
yeah, it
fault.
sounds like you're blaming yourself.
Have a
Seager's-
heart.
She just hit it too hopper to the first baseman every single
Every
time.
time.
I'll tell you
dude.
what, I always said T-ball was harder than it looked.
I just,
all right?
I just don't have a good launch angle.
When
This
people
is
made
my
fun of
fault.
me.
This is not Seager's fault.
That's you got to get that exit velo up, bro. There you go. Bang.
know.
That was a good barrel.
Smack that
That's a
one.
good barrel.
Smack that one. That's definitely going to be high on this list, Lucius. You crushed that one. Honorable mentions here. Top 10 greatest sports moments in the history of the United States. Tiger Woods in 97, winning the Masters. The 2004 Red Sox comeback from 0-3 down against the Yankees. I mean, that's an all-time great sports moment. Kirk Gibson's 1988 World Series home run. And
Is that the I don't believe what I just saw?
Yeah.
Jack Buck?
And then he just kind of slowly trots.
Had a hamstring problem, yeah.
It's an incredible call. So those are some of the
Home run with a
honorable
hamstring
moments.
problem. Imagine that. Clutch.
Is that another Seager joke?
No, I just was saying that was a home run with a hamstring problem.
That's how we felt about when we seen the big kids in Little League walk up to home plate. Yeah, we're like, yeah, this fool is not about to run bases. This is going to be a home run.
Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and bleep on that one.
I do recommend
There he
putting
goes.
the Seager bobblehead in some level of bubble wrap, just to make sure that
You know what, dude?
nothing.
We got a box over there.
You don't want it to be too.
Is this the box that's unopened?
fragile.
I'm taking the unopened one, all right? You guys that don't appreciate Corey Seager can go kiss my rear.
I do appreciate it. That's why I'm trying to keep him healthy in some bubble wrap.
Numbered like Tyron Smith.
You're 0 for 4, what I've seen so far.
I know, dude.
Number 10. Greatest sports moment in the history of the U.S. We go to Beijing, 2008, the Olympics. Michael Phelps winning 8 gold medals, shattered the record with 8 golds in one Olympic, cementing his status as the greatest
Spitz.
Olympian and inspiring a generation of swimmers.
Yeah.
Also, big-time marijuana advocate.
Yeah.
That guy knows his way around a water pipe.
He's there for all the smoke.
He is.
He's a bongsman.
He is. Bush throwing out the first pitch after 9/11 from the
That was
yes.
really
75.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
that's
There you go.
and he delivered a strike. I mean, he's wearing a bulletproof vest and everything. Just goes out there. I mean, heck, former owner of the Rangers, he knew what he was doing. That guy's throwing out a first pitch.
One of Eric's one of his favorite fans to ever sit around him.
Yeah, that's pretty epic.
Eric was like maybe 3 chairs away from him.
I don't think he's come back since that game.
He gave me the finger point and the wink,
He
man.
did.
The classic Bush
He's like,
wink.
he
"Yeah, we
did.
gotta
He
get
gave.
this
He
guy
said,
out of
"He
here."
goes, you keep drinking, big boy." You're one of the fans I like. Yeah.
9 is Cal Ripken Jr. breaking Lou Gehrig's consecutive game record, 1995. Ripken played his 2,131st straight game, embodying durability and love of the game during baseball's recovery from the 94 strike. His lap around Camden Yards was pure emotion. Number 8, greatest moment in U.S. sports history is indeed President George W. Bush's first pitch at Yankee Stadium post 9/11 as he was wearing the FDNY Fire Department New York jacket, symbolized the resilience of the country. You can't bleep with America.
Pretty wild that they had the flag from the World Trade Center out in center field. Like it was.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was like pretty. You see, it's kind of it's beat up out there, and you're like going, "Holy jeez."
That's a wild.
That was an all-time galvanizing moment.
Yeah, that is
100%.
big time.
7 is the Dream Team dominating the 1992 Barcelona Olympics. First U.S. Olympic basketball team with the NBA stars Jordan, Magic, Bird, and more, crushing opponents by an average of 44 points. It globalized the NBA and showcased America's talent like never before. Well, no bleep. They were winning every game by 44. That is no contest. Get out of here.
Yeah, what was that like in real time?
Holy
I mean,
crap.
Broadus, you got to watch that. Lucius, how old were you during the Dream Team?
I 100% watched that whole Olympics from start to finish, bro. Dominique Dawes was in there. There was Dan and Dave or something like that. Used to race each other. Yeah, that was amazing because Michael Jordan was dominant. Dominant.
Lucius,
height of his power.
Didn't Dan and Dave, didn't one of them make it, and then the other one got bounced? Like one of them made the Olympic team, and the other one didn't. And
it didn't work out for us.
It was this campaign for Reebok. They were competitive. And one of the guys made it, and the other guy, he was out.
They spent so much money for those guys to come together and compete, and it just didn't work out.
Did not work out.
Didn't work out. David Robinson and Michael Jordan, those two together shined during the Dream Team days.
It's a cheat code.
Yeah,
man.
that's just so fun when you get those guys that you never get to see play together, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, instant chemistry.
But it's not just like an all-star game, too. They actually have something to play for.
Yeah,
so they're putting in full effort. 6 is Hank Aaron breaking Babe Ruth's home run record in 1974.
It was on a Monday night. Yep.
7:15. Was that, man, that was during death threats.
Tom House, who used to be the pitching coach for the Rangers, caught the ball.
What?
Like, yeah, a Braves pitcher, Tom House. He was happy. He was a pitcher there for the Braves, of course. Ball goes over into the bullpen, and he catches it, and he ran it in. Like they were thinking that thing was going to end up in the stands.
Old Tommy Casa.
Tommy House caught it. Yeah, he used to be the pitching coach out here.
Wow. 5 is Michael Jordan, the shot of the final Bulls title to beat the Jazz in Game 6. 4 is Brandy Chastain's penalty kick, 1999.
That was a jersey wave right there, huh?
Ripped the jersey off, waved it around. I mean, that's still iconic today.
Would it have been cooler if it was Jessica Chastain?
Yeah, well, you can go ahead and just watch the movie Lawless, and you can check out her with her shirt off.
Oh.
Christina.
Does she score a goal and then she just goes victory celebration?
She's not beating China like Brandy did.
But she did play soccer in that movie.
But she was playing some type of soccer. 3 is Jesse Owens, Lucius, winning 4 golds in the 1936 Berlin Olympics. Screw the Nazis. 2 is Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier in 1947.
It's crazy how like the world can be falling apart and we just come together and be like, yeah, let's have a race.
Yeah.
The whole world is falling apart, but let's have a race though.
Actually,
who the fastest man is, huh?
Actually, the story goes, I'm trying to remember the gentleman's name, but he was a German athlete, and he helped Jesse Owens with his broad jump.
Sure did.
He noticed that Jesse Owens' approach to where he took off, if he just did it a little closer to the line, that it would probably be further, like it was footwork and stuff.
Yeah.
And it helped him gain the medal. And it was like they talk about one of the greatest, even though he was German, he was helping an American athlete and a black American athlete at that. Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah.
But number 1, the greatest moment in U.S. sports history in honor of the 4th of July, America turning 250, is the Miracle on Ice.
Yeah.
Do you believe in miracles, which you certainly did then, as the 1980 team beating the Soviet Union 4-3 in the medal round at Lake Placid?
Tape delay.
Incredible. And if you've never seen the movie Miracle, I think it's a top 3 sports movie of all time. It's amazing.
How would you think about Rudy? Where would you put Rudy in that?
Rudy's not even in the top 10, most overrated.
Well, Chuck hates it, dude.
I really don't like Rudy. I don't know what it is. Rudy, I don't get.
Does he remind you of you?
No, I'm better than Rudy is. Screw Rudy. I'm not. I wouldn't be like that desperate for attention, as Rudy. All right, biggest L, biggest
Gosh, dude, just totally taking out Rudy here. All right.
Freaking loser, dude.
The rare Thursday that feels like a Friday, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub, next right here on The Fan.
817.
Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Spain up 1-0 as we near halftime as they lead Austria for your World Cup update. Right now, let's hand things over to Eric Chiafalo. Eric.
Yes, sir. Live from the Comerica backyard at Globe Life Field, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
214, biggest dub. Just saw CD Lamb, that is, in Addison at a place called Goin'. Oh, wait.
Hey, Bobby. Watch Bobby.
307. Yeah, biggest dub.
Oh, no.
Married in Vegas, July 4th, 2006. Biggest L, still married, July 4th, 2026. Happy anniversary, Carla. That's from Tolo Adam. Well, congratulations, man. It's a good run right
Carla,
there.
is she listening?
I hope Carla is. Carla, if you're listening.
Yeah.
Carla's a big
Your
time
husband
Tolo.
loves you?
Yeah, happy anniversary to you. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Big time happy anniversary.
You're better than I am.
Huge celebration.
Better.
Yeah, over the course of 20 years, I mean, you could run through 3, 4, 5 marriages if you want to.
I thought you were going to say Carla's.
Anybody. But not Carla and Adam, man.
No, that's strong.
Bobby did almost get me on that.
Did he get you on the CD Lamb one?
Yeah, he almost did.
Yeah.
He almost did.
Can you pick it out now? Are you pretty good at picking out the one that he sends in?
I'm not good enough. Because I start to read them.
Yeah.
But
you were going to say F yeah?
No, I wasn't going to say F yeah. I was jumping over that part. But
Did he make it was a fictional store?
The liquor store. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going.
Uh-huh.
And then
dang
liquor.
it, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's diabolical. He's an insane person.
He's such a jerk. And he's got the storyline like we'd read it because he's got his G-bag flag in the trunk and CD signed it.
Yeah, it's like a very personal.
That's awesome. That is so cool. Of course we're going to read that, but screw you, Bobby.
214 LAC went out at the house. Been living off a portable AC unit all week. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is Black and Gold B.
No.
His big dub is that he got a new AC installed this morning. So shout out to Goat AC in Waxahachie.
There you go.
Wow, that is a long week. I was going to give an L to the entire city of New York. On the heels of their Knicks championship, apparently they're having some grid issues, and their mayor is coming out asking everyone to keep their AC units at 78.
Oh, no.
Don't go below 78 degrees in New York City right now. Can you imagine the stank, rank, nasty city of New York with everybody sweating at an all-time rate?
Gosh.
That's brutal, dude.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how many people are actually abiding by that.
No.
78 degrees? 78 degrees?
They're having grid problems up there? They really are?
Some kind of issue.
It's been like 98 degrees and 95 degrees for the past week, and even my cousin called me like, "Hey man, I'm feeling what y'all feel down there in Texas."
Yeah.
Like, no, you don't. I promise you don't.
That El Nino
No, you don't.
Yeah, I think it has like a possibility of over 100 this weekend in New York.
See, this is what's terrifying to me is when the grid goes out.
Yeah.
That's terrifying to me. When I was walking into this place and how well air conditioned it is, you're grateful and you're sitting there thinking like,
time.
please grid, don't go out. While we're sitting there doing work.
Yeah, no, it is a blessing to be in here right now.
Now our studio is a meat locker. You can hang meat briskets and stuff in there, and it'd be just perfect.
Dawson wears his toboggans in studio, even this time of year because it gets so cold in there. 817 Biggest L, getting told by my boss he forgot to pay me this week. And quote, no big deal. I'm sure you're not eating beanie weenies, was the quote as he pulled off in his Lambo. Huge L. Yeah, that's big time right there.
People just don't get it, man.
I can't stand that. 314 Biggest L, one job wrote me up for a dumb reason. Dub, though, other job gave me Employee of the Month. Okay.
All right, good for, and I appreciate you hustling, man.
It's hard to give 100% to all the things that you have to do when you're double jobbing it. One job's going to get more out of me than the next job.
Yeah,
and
does
it's
the first job get more out of or the second job? Which one do you think?
Well, in Eric's case, it was usually the first job, but he would get a good nap in, and then he'd be ready to rock for the night show.
Yeah, like I was sleepwalking through the nosebleed seats for like 18 months.
Now, I flipped it. I did the bare minimum at Chick-fil-A that I had to do, and then I'd get our show ready and come up here and we'd
But
rock it.
you ran a award-winning show.
Yes. No, I mean, I
right?
could I worked there for 10 years. I could run the shift with my eyes closed.
Yeah.
But
and a lot of times you did.
Certain days were definitely more challenging than others.
Well, speaking of Chick-fil-A, what would you have done in this situation? There was a Texas man that was arrested for allegedly trying to get a Chick-fil-A discount by pretending to be a police officer. How would Manager Wolchuk have dealt with that? Would you have just been like, hey, dude, obviously you're not a cop.
How did he know that he wasn't a police officer?
Well, because he had no identification.
Oh, wow.
He asked for it. Was he just in a fake outfit?
I don't even think he went as far as
undercover?
to do the fake outfit thing. Yeah, he was probably just pleading that he was undercover.
Yeah, I mean, if you were... You would have to get. Most of the time, it only happens when they're driving through in their police car or they're in their police uniform and they walk in.
And is that guaranteed free? You're going to hook them up?
It's not. It's half off.
Oh, it's half off.
It's half off.
See,
it's the
that's
same for fire.
My
and
dad at
first
the
responders.
barbecue place would always buy the policemen lunch. Like he would pay for their lunch.
Back when a pound of brisket was like $1.50.
Well, it was my dad. We were watching the thing with down there in Austin. They're charging $37 a pound for brisket.
Gosh, it's getting crazy. Unless you go to Wild Forest, out to Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude, because that was actually going to be one of our L's this week, just collectively as a nation, because we're all celebrating July 4th. We're having cookouts. We're having beef galore.
Right.
And beef is up like 13% compared to last year. And it could see another increase of nearly 10% for the cost of beef by December. And it's already been up. Like, it's been up too much over the last couple of years, and it's going up even more. I'm seeing ground beef, a pound of ground beef for like $10. That's brutal, man. And that's
is that supply chain problems?
It is, yeah. It's hard to. I think there's in areas where there's cattle and they're trying to raise it. There maybe is not enough rain, so there's not enough grass, so they just don't have enough cows to keep it going. So that's what's bogging everything down right now, apparently. So we need to get that remedied some way, somehow, so that we can get our beef back. I mean, remember when you were getting ground beef for like $3-4 a pound?
Yeah, it was cheap.
Kidding me? That was a no-brainer deal. That's why I started doing the beef bowls years ago. Now it's like my $4 bowl is like a $9 bowl.
Yeah.
Totally different.
It's ridiculous.
That sucks.
Chicken's that way now too, a little bit.
Yeah,
because I've been eating a lot of chicken. Yeah.
We have an L to one of my favorite restaurants in Fort Worth.
I'm sad by it.
In the Stockyards.
I don't know why I found that so funny the way.
Yeah,
you said
because
that.
I ate a lot of chicken.
Because the doctor told me I'm fat as S, and he said if you don't do anything about it, you're going to be like dead. And I'm like, okay.
Honestly, Brent, I think
I love doctors. I love doctors
good.
that are honest. Like the guy told me, hey, can we talk about your weight? And I'm like, sure.
Well, they're also honest, so they can try and get you on a bunch of different medications and prescriptions.
I don't
and
want.
They've got bonuses.
I'm trying to get off the medication.
Yeah,
thing.
I
don't
hear
want
you,
that
man.
Medication.
Maybe you should try and figure out a way to get that parasite that's sweeping through the nation right now and just giving everybody bubble guts.
Just
you could probably
crack your
drop a quick
brains out.
5-10 pounds in a couple of days.
There's medicine that you could take, vitamins that kind of cleans you out that way, though. That cleans out.
Is that what they give you before the colonoscopy?
Yeah, well, that's a whole thing. You're drinking liquid. You're drinking this liquid, and then you're taking some pills along with it. You talk about feeling clean. My gosh.
It's a good cleanse.
Wow. That is,
Wow, dude. 972 lives with their parents, and right here in Texas, they keep it at 77 at night on the thermostat.
That's
well, then you have to.
my
Then,
God.
get a fan.
Well, then, what you need to do though is then go to Costco or Sam's, and they got those industrial blower fans. Go get you one of those. That thing will keep you right at night if your parents are putting it down at 77.
Yeah, get you one of those things.
Well,
Get you
Skip
one
in
of those
Sunnyvale
things.
just sent a place that has really good chicken deals that I'm going to forward you.
Thanks.
I love it.
Skip's always like
Skip in Sunnyvale knows.
Is Skip the most helpful guy? He's
100%.
always like sending you helpful things. He hears like, "Hey, listen, I don't have any gas," and like next thing you know, he sends you like a can of gas. Or
Yeah,
something
he's
like that.
just an absolute sweetheart.
Hey, if you're driving down 75 right now near Fitzhugh and you see a car pulled over with a blown out tire, just know that's a Tolo, and he might could use a hand right now.
Yeah, help him.
Okay.
People helping people.
Take care of the Tolos, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th.
Yeah.
There it is. Big sub, big stub.
Thank you very much for that, Eric. Thank you very much, Eric. All right, let's talk with Leah Simakopoulos, Dallas Morning News. Let's find out what the heck's going on with Jason Robertson, the Dallas Stars. That's next here in the G-Bag Nation.
krld-fm Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, and what's going on with your Dallas Stars. We're going to chat with our friend Leah Simakopoulos of the Dallas Morning News, who does an excellent job covering the Dallas Stars and your SMU Mustangs. Is college football right around the corner. It is halftime as Spain leading Austria in the FIFA World Cup round of 32. Some tremendous matches throughout the day today. I think we have Croatia playing later on tonight, as well as they're taking on Portugal and Cristiano Ronaldo. Switzerland and Algeria will be the late game on FS1. That'll be a 9 o'clock start here locally. Of course, we got Rangers baseball, and we'll talk with Jared Sandler coming up at 5 o'clock. Corey Seager hitting bobblehead night here at the ballpark. If you're coming out, say what's up to us at the Comerica backyard. But without further ado, let's welcome in Leah Simakopoulos. Leah, how are you, and how busy and hectic have the last 72 hours been?
I'm great. Less busy and hectic than I think a lot of people would have hoped. It was a little bit of a quiet first day of free agency for the Stars, but yeah, a lot of things happening. Hopefully soon, and it's an interesting time for them.
Yeah, I think the drama was really kind of leading into yesterday, right? We had all the Zach Werenski rumors that were swirling, and that got people exciting, and then what was going to happen with Maverick Bork. So just walk us through what kind of has gone right and wrong for the Stars here leading up to today.
Yeah, it feels like a lot more has gone wrong than gone right in terms of making this team better than it was, and there really are a lot of loose ends that just haven't been resolved. And Jim Nill spoke yesterday and said it is still only July 1st, now July 2nd. There is time. The season doesn't start till September, but you have to feel a little uneasy just because a lot of times teams are making these big moves and signings leading up to and on the first day of free agency, and the Stars still haven't figured everything out. So there were a couple kind of reports of vetoed trades leading up to the first day of free agency. Jason Robertson was supposedly going to get sent to Seattle and sign a long-term extension there, but he didn't want to do that, so he vetoed that trade. Then the Stars were allegedly in talks with the Columbus Blue Jackets for Norris Trophy winner Zach Werenski, and they would have sent Thomas Harley to Columbus in part of that return. But then Columbus pretty much decides, maybe we don't want to trade Werenski, and Werenski puts out this statement saying, I want to be here, after saying he didn't want to be here, and Stars are kind of just there looking around like I thought that you wanted to leave. So it's a little bit of a weird situation. And then, of course, they trade Maverick Bork and Ilya Labushkin yesterday, make a couple other signings. They brought back Joel Kiviranta, who played for the Stars a few years ago, has been in Colorado the last couple of years, signed Artu Huru. But, yeah, the Robertson one is the one everyone wants to know, and it seems like they are trying to make it work still. The question is if he's going to go to arbitration and just what that process is going to look like over the next few weeks here.
Hey, Leah, the whole thing with the veto of these trades, and it's fascinating to me that you would kind of feel like that, hey, the general managers work out deals, and then all of a sudden the players are vetoing it. Do we not talk to the players before they're doing these deals about like, hey, listen, I want to send you here. I mean, I would talk to the player like I have a deal potentially with, would you be interested? And but all of a sudden it all gets out, and I don't know if there's any hard feelings about these things, but I kind of wonder how the veto thing works in the hockey world.
Yeah, I think it depends obviously on the situation for the player, and I mean hockey. There are more players with no move clauses in hockey than any other major sports league. I think I saw some graphic that said, MLB, NBA, NFL. There's like 5 players in each of those leagues that have that, and in hockey there's 250. So there's just so many players in the NHL who have that, and Jason Robertson doesn't, but a lot of these sign and trade deals are reliant on, we will make this trade happen and the return for the Stars will be bigger if Jason Robertson agrees to an 8-year extension. So that's why they try to work it out this way versus you're trading an RFA who's going to be a UFA next year and you're not going to get a very good return for that. Jason Robertson can decide, I don't want to go sign with the Seattle Kraken. I don't want to sign with the St. Louis Blues. So that's kind of his authority to do that. And then, of course, players like Werenski, Rope Hintz, Tyler Sagan are some examples for the Stars, have the full no-move clauses, and they have to waive that right to be traded. In my opinion, I think if you're going to request a trade and say, I want to be traded, you should probably have to waive that clause. And say, okay, you know,
Right.
you can't just dictate where you're going to go. And I think that's going to be a big conversation over the next couple off seasons between the Players Association and the owners. And it's just gotten a little bit messy. In terms of the conversations with GMs and players, I think a lot of it is, they don't want things to leak, and the more people that are in the know, they want to maybe work out a deal and then present it to the player. But it seems like the Stars were under the impression that Werenski would have wanted to come to Dallas. I don't know if maybe Columbus didn't get all that information or exactly what fell apart there. But you would hope that when they're setting up these deals, the player involved is okay with it before it all gets out there, and that just hasn't been the case.
Leah Simakopoulos with us here in the G-Bag Nation talking Dallas Stars hockey. So now with Robo, and I mean, I don't want to ask you just straight up, hey, what's going on with these negotiations? I don't know if anybody knows. It seems like it's very fluid, but what's your best estimate to what you've been hearing on where that is right now? And then also the Thomas Harley element of this, where his name was just out there. They had a deal to send him to Columbus, and now he's coming back with the team. Is the friction there kind of an overblown thing, and it's, hey, you guys are professional athletes, we're paying you a bunch of money, get over it, or could that cause issues moving forward?
Yeah, in terms of I'll answer the Thomas Harley part first. We asked Jim Nill about that yesterday, and he kind of said that exactly of, it's part of the business. Like, we were going to have conversations with Thomas. He kind of understands, like, he doesn't have a no-move clause. He knows that he can be traded. Like, that's just part of the business. So, I mean, I'm sure there's some hard feelings there a little bit, but he didn't get traded. So, I also think it's one thing if you're getting traded for picks or you're getting traded to clear cap room or for future considerations versus getting traded for the Norris Trophy winner. Like when they traded Logan Stankoven for Mikko Rantanen, I'd spoken with Logan's dad about this after, and he said, it's a little bit of a compliment to go get traded as a package for Mikko Rantanen. That means that another team thinks that you're valuable enough, obviously, and Carolina really wanted him. So I think you would hope that Thomas Harley can kind of see that. But yeah, the dynamics of the locker room are going to be interesting after all of this, and I'm curious to see how other players respond to this whole Jason Robertson situation. And I can't tell you one way or another whether he's going to sign or not. I wish I knew at this point, but my feeling of it is the trade of Maverick Bourque. I don't think that you make that trade unless you think that Jason Robertson is coming back. Because to lose Maverick Bourque, to lose Jason Robertson, is just way too much to lose in an offseason to not really bring in anything else. So unless they're going to go trade Jason Robertson for someone of his caliber, I think that the effort is still to sign him and to try to clear a little more room. I mean, Maverick Bourque, I don't think he has his deal yet in Nashville, but he's probably going to make $3, $4, $5, $6 million a year. The Stars could not have afforded him at that price and also signed Jason Robertson. So I saw that move as, okay, and also trading Ilya Lyubushkin, who made $3.25 million. Those are all kind of cap clearing moves, and to keep that window open if they do want to sign Robertson.
So Kiviranta signs with the Stars last night, 1 year, $1 million. Do you think that opens the door to trade Radek Faksa?
I think that's been a discussion. That's one that I think is hard because they traded Radek Faksa to St. Louis for a year for future considerations. They bring him back on a 2-year deal, a much more team-friendly deal, but he's still making $2 million a year, which is probably more than you'd like to be paying him. I think that he's one of the names that I thought they might trade this offseason. And, you bring Kiviranta in on half as much. Maybe that's something they look to do if they need to do it. And they re-signed Arttu Huru, who I think plays a pretty similar role as Faksa, probably has a little more offensive ability as well. So for personal reasons of just, having that relationship with the player, it's probably tough just to trade him twice for cap reasons, but I think that's just the business, and the Stars are in a really tough spot with the cap, and they don't really have a whole lot of options. So I think that might be one they look to do over the next few weeks.
Were you surprised that they bring in Kiviranta, but instead of maybe going for more of a scorer like Zuccarello or bringing back Michael Bunting?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to afford Michael Bunting. I didn't think that he'd be able to re-sign. I think he's still pretty close to his prime, and I think he made $4.5 million, and they were only able to do that just because of the Sagan money left over when he was put on LTIR. But yeah, the Zuccarello deal, we were all sitting in the room yesterday just watching NHL Network. We sit up in the Stars facility, and we saw that one come through, and he signed for $1 million, and he's a top line left winger. I mean, that's exactly what the Stars need. So I don't know if they've just been caught up a little too much in these conversations with Robertson, and that one slipped through, or he had no interest in coming to Dallas. But yeah, depth scoring used to be a strength of theirs and is becoming a little more of a problem. And they've got 3 really good lines of third and fourth liners, but the top 6 is a little shaky right now, and the winger position's kind of a problem, especially if they can't figure out Robertson. So, yeah, that feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. But I think that, they liked Kiviranta, and he did score 16 goals last year in Colorado when he was healthy. So maybe they think he can do that here.
Leo, when you reflect back, and we had a lot of Stars fans texting in like, well, they're in this position because of the Rantanen trade. And they had, Logan Stankoven and Wyatt Johnston and Maverick Bourque and this young up-and-coming group that they felt great about. Now you're left with just Wyatt Johnston. As you kind of reflect back at the Stars' moves over the last few years, do you think that they've done everything in their power possible in the right way to improve this team?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen a lot of people questioning that similarly, and you have all this young talent, but the way I always kind of looked at it, and I wrote about this today, it's just, all of these young stars were making like $800,000 a year, and Wyatt Johnson last season made like $890,000 a year and scored 30 goals. Like, you were eventually going to have to pay him, and I think that they knew that time was going to come. They knew it was going to be very difficult, and sure, maybe they could have fit the pieces in if they didn't bring in a Rantanen, but I think they also thought that they were going to win in that window when all of those players were young, and the window was very much open. It feels like the window's kind of on the closing end at this point, but if you think to last season or the season before when they made those runs to the Western Conference Finals, they were a little more concerned with how do we get this team to win. And I think that Mikko Rantanen in that trade, people can say all they want, and Logan Stankoven goes and wins the Stanley Cup, but I think 10 out of 10 times you make that trade, and that was a good decision. People maybe feel a certain way about it now because Mikko didn't play so great in the playoffs, but he also had a torn MCL, so I think, we see what he can do next season. So, yeah, I'm sure they look back, and maybe there's some things they would have done differently. The Thomas Harley deal, he's going to make like $11 million, and next year he makes more than Miro, and right now that doesn't look so great because he didn't have such a great season, but what if he plays like he played 2 years ago when he earned that deal? So I think that, hindsight's 20/20. They did what they could. But I think this off season, I'm just curious of, okay, when this team arrives for training camp, is it going to just basically be the same group with maybe some different depth forwards plugged into some different spots, or what can they do to actually get better? Because I saw someone on Twitter say insanity is, whatever that quote is, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I think they just can't get into that position. They have to make some sort of significant change.
Well, and you lose Petrovic. Alexander Petrovic goes back to Florida, and so he's gone. So what do you think about the blue line right now? Clearly they were trying to improve that with the Werenski trade. Yeah. Can they even afford anybody else that's a free agent right now?
No, and I mean, they have 7 defensemen. They have, I guess, Capo Bianco could technically go down to Cedar Park, but unless they're not going to sign Robertson, that's the only way that I can see them affording anyone. The Werenski trade would have been great because they actually would have saved money on that deal. He makes $1 million less than Thomas Harley does. Wow. So, but that's they still are kind of in the same cycle of it's the right side of the blue line is where they've had issues all these years. Werenski's also a lefty, so then you've got Werenski and Miro and Essa, and what's the dynamic like? I'm not saying that deal wouldn't have been good for them. I think that would have been great for them if it worked out, but I expect, in my view, I think it's the forwards, it's Jason Robertson. That's really the focus for them now, and maybe if it gets to a point where that just completely falls apart, they look at trying to bring in someone, but I don't really even know who's out there that they would even want to go trade for it or sign at this point.
Last thing for you, Lee, are you getting the vibe that Jamie Benn will be returning?
It seems like it. It seems like they're having conversations. I would expect Jamie Benn is going to take the league minimum and come back for a 1 year on a league minimum salary with however much in bonuses, kind of similar to what he did last year. And next season the cap goes up. All of those bonuses would go on the cap next season. Tyler Sagan also comes off the books next year, and he makes like $10 million, so they'd be able to afford it a little better at that point. But yeah, it seems like I always thought this offseason it was going to be Jamie's decision. If he wanted to come back, they would bring him back. But I also wonder how much, he looks at the team, and does he think this team can win a Stanley Cup next season? And if not, does he decide that this is it? So, but, I would expect that he'll be back.
Leah Simakopoulos, our friend from the Dallas Morning News. Make sure you're checking out all of her work. Leah, you're the best. You're always fantastic. Thank you so much for giving us some time.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. There she goes, Leah Simakopoulos with us here in the G-Bag Nation. We're doing a little sports hodgepodge next.
Yes, Walchuk, we are under 48 hours to the return of the greatest hype man in all of sports next in the nation.
All right, I want to...
Okay, we got the Rangers lineup here live from Globe Life Field. It is the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. We have Krusty's Corner coming up here in a few minutes, but it's time for your Sports Hodgepodge segment here in the Nation, brought to you by the Frenkels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, please call the Frenkels first, 214-333-3333. And now it is time for this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
is
the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Okay, before Walchuk gives you the lineup, I do want to tee up a question to the Tolos here. What is your must-have item at your 4th of July extravaganza party?
Glizzies.
Okay, as we get set for America's 250th birthday. Walchuk, give me the goods on the Rangers lineup today. What are we looking at? Who are we looking at on Corey Seager bobblehead night?
Yeah, I'm fired up because Cam Colley, our guy, is starting in center field. But Justin Foscue's leading off. It's the lefty lineup because you got Framber Valdez getting the start for Detroit. Foscue's playing second. He's leading off. Josh Young batting second, playing third. Ezekiel Duran in right field. Jake Berger, your cleanup batter, playing first base. Higashioka catching for Evo. Cam Colley then in center. Elias Diaz is DHing tonight after he hit a home run, his first as a Texas Ranger, to end the series there against Cleveland. Alejandro Osuna in left, and then Nicky Lopez playing short will round out your Rangers lineup.
I love Nicky Lopez, dude. If I had to buy a Rangers jersey right now, it might be Lopez.
Nicky Lopez?
I think it would be Colley 1.
Well, you can take Lopez, I'll take Colley, then we got our guys covered.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kicking myself that we didn't ask him about the jersey number, the 27. Because they threw him with 91 in spring training, and he lit it up.
He did.
But he knew that was not the number that he wanted, and I'm kicking myself not to get the deets on
we'll
how
get him back soon.
27. Yeah, we will. He's got a long
star.
career. Long, star-studded career ahead of him for Mr. Cam Colley. 877-881-1053, your number one must-have item at your July 4th extravaganza. I like this in the 469. Just give me a swimming pool, baby. Got to have that swimming pool.
Yeah, the swimming pool is ideal. We're going to be going over to my father-in-law's, and he's got the pool, so he knows he's kind of hosting these like Labor Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July. But to me, it's like I got to have a glizzy. I got to get a hot dog of some sort or a brat, just some type of meat. You know, that's America.
Meat inside of a bun, preferably vertical, and not the horizontal burger style.
And if you want to go tacos, fajitas, quesadillas, you
can really
make
run
a
the
Tex-Mex, I'm totally down for that. But after watching, and I watch it every year, Nathan's Famous, the hot dog eating contest, you're just craving it. I thought about doing actually this year, we do like a glizzy off. Where we are now, we're now putting together all the various glizzies. The Seattle dog, the Chicago dog. You've got your chili cheese dog. You've got your classic American dog, your Mexican hot dog, which we're doing wrapped in bacon with some refried beans. There's a word for this that I can't think of right now that really brings it all together.
It's a glizzy off.
But I prefer glizzy off, and I love a good glizzy.
I'm here for that. Okay, speaking of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, this is something that's very, very exciting. We have Joey Jaws back in his natural habitat of just housing Nathan's hot dogs at a historical rate. But I believe the star of the show every year is the master of ceremonies for the hot dog eating contest.
He's the owner of Major League Competitive Eating.
George Shea.
What's our guy?
Is all-time.
Well-dressed, too.
He's well-dressed. He always meets the moment. This is just a couple of years ago, just to give you a taste of George Shea and what we have in store for us here on July 4th with Joey Jaws. Listen to this all-time intro.
There will be a day that is the end. The collapse of time and all that stood within it. A day of nothing, of no one, of nowhere. But that day is not today. Today we burn bright. Today we blind the earth with our desire. And while it is still ours, we will bend history to witness this moment, to witness this man.
The music is just brilliant. Here he comes, baby, with the mustard belt.
The humble consequence of carbon. The fleeting spray of life turned diamond by the sun. Yes. Forever suspended in that instant, indifferent to the gods. For he does not envy their power. He will not plead their pardon. He will curse and spit and sneer and shout his name at the heavens. I am the shining arc of humanity. Yield to my dominion. And if we must compete for our place within existence, we submit as our champion, the champion of the world, of now and of always, of the air, of the fire, of the sea, of the land, of the free. Yes! America. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nathan's Famous 4th of July champion of the world, Joey Chestnut!
That'll get you going, baby.
Has there ever been a better intro? Has there ever been a better hype man? The answer is no. And how can you not be romantic about Joey Jaws in his natural habitat?
Man,
that is absolutely freaking 10 out of 10. I look forward to it. My kids actually look forward to it now. I had them sit down and enjoy it last year. They were pretty fired up about it.
Hell yes, you're raising them right. You're raising them right. Last year,
he's
appointment television.
No. What do you promise them? Hey, afterwards, girls, this is what we're going to do.
Oh, they dig it. They dig the competition.
There's no way.
They respect it. They love it. I keep telling them about, hey, this is the guy, and then you let them know a couple of the competitors that are going to act like they're really competing against Joey Jaws. You can see
Booker.
Like the first 10 dogs, they're kind of on pace, and then next thing you know, Jaws is at 24 and they're still at 14, and it's just like boom, 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 and he plays with a big lead.
Are they trying to have their own hot dog eating contest?
Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll have the Chiafalo hot dog eating contest.
I sense maybe a trip to the ice cream store. I do.
Well, I think that's a win still for everybody.
It's a win across the board.
Right?
They loved it. I love it, and I look forward to it on Saturday. Lucius, your number one must-have item at your 4th of July party.
Reposado tequila. Premium, please. No cheap stuff. I'll wash it down with a nice, cool grilled burger.
I love it.
You are a burger guy.
Everything off the grill. Yeah, I think
you got to be on the grill, bro.
Having a great grill master, I think, at your party is hugely important. Often you're going to his place. Like it's a home game for him.
And he's good at what he does when he asks you, how do you want it?
Yeah. When he starts getting specifics on you.
I just need to know the temperature.
Pulls out the thermal pin. Yeah, I got you.
Oh, my gosh.
And it's the Glizzy flight. Thank you to the 817.
Oh, a flight of
It's a flight of Glizzies. That was my idea.
Just of all the different varieties.
We're just freaking going to town.
I do like that idea.
That's on your spicy links?
Yeah, the hot links.
Yeah, that's on your spicy link right
like
there.
Earl Campbell's.
Your chili pepper link.
Yeah.
You got to have some of that, man. You got to have some of that.
I like a little caliente.
Yeah.
We got the lawn games coming in here in the 817, having some fun. I don't know, is it the cornholes and things like that?
Sure.
Having that going down is always important.
Zach and Frisco brats and brisket.
100%.
214 back-to-back tequila and Big Booty Latinas.
Right.
Wow, okay. Yeah.
It comes from our guy Lucius, I believe. That's
There
right.
we go.
That's a beautiful thing. Good music, ice cold beer, and of course, good friends and family. I like this.
How about some shade?
Yeah, that's
AC.
important.
How about shade?
That's important.
Yeah. If you're going to be outside.
Having the pool.
Yeah,
right? I'll take pool over shade, but ideally you have both.
But you could have both. You could have the pool and have an area to sit to watch everybody. You could be in the shade.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested in I'll tell you what though, out there in the pool though, if you could play some water volleyball. Now I'll do that all day.
Good call.
Will ya?
I will play water volleyball all day.
Do you have your T-shirt on when you're playing?
Yeah, I have to because
Okay.
I've got skin problems.
It's the skin problems.
Yeah.
It is.
It's the sunspots.
Yeah.
I do want to shout out the stat of the month for your Texas Rangers. The leader in strikeouts in June.
Mm-hmm. What, like pitching strikeouts,
Pitching.
or they're striking out?
No. Pitcher.
Okay.
Jacob deGrom.
about that?
Led the league in punch-outs.
There we go, the
in the month
combination.
of June, and of course, Jacob
He
Lass.
also gave up the most home runs in the first inning of any pitcher in the month.
Yeah, it's a
we look
different
past
stat
that.
category.
We look
Why
past
do you
that.
think that happens?
I don't know.
I mean, not
Really
so much.
don't.
Why the rough start to start the game?
I don't know.
It's weird, especially for a veteran guy like that.
Yeah.
Do you not know, or you not care to know?
No, I care to know. I would love to. I mean, I think if they knew, they would have fixed it by now.
Yeah.
I don't know that they know. I just think you get a solid lefty hitter up there, and all of a sudden, it could be problems.
Yeah.
And then he just you see one of them, and then he's able to settle, and respect to him for that. But I don't know that they know the answer to it. Was there a silver lining last night after the red card for Team USA?
No, I'd like to say no. There isn't one because I want to have our best striker, and yes, I said best striker, playing against Belgium. But if this is pizza related, then maybe.
Yeah, Domino's. I had this a couple of weeks ago before the tournament started, but Domino's.
You told me how much you hated Domino's.
No,
that's Burger King.
It's Burger King.
You know, you don't even hate these things.
Little schmopper schmans.
You would eat it.
He doesn't
I'm
hate
telling you.
food. He
I
acts like
would
he
eat
hates
it.
food, but he doesn't hate food.
If I were to put a Burger King Whopper and some Domino's and Papa John's and Culver's, in
If
front of
you
right
wrapped
now,
up, if
you'd
you wrapped
freaking
up a
crush
Whopper with cheese
it.
and
You'd
just a
devour Powerade.
Yeah, but as soon as I finish eating it, I would look you dead in the eye and I'd say, "Well, Chuck, I've had better." And then you'd have to go home.
Could
and
you
have to
tell
know
the
that.
difference if someone wrapped up a Whopper with cheese in just a neutral paper bag?
Neutral paper area.
Could you?
Yes, I would freaking know. Okay, 100%. You put a Whataburger, a
There is
McDouble or
no
something,
way.
and then Burger King.
No
I'm telling
way.
you.
No way.
I got
Because
it.
as fast, as fast as you eat, there is no way you could identify that.
My taste buds have adapted to the speed.
No way.
Okay, and so now they can actually they can formulate an opinion
Why do you lie to people
on the
like
taste.
this?
Adapted to the speed.
You don't know
They're
my taste
speed
buds, bro.
buds.
Bro, I've seen
you don't
you
know my taste buds.
I've seen you eat enough to understand where you're at.
I've got speed buds.
Well, you had Domino's saying that if any American player got red carded in the World Cup, they would give away $1 million worth of emergency pizzas, and so it was over 60,000. The problem here is they're all medium pizzas. Like if you're doing this, let's go
pizza.
large with it. Like,
Pizzas.
what are we doing? Yeah. But yeah, 60,000 free pizzas were dealt out last night. That's a little bit of a silver lining.
How quickly did you have to call in? Did you have to call in immediately after?
You had to be one of
after
the
they
people-
went the VAR. They did that, and then get the phone, get the phone.
No, it wasn't a race against time from that standpoint. I think you had to
There was a time limit on it.
You had to click on this and register before the tournament started.
Oh, so you had to be in the queue.
You had to get ahead of it a little bit. Okay, there's your hodgepodge here in the G-Bag Nation, live from the Comerica backyard at Globe Life Field, getting you set for Rangers and Tigers. Jared Sandler joins us at 5 o'clock. Coming up next, Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, let's buy Peyton and McKenzie a wedding gift. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk Michelob.
Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We will do a little football fix for you coming up at the top of the hour. We'll have Jared Sandler at 5 o'clock as we're live from the Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field. Rangers getting ready to open up a homestand with the Detroit Tigers, and Corey Seager hitting bobblehead night. My gosh, thank you for that glare there, Brian. That really made me feel good. Presented by Globe Life. The first 10,000 fans are going to get that. And it is bingo night here. So from 5:30 to 7 right here at the Comerica backyard. Bingo free to play with a game ticket. So you can possibly win, get some autographs, and some cool giveaways. Bingo.
Right.
Bingo.
Here we go.
All right. It is time for Krusty's Corner. Without further ado, here you go. It's King of the Krusties.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate the little lead-in, Lucius. That was kind of cool. That I got a little tagline there at the end. That was kind of nice. Got training camp coming up here. I keep talking about it. About a month. Be out there in Oxnard. Be out there early. I'll be out there early.
Yeah, you're like 3 weeks.
Yeah, what am I, America's guest? Is that what I'm
Yeah,
with you guys?
you're our show's favorite guest.
So I'll be out there doing that. I'll be out there with the KNC boys. And then you guys join the party after that. So really, really excited about that. Had a Love of the Star go off this morning. Eric and I got into some discussion.
Yeah.
So make sure you check that out, please, on all your Odyssey podcasts.
Please do.
We'd appreciate that very much. All right. I know we're probably tuning in for football talk or some college or whatever.
Yeah, what's going on? Tell me about the Cowboys fourth string center.
Yeah, we'll do that. We can do that. We very well can do that kind of content. It was alerted to me yesterday that I got called out for a lack of a wedding gift.
Well, all three of us did.
Well, okay. I didn't want to include you guys because you guys did buy tickets. I saw you buy tickets for the 50-50 raffle.
Yeah.
For Peyton and Mackenzie's for their honeymoon.
Yeah, and I got the Venmo receipt to prove it.
Right, the Venmo went straight to Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
But I guess that wasn't really a wedding gift.
Wasn't enough, dude.
According to
Wasn't
RJ
enough.
and Peyton.
It only counts if you spend at least $100, I guess.
Okay, well, this is what we're going to do today, okay? Because I feel bad, and I told Peyton this morning, I'm usually the guy that I'm an after the wedding, like you figure out what you didn't get, because I'm not going to buy you something, and they register for it. And listen, I've been a part of this twice.
Yeah.
Where you register, but you really didn't register for it, It's like, oh, well, hey, I need this, or we could use, and I'm like, so we've gotten things before, and it doesn't work, or it not work. It doesn't. Like,
you don't
why,
really
why
need
do we
it.
have this?
Yeah, you don't
Why do we have this? Who got this? Oh, your Uncle Bill got it. Oh, okay. But you don't use things. So I'm kind of like an after the fact guy. Like once you get married and once the dust settles a little bit, what do you need? What do you need? So I went on Peyton and Mackenzie's page, and I got some ideas. So I want you guys, if you could, Lucius, if you could, help me as well. There's some things here, and I'm not gonna go cheap. I'm not gonna go cheap. I'm not. There's a couple of like $20 items, and I'm not gonna do that.
Because that's what I would have done.
Yeah.
They would have got a $20 item off the registry from me, but instead I dropped a 50 spot on their honeymoon.
Oh, no, you did good. I think you guys did good.
Well, thank you, because the Jewish guilt I'm riddled with it now.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I should go on here and buy something else.
You're wearing it on your face.
How about I'll cover it for us? Okay. All right, here we go.
Screw you, Peyton.
Here we go. All right, now he's got some things. Are they outdoorsy? They're kind of an outdoorsy, let's do yard work kind of a family now.
Yeah, I think Peyton likes to plant some flowers.
They got the Scotts Turf Builder Edge Guard DLX broadcast spreader. That's like
he is known to be a spreader.
To spread the seeds and fertilizer and stuff like that.
He likes to fertilize and spread his seed.
He does.
Okay, that's something they've got going here. They've got another thing here too that with the, how about this? The Little Green Max Pet Carpet Cleaner.
So it's like Little Green Max their pet?
No, Little Green Max is the name of the it's a Bisnell.
Okay.
Is what
It's a carpet cleaner, so you're just assuming your pet's going to have an accident.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And they do have dogs.
So they have dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is kind of where we're at now.
All right.
So you think they could actually use this
I
thing,
think
right?
so. I think the carpet cleaner would probably be clutch.
Yeah,
Okay.
Do you not potty train your pets? I mean, Peyton.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering
Give it
that.
the program. Unless that's the thing about a pet, though, and that's part of the reason why I'm kind of like not really trying to get in the mix on that is because you could go 300 days, no problem. All of a sudden, middle of the night, got sick, caught a bug.
Just one little tummy ache.
Now the entire living room
is
a disaster.
We have a vote for the pet cleaner, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's bad.
Okay. How about this one? They want a slim step trash can with a liner rim.
Oh, okay. Now
that liner rim is pretty impressive.
Yeah,
and
it's all about the
important.
liner, and I don't think you can have enough trash cans.
Okay, this is a high end looking trash can, by the way.
Ooh, fancy.
I give this some credit for
Is
this.
it one of those where you like hover over
Here,
it and it
I'm
just
showing
opens?
a picture right there.
Is it a good
it's
size?
You got to foot that thing.
Foot punch.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Foot punch.
Foot punch. So, kind of thinking like, okay, the trash can. All right, it's a high end trash can, is what they're talking about. How about this one? They got the Lasco XL air conditioner. This thing is 48 inches. It's like a 12-speed tower.
Like a fan?
So it's just like go into the window?
No, it's like this thing right here. I know this is terrible rail.
It's
so
vertical.
it's like the stick. It's like the stick fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got two of these things. All right. And let me tell you, when you're sitting in the chair, kind of watching, and the air conditioner, you can feel it going, but you want a little more.
That's the cherry on top.
This thing that works really, really, really well. And I was thinking, okay, summertime.
That's clutch right there.
I'm thinking like practical gift. You're sitting there watching Netflix or whatever you're doing, and you got that thing, 12-speed thing blowing on you like that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about
12 speeds, man.
12 speed. All right, how about this one? They want the Blackstone Griddle Essential. It's a 3-piece smash burger kit.
Yeah, that kind of seems like this is a Broadus gift right here.
That's a win right there. I respect him for putting that on there.
Yeah. I mean, hey,
does he? I guess he's got the Blackstone, right? So he just wants some accessories.
Yeah, he wants to. It's for smash burgers.
Yeah,
That's basically what it is. It's like when you're doing the smash, and that seems the most popular thing nowadays.
Yeah, it is.
Everybody's totally into the smash burger.
Yeah,
trendy.
It's taking over.
Yeah, but I'm kind of saying, okay, that's something I'm leaning towards as well.
That's a Peyton gift right
Yeah,
there.
Yeah.
They're looking also for a Cuisinart. I think I said it right. Cuisinart.
Cuisinart?
Cuisinart. It's the company Cuisinart.
Cuisinart?
Yeah, it's the company that builds like pots and pans and stuff like that.
Hey, I'm going to
Cuisinart.
trust your pronunciation on that. I haven't bought a pot in my life.
But they got a Cuisinart. Okay. But anyway, 13-piece wood handle grill set. So
that sounds fancy.
Yeah, it is.
That'll get the job done.
It's fancy. Very, very
I feel like
fancy.
Mackenzie would like that. Maybe Peyton a little bit too when he's boiling his hot dog water.
Is Peyton acting like he's some grill master though? Every time I hear him talk, it's hungry man. It's I'm having macaroni and cheese out of the Craft box.
Hot dogs in the air fryer.
Well, he's married
Hot
now.
dogs in the air
You can't do that anymore if you're married, right? You
Get
can't
up your game a little bit.
Yeah, you can't have like Swanson TV dinner stuff.
No,
you got to cook, right?
I don't know, man. She fell in love with Peyton when he had Hungry Man Salisbury steak sauce running off his chin.
All right, and the final thing here is the true.
Be yourself, Pepe.
They have they also like a true and tidy 1200 watt power steam press.
Oh,
that's never going to get used.
That's freaking cool.
See, now that's the gift you get. That's the gift you get, and that goes in the closet.
Yeah.
And it's like...
It's a dust collector.
It's maybe a once-a-year thing you break it out.
But it's for, like, curtains and stuff like that.
Oh, it's for... Not even for your, like, nice clothes?
No, this is for, like, curtains and steam
I'm not
press.
steaming my curtains. No, I'm not steaming my curtains either.
Yeah, well, you never know.
I mean, you never know. On a Sunday.
Okay.
Steaming curtain
night.
So
of all the things...
It's family steaming curtain night, kids.
Of all the
Gather
things
around
that we went through.
For the fun.
All the things that we went through. You know, the pet vacuum, that was, I think, was a something we were considering. The pet vacuum, that's the little green Max Pet carpet. We were also considering the Slim Step trash can. We're also considering the Lasco Extra Air 48-inch 12-speed Smart Tower fan.
You're a fan of that.
Yeah, I do like that one a lot. And then I brought up the Smash Burger kit, and then the 13-piece wooden handle grill set, tool set.
Is that the Queasy?
Yeah, Cuisinart.
Cuisine art.
Cuisine art is what the text is saying.
Cuisine art?
Yeah,
Cuisine art. All right, my bad. My apologies. Thank you for the help. And then we got the True and Tidy. We're not getting that steamer thing, right?
No, punt on the steamer. That's the one out of these.
I do think the 469 makes a good point. Like the trash can, you're going to get the most miles out of that.
Right.
Yeah. Like that is going to be daily use.
Right.
I'll get him the pet carpet cleaner.
Will you?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, cool. Put my name on it.
I'll say screw you, Peyton. Here, goodbye.
Well, I was thinking about
From Walchuk and Chiafalo.
That's fine. We'll both double.
Well,
up
see,
on
that's
this.
what I'm saying. I'm trying to think about just
Dirty
give
jerk.
me the vote. What do you think? What is the text saying, and what are we saying?
You get them the trash can, which could be used daily. The trash can seems like a leader right now.
Yeah, because he's got to throw away the Hungry Man boxes after he eats them.
The Tower fan did get a vote.
See,
so
the Tower
877-881-1053. Go ahead and let us know which one.
I think the Tower fan this time of year. Having that in the living room.
That sounds pretty cool.
I mean, I've got two
He
of
runs
them.
hot.
and they work well.
Hot.
Yeah. They work great.
Okay.
You wouldn't know it, by the way, his nips cut glass 24/7, but he
No,
runs hot.
He does.
All right.
He's the only I've ever met that's hot.
But that's what I'm looking at.
He's a sweaty glass cutter.
I think I'm going to break it down. I think I'm going to break it down then. If Wolchuk, are you talking about really getting the little green Max pet thing?
Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out.
Check it out. All right.
Send me the link to that, please.
I will. Okay, so I got the trash can I'm looking at, and then the air tower thing. I think I'm looking at too.
I like that. Let us know.
Those are essentials.
I'll let you know what I pick.
Essentials.
But I'm trying to get things that they could use. Not something that's going to sit in the closet and not be used.
Well, hey, I think people actually enjoyed that. That was fun. 682, we got your back. Don't worry. We're going to talk about some sports. I'm sorry you don't like Peyton. I don't know if I like him either right now. He was kind of a jerk to us, and I don't appreciate it. How dare you, Pepe? How freaking dare you? Let's go football fixing, shall we?
I'm down.
Fellas, there is a trade that is being proposed. Are you buying it? And how would this impact the rest of the NFC? We'll talk about that next in the nation here on 105.3 The Fan. But
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Ben Peoples is in the Rangers clubhouse per Evan Grant. That is whom the Rangers recently traded for, bullpen arm. Maybe we get a roster move here before the game starts. We'll have Jared coming up with us at the top of the hour. Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafal, the Super Bowl champion scout Brian Broaddus, and you, along with Lucius Alexander, back in master control. We got Austin Nix coordinating our video. You can watch us on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you so much for all the interaction here on the text, 877-881-1053. What are you getting into on this 4th of July weekend? But we got to talk some football. I know we need our fix. Let's go ahead and hit it right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Did you ever participate in the viral Ice Bucket Challenge when it was going around? I think it was, 2014? It was really, really popular?
I did.
You got iced?
Yeah, we were doing it. Where was I? It was at DallasCowboys.com. Yeah. I think that's what we were doing.
So former NFL running back Chris Johnson, who came out this week and said, he's got ALS. No, but it was for ALS, the Ice Bucket Challenge.
Okay.
It was to bring awareness to ALS and try and raise money. So according to the ALS Therapy Development Institute, the drive helped raise an estimated $135 million in the United States and $220 million worldwide in the fight against ALS, which gained popularity back in the summer of 2014. So now Chris Johnson is bringing back the Ice Bucket Challenge to raise awareness of ALS as he is fighting the fatal nervous system disease. So we're going to start to see it. And I mean, I participated. I think that was I was back in college at UNT in our dorm room. Me and my buddy were just like, all right. And then you got to go and nominate somebody else. So like we nominated each other and then just went on from there and there and there. So hopefully it raises money for a good cause. And gosh, I haven't been able to start really thinking about that interview with Chris Johnson. And then all the highlights that have come back out, you just remember just how freaking dominant he was, CJ2K, and now, gosh.
It's as heartbreaking as anything you'll ever see.
Such a debilitating disease.
That interview with Michael Strahan and how quickly it has zapped him of everything. It feels like we just saw him at the Super Bowl like 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
And he's sitting down. I think he was sitting down with Reggie and doing a Houston hit with them. And it was like, oh, my gosh, there's CJ2K looking exactly how you would imagine he would look. And then now you wake up and the dude has deteriorated in such a heartbreaking way. And the idea that something like that could just be lurking around the corner for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's just like all of a sudden you can wake up and start to literally decay like that. Like that is because usually you're like, okay, let me make sure I'm doing X, Y, and Z to prevent something. But this just kind of snaps and decides you're my victim right now. And I don't know that there's really anything you can do. I know a lot of people had suggested just the nature of football and how the concussion stuff can and that is another eye opener when it comes to seeing players dealing with concussions and having to really give them grace there in their recovery because it really can affect you in the biggest of ways.
No doubt.
Years down the line. And this isn't even CJ2K 40 years after his career.
Yeah.
He's still in the prime of his life.
I mean, it is.
It really is just gut-wrenching,
It
dude.
is. It's so sad. I mean, he's talking with his – he can't even, speak. He's using his eyes and the machine to talk. It's – oh, my gosh.
Well, and how strong he is, just the way that he's talking about it, his attitude about all of it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it has been just the darkest of times
you have your
for him,
children. I can understand what a motivator
beautiful
that
family.
is.
Gosh, he's got 4 kids.
Yeah.
I just can't even stomach what that is and what that's like for them right now, dude.
Well, if we're just going to stick on, sad stories, the Calais Campbell stuff is – wow. Did you guys see this? Yesterday we didn't have time to get to it.
I was hoping you were going to pivot to some kind of pizza pocket herpy on your lip.
No, I mean, gosh, honestly, that probably would have been a better story than this. But Calais Campbell's mother was found dead.
The brother have something to do with it?
The brother has been charged with murder.
Yeah.
Yes.
What the hell, dude?
Police found their 71-year-old mother dead at their home in Atlanta during a welfare check. His family told police that he struggled with mental illness, his brother, that is, and now an arrest warrant for Natil Campbell. Her throat was cut. And the brother was found in possession of a knife. Officers found her unresponsive when they arrived at the house, according to a police statement. And the brother of Calais Campbell, who's 41 years old, was booked into the Fulton County Jail, where he was being held without bond and waived his initial court hearing yesterday on charges including aggravated assault and murder. Just such a disaster of a situation.
Yeah,
can't even imagine that.
That's insane, dude. And Calais Campbell, now, I mean, I don't know.
Amazing how long he's played, though.
I know. I mean, what, 20 years?
It's such a high level, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, such a high level as
Still
a player.
Good player.
Yeah.
Really, really is. Now, this is, we're going to stick with the defensive line. A trade that I saw circulating today, and it's Max Crosby back in the news.
Oh, here we go.
And we've heard about two teams that are kind of, maybe waiting in the Max Crosby sweepstakes wings, and it's the Niners and the Eagles. But this is Las Vegas Raiders insider Vinny Bonsignore. I don't know if I'm saying his last name right, but
I don't know Vinny.
He's a household name in the insider world. Boys.
The framework for a San Francisco 49ers and Raiders trade involving star pass rusher Max Crosby would be: the Niners get Crosby, the Raiders receive a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and Michael Williams, who is going into year 2 and was just, I think, the 10th overall pick by the 49ers in the first round a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Dang,
that's a lot.
That does feel like a lot here. I don't know if I was. I mean, I don't know. Even just thinking about it from a Cowboys perspective, like I don't even really want the Cowboys to get in these Max Crosby waters before the season starts, unless they just get an unbelievable, hey, we'll trade him to you for like a mid-round pick or something. But for a haul that they're trying to get like this here, I'm at the point where I would just want to let the season start. I'm going to be confident that the Raiders are going to be sucking and selling at the deadline. And if Max Crosby shows that he is still the same or similar version of himself and he's bounced back after the knee issue, then I would feel better about trying to swing a trade for him in the middle of the season.
We talked about this on Love of the Star today, a little bit about the Max Crosby and when would you think about going? Because Eric and I had some questions about the pass rush.
Yeah.
And
just overall for the Cowboys.
Overall, we were kind of going through the positionals. We were going through Warren Sharp's rankings and stuff. So we were trying to kind of get a gauge for that. But that sounds to me, that sounds a little much.
Yeah, right?
It sounds a little much. Now, I can understand given the 1 and the 2.
But also the player.
Just
was a first-round pick.
That's where I would be, and I wonder.
It's basically 2 first-round picks and a second round.
Now, this is from a Raiders person on their side of it.
Sure.
So who knows if the 49ers are thinking the same way you are, which I would think they are. It's like you want the player, or do you want the picks?
Yeah.
You're not getting both.
What would?
At least let me get like Paul George in return.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, can we play a little game here then?
Yeah.
Let's take the Cowboys roster. Okay. Do the trade, but do it from a Cowboy angle with the same picks and then the player.
So it's Ezeraku?
Yeah, it would be Ezeraku. Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Or it'd have to be Malachi Lawrence.
Definitely don't want to do that.
Round.
Yeah.
But no, I'll give you a 1 and I'll give you a 1.
Yeah.
But I mean,
would you do a 1 today for Crosby?
I would. Yeah, I would. I think Crosby's going to be fine.
Okay.
I think I get it. I totally understand the doctors saying like the long-term concern here. I don't care about the long-term concern. I'm looking at, I got like a 2 to 3 year window here, especially with the uncertainty of George Pickens. Like I look at my roster, I think this thing's ready to go now. I just saw Seattle win this conference, and they were, we just heard in Infinity Sports, they were 60-1 odds this time last year. Like you can go and get this, all right? Any year it can be your year. Go and be aggressive.
Does it have to be Ezeraku? I mean, just do it without thinking about, say, making it a defensive end. Think it's just about another player.
Well, they need receivers. I mean, if they would want, I don't know, would they want a Flanoy
or a Pickens?
I don't know. Do you
see?
want
That's the thing. That's the thing about it is, if you have no intent in doing it, if you have no intent in signing Pickens, which they evidently don't, do you trust Flanoy enough to be the 2 right now?
I think he would be fine, but I mean, clearly, it's your offense is not, what you're thinking of the juggernaut that it's going to be.
Warren Sharp this morning, I learned, had the Cowboys' skilled players, pass catchers ranked number 1.
Yeah,
out of all 32 teams.
I mean, look, all you can do is look at what Ryan Flanoy did when he was given his opportunities.
What would they be without Pickens? What would they be ranked without Pickens? If you said if it was Lamb, Flanoy, and Ferguson, right? Is that how it all worked out?
Yeah, I mean, I think you go from number 1 to
10.
Yeah, I think you're flirting with, are you still in the top 10?
I mean, because Cincinnati's definitely going to be ahead of you. The Rams will be ahead of you. The Vikings will probably be ahead of you. Otherwise, I mean,
Seattle?
Seattle's probably ahead of you, right? Sure.
Yeah.
But, those are the teams that come, like, right to the top of my mind. But I think
it also, your run game suffers. Because defenses right now.
But it didn't in the games that CD was out. Maybe
the
Carolina
run game didn't suffer.
Carolina was the only game that they really struggled to run the football in. Pickens isn't some like amazing blocking receiver.
No, it's just that defense is like you got to play in a too high shell.
I understand that aspect of it.
Every play, if I know Lamb and Pickens are on the field, I can't screw around with trying to stop the run because I'm about to get a 50-yard bomb ski on me.
That's totally fair.
So I do think the presence of Pickens and Lamb together opens up things in your run game in a way that it just simply wouldn't without Flanoy.
I would offer
or without Pickens.
I would offer 1 in Pickens.
That's a lot
to the Raiders.
Would you really?
Yeah.
A first-round pick and Pickens?
Yeah.
For Max Crosby right now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn, dude. You think Crosby's going to have a bigger impact on your team than Pickens is?
I think he absolutely will. Yes, I do. I think, to me, we're right now, the thing that is holding this, and I know Pickens was incredible last year, but the one thing that is holding you back is this defense. You add him to this defense. Where'd Sharp have this defense ranked overall? Where did he have him ranked overall? And then where would you,
Yeah,
was it 19? Where did he have him? Remember, you and I, it was 17
for which
the defensive line
for the front 7.
It was like 17. You put Max Crosby on this defensive line, you might have a top. I mean, might have a top 10 defensive line.
If Al Davis was still there, I'd be sending him like, did you see what Sam Williams can do out here? This freak athletic.
He'd be getting Turpin right now.
Oh yeah,
he'd be doing a 1-for-1 with
Williams.
Turpin. Just speed.
It just depends on how much faith you have in Flanoy.
I think I'd go at 2 in GP.
Well, and
I think a 1 and GP is a lot.
And it's how much faith you have in Crosby's health right now.
Yes, fair.
Which is a bit of a mystery.
Sure, which is why I think ultimately you're right. I think that they would probably wait to the deadline. But I would love to get him here.
You have no intention now of signing Pickens. You have none. Am I making this up?
But we're also in this world where we're trying to capitalize on right now with the Dak contract.
Yeah,
and
you
everything.
have no.
I don't think I'm winning the Super Bowl with just one of them.
And I had this discussion this morning about worrying about the defensive ends and the pass rush.
No, I know, but that you're replacing one problem with another. I think. Like I would if I'm trading for Max Crosby right now and I'm the Cowboys, I don't want to put Pickens in there because I'm trying to go all in for right now. I don't know what Max Crosby's given me in 27. I'm banking on 26 being the year. So I'm going to need Max Crosby and Pickens right now. And then whatever happens after that, so be it. If Pickens walks and Crosby can't walk anymore after the season, it is what it is.
Your way of thinking about it, because you've got a player that might walk for free, I get.
Yeah.
It's just a 1 and the player is rich, in my opinion.
See that, but what you're doing is, like you're saying, and I know Eric's trying to go in and all that.
Which I get that.
Man,
way
we
of
have
thinking.
so many questions about this defense.
We do, and we'd feel a lot better.
You
with
add
a guy
Max
like Crosby
to this thing. I think it answers a lot of. Maybe your maybe your secondary is better because Max Crosby is rushing the passer. Plus he's playing like
the run defense.
He plays the run defense.
No, listen, this isn't an indictment on Crosby at all. He makes your defense a heck of a lot better.
Your apprehension is only because of injury. Or because of his health?
The health factor, and because like Pickens does matter a ton. I really don't want to have to give up Pickens right now because I think
they've kind of told you what they think of Pickens. Isn't that sad?
It is. It is.
Yeah, and it's not just them; it's the NFL.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, that's the way they have it. All right, we'll get back and do. We can pick some of this up. We'll do a mixed bag coming up at 4:40-ish. But we going around the rim.
Yeah, the Mavs miss on a score. The balance of power is shifting, and we grade this potential NBA rule change next in the nation.
You know who's got a big birthday coming up?
All right, it's time to go around the rim here in the G-Bag Nation, live from the Comerica backyard at Globe Life Field. Come say hello if you're coming to the game tonight. Rangers and Tigers, 6:30 pregame. Jared Sandler at 5 o'clock. Let's go ahead and, before we cut the lights out, let's let you know that the segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. And now we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Celtics fans are crashing out all over the internet after the truly disgusting Jaylen Brown trade yesterday, sending him from Boston to Filthy for some picks and for Paul George, a.k.a. one of the single worst contracts still going in the association right now. 2 more years, over $100 million is what the Celtics will be paying the 36-year-old Paul George, who hasn't played more than 60 games in a season since 2019. You have Celtics fans crashing out in the comments section of Brad Stevens' kids on Instagram. Okay, so Brad Stevens, he's the shot caller there in Boston. He's the one that executed the trade. And so his kids or teenagers or whatever, they post on Instagram, and they're just being peppered with Celtics fans saying, like, your dad ruined my life, worst trade ever, yada, yada, yada.
No.
There's a bunch of crash outs from Boston fans all over the internet. It's fantastic. But one of my favorites, of course, we were all waiting to hear from the biggest national Boston Celtics voice, Bill Simmons, on his podcast.
Oh, yes, of course. I think he's become a big Charlotte fan.
Yeah.
Was he getting a colonoscopy when all this was going on?
Yeah, he will.
He was?
He's going to explain it to you right now.
Okay.
Here is Celtics fan Bill Simmons.
And she goes, they traded Jaylen Brown. I'm like, I had just woken up from anesthesia, and I'm not, as you guys know, not really coherent. And I'm like, where'd he go? And she's like, to Philly for Paul George and 2 first-round picks. And I'm like, I think I'm dead. I think I died. The anesthesia killed me, and now I'm a dead person. And I'm like, and I'm just trying to process it, and it's like I have a head injury, and I'm like, are there more first-round picks? Did they get the Clippers first? And she's like, Zoe's really upset. So now my daughter, who likes Jaylen Brown, and I'm like, all right, can you read me what the trade is? And she reads me the trade, and then I stumble out of this hospital place. So when this trade happened at 3:20 Pacific time, I had a camera in my ass, and I had Paul George being up my ass, and that was happening at the same time. And that's how I'm going to remember July 1st, 2026.
The day Paul George became a Celtic.
A camera and Paul George in his hind parts.
Wow.
There he is, Bill Simmons, not appreciating the trade here, as the balance of power has started to change a little bit. I mean, it's all about the Western Conference, and the best teams are still in the West. When you look at, I mean, I know the Knicks are the champions, but with OKC and with San Antonio, those are kind of the cream of the crop here when you look at odds for next year's title. But now you're looking at the East, and the East is becoming much more formidable with what the Sixers are doing right now, and with what the Raptors did with Kawhi Leonard, with Giannis going to Miami. I mean, you're starting to stack it up where all of a sudden you're seeing the East be much more competitive. You still have Detroit out there. You still have Cleveland out there, and maybe LeBron ends up going to Cleveland. So the East is becoming a little bit stronger as it stands right now. But the hit pieces are already out for Jaylen Brown, as you knew they would be, Broadus. You have all sorts of pundits talking about their anonymous sources, and that's the biggest pain in the neck at this time. It's always the anonymous sources. Like when you're gonna say something this detrimental to a person's narrative or character,
put your name on it.
I kind of feel like you need to put your name on it. So you have
don't hide.
You have Colin Cowherd saying, quote, I had 2 NBA sources, 2 people in the league, one an executive, one a scout, say that Jaylen Brown has a disease. He suddenly thinks he's the smartest guy in every room he's in. You make a lot of money, suddenly you're absolutely sure you don't want to listen to your bosses. You don't want to listen to consultants. You don't want to listen to teammates, okay? So that's what Cowherd is vomiting out from the anonymous sources. Then you have Chris Mannix saying Brown's frequent Twitch streams caused some headaches in Boston's front office, and his claim that last season was his favorite, besting, the 2024 run that ended in a championship. Didn't go over well with the fan base. Behind the scenes, there was plenty of grumbling about Brown's desire to be viewed as a basketball equal to Jason Tatum. So this was them just saying we got to get rid of Jaylen Brown, I guess, and we will take any offer that is out there. And similar to Pickens, I guess the league kind of told you the way they feel about Jaylen Brown, and I think part of it is because he just makes so much money. It's like we're bringing this guy in,
be a big part
and he's making close to $60 million per year
and then Boston
for the next
also,
3 years.
They looked so desperate in this. They're trying to get Giannis, and then as soon as you don't get Giannis, I do think, to your point yesterday, I agree overall they wanted to move Brown. They felt like he was like, a cancerous piece of this organization.
Say he's a problem.
But they also clearly then put themselves in a bind where now the rest of the league knows you need to move him, and what are you going to do? And how many options do you have? So... yeah, look,
Philadelphia threw him a lifeline.
I mean, 432 or 443 said I listen to Boston radio all day, and the sentiment is, Nico, you're off the hook. I still think that they got more than what the Mavs got. Paul George and Anthony Davis is a wash. At least they got 2 1s and 2 2s.
Yeah.
You got Max Christie.
Yeah, and I'm excited about Christie. It sounds like Dusty May is super fired up. I don't know if he was
blowing a bright
smoke
spot last year.
Is he just blowing smoke about Christie? But Dusty May feels like this is going to be a Max Christie breakout kind of season. So we'll see. Maybe we end up getting a little bit more at the end of the day with Christie in that whole deal. But yeah, I don't think anything will ever compare to the disaster of the Luka trade.
No, but this isn't good.
This is pretty close.
Yeah,
this is pretty close when you're trading for Paul George.
It all goes back to they just didn't want to give up those 2 backup bigs in the Giannis deal. Is that really the reasoning? Like, I've heard a lot of people like Shams and other insiders are saying it just comes down to these 2 backups that Milwaukee wanted, and Boston was like, nah, we're not putting them in there.
That was part of it. I do think Giannis had some demands as well about the next contract that he wants to get, the extension that he wants to sign. I think they wanted it to be a little bit less than what he wants, which is like the ultimate max that he can get. They wanted to make that a little bit of a smaller contract on the extension, and I think that was something that nuked the deal as well, whereas Miami was like, hey, we're so desperate for Giannis. Whatever you end up wanting in an extension, you'll get from us. But yeah, it's just it's a weird deal where 10 days ago as a Celtics fan, you're thinking we might get Giannis.
Yeah.
And now you have Paul George and his wheelchair. So now elsewhere around the league, the Mavericks were interested in Anthony Simons, young guy who's a heck of a scorer. Really like him. He ends up going to Philadelphia. Philadelphia now becoming a bit of a destination for some of these guys.
Good.
Yeah, he can really score with the best of them. I would have loved the idea of him coming off the bench and providing some offensive juice there, 3-ball and some ball handling, and just going to get buckets, create his own shot. That's the kind of guy that Simons is. But he signs with the Sixers. Golden State, Miami, and Dallas were all trying to get him, but he decided to go with the Sixers. Then you have the LeBron stuff where Shams is saying that the Sixers are now definitely in the mix trying to make a pitch to LeBron James. So you can add the Sixers to the list of Cavs, Warriors, Heat, and I think the Denver Nuggets as all kind of the main teams that are really trying to push to go get LeBron here. And we're going to be on LeBron watch, I would imagine, for at least the next few days. And maybe it's July 6th when it's officially the new league year and everything starts to, the dust starts to settle and see where teams are at. And then he can get a better picture of, okay, what is the exact roster that I'm joining here? But those are the teams that are still in on LeBron. I did love this LeBron stat of the day. It's pretty incredible. From Andy Bailey, LeBron James had over 12,000 points, almost 4,000 assists, over 3,500 rebounds, 552 steals, and 300 blocks in 8 seasons with the Lakers.
Damn.
There are only 36 other players in NBA history who hit all 5 of those marks for their entire careers. And basically all of them are in or will be in the Hall of Fame. So just his Lakers run, like we talk about with Brady, where he had like a Hall of Fame run in the first portion of his career, then he went on another Hall of Fame run in the latter half. LeBron's the same way.
with every team he's been on. Really, he's got 2 separate with Cleveland. The Miami one, isolated, and then the Lakers.
Yeah, they're all Hall of Fame
They really
careers.
are.
Like, if that was all he ever did in the NBA, he'd still be a basketball Hall of Famer.
Wow. Absolutely
incredible. We'll see where he ends up. And then I just wanted to throw this out there. You have the big Kelsey-Taylor Swift wedding at MSG.
Yeah.
And they have apparently, is this fair? It should be all or nothing. They invited just simply the starting 5 on the New York Knicks to be able to attend their wedding. Not the rest. Not the rest of the.
She's supposedly a Knick fan. You would think that they would have more.
But, yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, I mean, Mitchell Robinson's not on the team anymore.
Just the starting 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like anybody who was on that team, you would think like, hey, we're at MSG, you're all champions.
Right.
You all get the invite here, but it's just the starting 5 that got the.
Like Landry Shamet had some pretty big moments.
Yeah, Shamet. Sorry, bro. Sorry, Jose Alvarado.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. You're
Yeah.
not getting this.
That's a toughie.
So that would be like player and probably +1.
Yeah.
So
that's 10 people.
Yeah.
Maybe the list got
there's like
got a little. You got to make cuts. I
law
guess.
enforcement said that this, like, they tipped off that this is happening. There was one guy I think TMZ was interviewing that's invited that says that this could be a smoke screen. The wedding's actually somewhere else. It's not even MSG at MSG. I don't know. This is going to be wild. And then they've got everyone signing NDAs.
And everybody has to sign an NDA. They built like some sort of castle inside of MSG.
They built a castle?
Some sort of makeshift castle, allegedly, reportedly. So it's going to be insane, but only the starting 5 of your champion Knicks get the invite to the biggest wedding.
Well, how many Chiefs
in America.
get to go?
That's a good question. I mean, Andy for sure, Mahomes for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how many Chiefs. That's a good question.
See, that's what I'm saying, though. Is she playing favorites
It's
here?
going to be like 1,000 people at this wedding. It's going to be unbelievable.
Maybe that's why you have to have it at a place like MSG.
Okay, let's see here. 877-881-1053. There's your Rim Sesh here in the G-Bag Nation, live from the Comerica backyard at Globe Life Field. And coming up next, Wolchuk's Mixed Bag.
All right, let's hit the mixed bag. Who are the greatest athletes from the state of Texas, and would you eat this fast food breakfast? That's next.
destination for everything Rangers.
It's pandemonium here at Globe Life Field.
Right here on the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We will talk with Jared Sandler coming up at the top of the hour. We do have some Rangers moves as Ben Peoples' contract has been selected from Round Rock. Winston Santos has been optioned. And Jordan Montgomery, his injury rehab has been transferred from Frisco to AAA Round Rock. So that's good news. We get more Rangers info from Sands coming up in just a little bit. But right now, let's shake it up. How about we do a little mixed bag, shall we?
You want a chocolate? Mama.
Leave the gun.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them back?
Yeah. You never know what you're going to get.
All right, according to Joe Pompliano,
my Italian brother,
the U.S. men's national team's win against Bosnia Herzegovina has averaged 24.4 million viewers on Fox. It peaked at 31.8 million. That makes it the most watched soccer telecast in English language U.S. history. Wow. I guess you got to specify English language.
Good caveat.
It could be Spanish. And I'm sure that, those probably still hasn't broken those records. But that's good. And I think that that's probably going to even balloon more on Monday night against Belgium. Make sure you're getting your at least general admission tickets to come party with me at Cosm on Monday night. That's going to be absolutely phenomenal. I can't wait for that. Also, former Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold, his attorney wrote in a court filing that 3 NFL teams have already contacted Arnold since he was waived and that he expects to join a new team within 30 days. The statement was made in response to prosecutors seeking to require Arnold to wear an ankle monitor while on home confinement, arguing that his release from an NFL team means he no longer has football-related obligations. So his attorney's like, no, he's probably going to be playing for somebody else.
My client's a commodity, okay? It doesn't matter if he's got an ankle monitor or handcuffs, okay? Doesn't matter if he's potentially going to be behind bars. People want this man.
He still has football obligations, okay? You back off. You do not put an ankle monitor on my client, sir. Absolutely not. Go screw yourself. Also, I thought this was pretty fun. We have the top 5 players from every single state, athletes, that were ranked. And this is courtesy of Sports Illustrated. Now, the top 5 athletes in the state of Texas.
All encompassing athletes?
All encompassing, everything. The biggest state in the mainland of the USA is home to several sports giants, including 7'1" Shaquille O'Neal, who was a state champion at Robert G. Cole High in San Antonio before becoming a 4-time NBA champion during his Hall of Fame career. He is joined on this list by fellow basketball star Cheryl Swoops, a Brownfield native who attended South Plains College and Texas Tech before becoming a 4-time WNBA champion and 3-time WNBA MVP. Beyond the court, the state of Texas,
I thought if there was going to be a Swoops on this list, it would have been Tyrone.
Tyrone Swoops got so disappointing. Yeah. But he was amazing in high school. The state of Texas also features the likes of several other champions, including 3-time Super Bowl winner Patrick Mahomes, 2-time World Series champ Clayton Kershaw, and 7-time gold medalist Simone Biles, with 11 total Olympic medals overall and 30 World Championship medals, 23 of them gold. Biles is widely regarded as the greatest gymnast of all time. Mahomes and Kershaw are arguably the best players at their position of their generation. So those are the top 5 greatest athletes from Texas. Simone Biles, Patrick Mahomes, Cheryl Swoops, Shaquille O'Neal, and Clayton Kershaw.
I mean, that's a pretty star-studded list right there. The amount of, there could be some, I'm sure there could be some fighting over some of these athletes. Yeah. Texas has bred
it's got a
ton of dominant athletes. So to crack the top 5 is pretty dang impressive.
Nolan Ryan's getting texted in.
How about Michael Johnson? From
Michael Johnson.
From I just I'm thinking about all these Olympic athletes that have been here. But is there a criterion? Did I miss the criterion for this, or was
they just had to have been Texas,
born in Texas?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And at least participated, I think, through high school. It seemed like their pro career could have gone elsewhere.
Yeah. God, it just feels like to me there's so many great athletes that.
Bob Lilly from the 817. Was Bob Lilly a Texas guy? Obviously, he was a long time.
No, he
first
was.
overall pick
He
by
was.
the Cowboys.
I know Bob was down there in the Waco area.
Okay,
but
Bob Lilly would definitely qualify.
Bob Lilly absolutely qualifies for this stuff.
Yeah,
only.
Always.
Yeah, and he was
Kevin
a TCU
Turner,
Frog.
Him and K Tizzle.
Him and KT.
Hell yeah.
I know he lived
weren't they?
I know he lived in Waco for a little bit though. Too. I thought he might have been from down in that area. But
Bob Lilly used to steal KT's lunch money.
He did. Evo, Scotty Scheffler, Lance Armstrong. I think Lance Armstrong's probably now he's not going to be on these lists after all the crap.
I remember KT telling a story about how Bob Lilly gave him a swirly right before his big theatrical performance.
Yeah, I don't think Bob would have been into that. Matthew Stafford, Earl Campbell.
Yeah, I was just going on and on and on.
There's a lot. I mean,
I think Bob Lilly gave him a wedgie at one point as well. In the cafeteria.
I'm sure Bob
remember that story?
Yeah, he would have done a lot of stuff there. Wedgies, swirlies, you name it. I mean, Bob's not the kind of guy that I'm trying to mess around with there. Now, Bill Barnwell did which area has the best NFL players, and he's trying to do this World Cup style. So he narrowed. There's a couple of states that are good enough to where they're just alone, like Florida, California, and Texas. Otherwise, he had to do the Midwest, the Southeast, the Southwest, the Northeast, and the South Atlantic for this. What he did was he used 30-man lineups under specific constraints. So on offense, each team gets 2 quarterbacks, 1 running back, 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 6 linemen.
If you have 2 quarterbacks, you have none.
We're building rosters to play in September of this year, he says, and eligibility is determined by where each player played in high school. So you're only making the list for each state or region if you played high school there. There's no trades allowed, and not every era is represented. This is currently for the 2026 season. So for the state of Texas, this was the team that Barnwell came up with, and it's pretty star-studded. I'll tell you, spoiler alert, they won. They were the best team out of anybody.
Texas beat everybody?
Texas kicked everyone's ass.
Texas beat California, beat Georgia,
Florida.
Beat Ohio, Florida.
Well, so those were Midwest regions.
I'm saying, okay, the regions.
So the only ones that had their own state was California, Texas, and
I was just naming
Florida.
all the states I was thinking of to have great football
Yeah, they do,
players.
yeah.
You mean Texas didn't get flagged for offside every time they scored?
No, they didn't. Matthew Stafford and Patrick Mahomes are the quarterbacks. Your running backs, Devon Achane. Wide receivers, Jackson Smith and Jigba, CeeDee Lamb, Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans. Probably the weakest spot on the team's tight end. They go with Durham Smythe of the Ravens.
Durham?
Yeah, Durham
Smythe?
Yeah. Eli Stowers will probably end up taking that spot soon enough. Offensive tackle, Trent Williams, Lane Johnson, Rashawn Slater. That's loaded. Guard, Tyler Smith, Robert Hunt. Center, Aaron Brewer, who just was an All-Pro. Edge, Myles Garrett, Danielle Hunter, Max Crosby.
Dang.
D-tackle, Milton Williams, Ed Oliver, Byron Murphy.
Strong.
Your linebackers, Jordan Brooks and Nick Bolton. Your corners, Christian Gonzalez, Reek Woolen, and Zion McCullum, who's a corner for the Bucs. That's underrated. Antoine Winfield Jr., Jalen Petrie, and Trayvon Merritt are your safeties. Kicker, Chris Boswell. Punter, Thomas Morstead. Elite offense here with plenty of firepower. No quarterback on the planet would want to go up against the best edge rushing trio in the tournament. Texas has some weaker spots on D, though, and this is another team that would be playing shootouts every time they touch the field. But yeah, we can go through some of the other ones, but Texas ended up winning out on this tournament. Elsewhere in the mixed bag, Dave Portnoy said he'd hire Diana Rossini at Barstool.
Oh, of course he would.
He'd bring her in. So it's a no-brainer. It's not like she committed murder. It's a terrible thing. An affair is not like murder. It's bad, but I'm not in the family. She'll land somewhere, and, if people who have affairs are never allowed to work again in the country, you're going to lose a significant amount of the workforce.
No, that's a match made in heaven. It'll go perfect.
Let me ask you this. Do you think he's doing it as a favor? He's a huge Patriots fan. Do you think he's doing it as a favor to
Kraft?
How about for
Vrabel?
How about for Vrabel? Yeah.
Yeah, it could be.
Get his side piece and work.
Could be.
Hey, listen, give her an opportunity. She didn't deserve this, Well, maybe she did. I don't know. But he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
He brought Gruden back. I mean, he's not a guy that's going to shy away from controversy.
Not at all.
Stuff.
Not at all.
Last thing, McDonald's is not releasing this in America, but they are in Hong Kong, and it's chocolate McGriddles. So instead of the syrup, it's chocolate. It's cocoa.
Is the bread chocolate, or is it chocolate inside the bread?
Both.
Like, oh wow,
It's infused. Yeah.
Wow, that might be a little too much. I love the
Sausage
syrup.
and egg Choco McGriddle.
I think you're messing with a good thing here. I think the syrup pairs so well with the sausage, the egg, and the cheese.
Yeah.
To put a little chocolate on my sausage, egg, and cheese, like I don't want chocolate on my on my breakfast items like that.
That's
you
an
know?
overload.
I think that's just a little much. I think we might have crossed the line here.
Hey, Lee, can I ask you guys a real quick question and circle back about that football thing? And I just noticed this.
Yeah.
If I had to tell you, pick which of the states has most NFL players between North Carolina, Louisiana, and Ohio.
I'd say Ohio.
Louisiana.
It's actually North Carolina.
That's shocking.
Okay. North Carolina has 105 NFL players.
This was a trick question.
Louisiana has 102. Ohio has 99.
Dang.
That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, that's an upset.
Yeah.
All right, let's chat with Jared Sandler, our buddy, getting you set for Rangers Tigers here at the top of the hour. That's next in the nation.
But first, Tolos, you're losing your hair, and you need to
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
All right, hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation live from the Comerica backyard. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander back in match control, Gavin Dawson on vacation. Send that man some love on socials as we are getting you set for Rangers and Tigers. We will have G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30, LA Live with Lucius Alexander at 5:40. Thank you so much for rocking with us as we head into the 4th of July weekend. Joined now here at the Globe by the one and only Jared Sandler. Jared, how are you, bro? It's good to see you in person.
It's nice seeing you guys. It's great being in DFW. We haven't been doing a whole lot of that recently.
I didn't realize just how nuts the road schedule was.
Yeah.
Like, I guess, honestly, selfishly, we probably enjoy some of the East Coast stuff.
Yeah, you get off, yeah.
But, like, now that you were off air, you were just describing, like, damn, the Rangers have not been home much.
Yeah, so 50 road games, 87 games total, just the third team this century to play 50 of their first 87 games on the road. Wow. So, like, you know, and the Rangers as an organization did this in 98 or 99, so first time since then. But yeah, kind of bizarre. I mean, like, we just finished the third 3-city trip. We're not even at the All-Star break. You go most seasons with just two city trips, maybe one. Mm-hmm. I don't know the last time the Rangers had 3-city trips in a year, let alone, like, wow. I mean, you know, the first 3 months of the season.
Has that maybe been a positive to help this team have a winning record?
I was thinking about that. You know, the offensive numbers, so the record itself, well, they're 500 on the road, so a game over 500 at home, that's how the math works out. But the offensive numbers are considerably better on the road than at home. You know, I always hear people talk about, like, you really bond on the road more so than at home. I think it was probably good for this team to have success over a long road trip like they did. I don't think that hurts from, like, a unity standpoint. Not that they needed that. I don't want that to come off as like, oh, man, they really needed some team bonding. But I think that stuff always helps, especially, you know, with some of the adversity that they dealt with over that road trip with guys, you know, getting hurt. IL moves, there's 17 transactions over those 10 games.
That's wild.
But, yeah, they got to figure out how to win at home because, you know, they have, let me do the math here, for 44 home games left. And, you know, that's hopefully if you play beyond 162, you maybe get another, you know, few cracks at home. So they got to figure out how to score runs at home like they've been doing on the road.
We selling Nicky Lopez jerseys up in here. Where can I get mine?
What a run he's been on. I guess it happens in basketball. It definitely happens in football where a guy has a pop year, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it's the sign of what's to come. Maybe it's just a one-off. I don't know that we have. I guess like Yogi Ferrell, right? Like I just think like Mavs.
Yeah.
But like I don't feel like it happens in as impactful of a way just because of the way basketball is. You're always going to just funnel things through your stud. Whereas in baseball, whether you're the stud or you're Nicky Lopez, who wasn't even in the organization when the year started, you each bat once every 9 times, right? So, like, it's not like I can call plays so that, you know, Jock Peterson bats, or whatever it is, right? I don't know what the future holds for Nicky Lopez. I'll tell you, I have, and I'm not alone, we have all enjoyed like crazy watching him play. Because, and this is such a generic thing, and I sometimes roll my eyes when I hear people say this, he's a baseball player. Yeah. Like he does everything well. He runs the bases well. He might not be a 40, stolen base guy, but gosh darn it, like fundamentally does everything really well. Defensively will play multiple positions. He does it well. He competes his ass off in the box. He's a left-handed hitter, and when he faces a lefty, he still like finds a way to compete. We always talk about, like, obviously your all-star type players, like those guys help you win. Mm-hmm. But you need other types of players. You're not going to have 9 all-stars in all likelihood. I know the Dodgers have tried, and they've come pretty close. But you got winning baseball players. I don't care what Nicky Lopez's role is. I don't care, where he is, how he's doing, unless he just can't get a hit to save his life. Like, that's a guy that you want on a team that's trying to win. Whether he's playing every day or not, that's a guy I want in my clubhouse. That's a guy I want in the lineup when it makes sense. And right now it makes sense pretty much every damn day with the way he's playing. But, man, it's been a lot of – I'm not trying to, like, oversell. Like, he's not an all-star. That's not his game.
Sure.
But, like, for a guy who has bounced around, probably learned a lot along the way, it's easy to root for a guy like that.
Sounds like you're painting a picture of a championship glue guy.
I mean, I don't know what the Rangers are going to do this year, but Nicky Lopez is that type of guy. That if you told me Nicky Lopez was on the World Series roster for a team that won the World Series, if you told me he was batting third and playing short every day, I'd probably bet, all right, I wouldn't have bet on that.
Yeah.
But if you tell me that he had a meaningful role on that team, yeah, I believe that 100%.
Back in the lineup playing short, Cam Collier guy in center field. Edwin Diaz DHing as you got the lefty lineup here against Framber Valdez.
Why are you laughing?
Edwin Diaz.
I love it. I think he's on it. Baseball Eric.
I'm on it, man. I've actually been scared of his name, for a little while because I didn't know exactly like Elias. It's Elias.
Elias.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Hey, but if Edwin Diaz was playing center, that'd be pretty good.
That'd be sick.
Edwin is a player, isn't he?
Would he still
he's the closer?
Would he still get the walkout?
That's why I
Would he still get the walkout song?
That's why
I wouldn't have mentioned anything, but his face perked up, and Baseball Eric.
He didn't.
Elias is my guy.
Hey,
Elias Diaz. I'm so sorry, the Elias family.
So credit to the front office.
Both those moves.
Hey, Jared Hammond just said, "What's up, Jared? I like Jared. We went on a trip together."
We did. We went to Columbus.
He's the couch yarder.
He's the what?
Oh, yeah,
couch
he
yarder.
He sharted on my couch. I don't know if you heard.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
he still has the couch.
Well, I'm going to get rid of it when we move.
He is going to get rid of it.
But
that's awesome.
It was
that's big. Is it a comfortable couch?
It was.
I got it cleaned, and I can't really look at it the same way.
Oh, you still have trouble?
PTSD.
It's just I don't sit in that spot.
And the S is for Jared.
It's a crappy situation.
Jared does. Jared does sit in it when he comes over to the
really
house.
is.
Gets a little smelly.
It was smelly.
So, front office deserves a lot of credit. It's not easy to find a catcher in the middle of the season who can do more than just kind of fill a role and be a placeholder for a few weeks. Elias Diaz has been an asset behind the plate, with his arm, and he's obviously, been an asset at the plate.
Yeah.
Again, you're not building a lineup around him, but you're not asking him to be that type of a player for you. You're asking him to be a backup catcher, and he's played in a way where it's like he's kind of splitting time and maybe even getting more looks at during stretches. He's done a nice job. Homered yesterday. I don't want to say it was meaningless. It wasn't meaningless, but it didn't end up making a difference. But he's got some pop, and with where the Rangers are right now with their lineup, they need. They got both catchers in the lineup, right, against the lefties. So you're no Peterson, no Carter, no Smith, and one more, I'm forgetting. No, there's not Osuna. Osuna's in there, right? I think Osuna's in there.
Did you say Carter?
Carter,
Nimmo?
Nimmo would normally be in there. I think they're giving him another day.
Okay.
They put him on the IL. If not, I think he's going to be in there on Saturday. Because the off day Friday, you give him today, give him Friday. I would say, though, because they're not putting him on the IL, the minute the Tigers go to their bullpen, if they have a righty, I think he would be an option off the bench, perhaps.
How do you explain with Foscue how that's kind of worked for him?
Why has he been so good against lefties?
It's just how. The way he's been playing. Is it just the fact that he's gotten more time and he's not looking over his shoulder, worried about? He's more comfortable playing. But I just kind of been impressed because I always felt like when he's been called up, I felt like that it was always 1 or 2, 3 at bats, and then. Back down to the minors.
You're right.
He looks like to me, and I guess you could say that for several of these players out there, that they look more comfortable now with their roles that they're having. Yeah.
So there are a few things. One, I think that they would have loved to have given him a little bit of a runway, but when he did get in there, and it's not always fair.
Yeah.
He wasn't producing, and then he would get hurt. Right.
Yeah.
He's dealt with some injuries and stuff. The lack of defensive position also didn't make it easy because you couldn't just say, well, I'll give this, Eric's off today, Zach's off tomorrow, Broadus is off the next day, and I can put Justin in all 3 of those spots, right? He's done a nice job at second when he's been given the opportunity. He's having to play second today, I think, right? But he's been healthy. After getting hurt in spring, he's been healthy.
Right.
And he's performed. I don't want to say that had he not performed his first 2 games, he wouldn't have gotten opportunities. I think the Rangers,
were
looking.
Hits, yeah.
But he produced right away. And he's been so good against lefties. And for some guys, it's just seeing the ball. Some guys, their swing is just built better to hit certain types of pitching. It's different for different guys, but he's been great against lefties. He's in there again against a lefty tonight.
Is it fair to say you can't be one of the 25 if you don't play multiple positions on this team?
Okay, so with the way that they platoon certain guys, it's really tough. Now, if you're Corey Seager, right?
Well,
but you're talking about the
as a whole.
Yes.
As a whole,
yeah. I mean,
it's
other
really
than the catcher,
hard.
you know, if you think about it, Osuna. I mean, they've even given him reps at first, not in games, but just in case.
Right.
Josh Young is obviously a third baseman, but Smith, Duran. You know, Evan Carter's not playing infield. He can play all three outfield positions. Brandon Nimmo could probably play all three outfield positions if you needed. You know, I'm just trying. Jake Berger is a first baseman only, but I mean, gosh, he played every infield position in his career.
Yeah,
a lot of second and third.
It just seems like this team is built with flexibility, and maybe it's out of necessity.
If you're going to platoon, which the Rangers have a lineup that lends to that, right? You know, guys like Jock Peterson, Josh Smith, Evan Carter. You're going to platoon, then you've got to have flexibility because you can't always make one-for-one switches. It can't always be right in line, right? You want to be able to, and then if you're going to pinch run and stuff like that, it's not always going to be a direct positional switch. So you got to be able to have that flexibility to plug the holes.
Jared Sandler with us here on the Fan. Ben Peoples getting called up. Winston Santos getting sent down. Monty, I guess, good news, is going to AAA now for his rehab. But what can you tell us about Ben Peoples?
Well, and Cody Bradford threw a live BP today, so that's also a good step in the right direction. You know what I can tell you about Ben Peoples, and I mean this with all the respect in the world, when your daughters are like 10 and 8, and you ask like friends, like, hey, who's like, you know, in Plano West, like, what do you know about Ben Peoples? Oh, he's a good kid, makes good grades. Do you think he could babysit? Like, he kind of has that look about him. Like, he's probably, yeah. He
That's a trustworthy kid right there.
not physically imposing, but my goodness, his numbers are pretty good. So, the data info I have: mid-90s fastball, high 80s slider, high 80s changeup. ERA in the 2s in AAA. I mean, it's tough to always look into that, but the more strikeouts than innings pitched. You know, he's a pretty good strikeout rate. Walks have been a little tiny issue, but doesn't give up a lot of damage. Again, that's AAA, but we'll see. We'll see what sort of a contribution he can make for this to this bullpen. But power arm hopefully can miss some bats.
I wanted to ask you about Mackenzie Gore yesterday after the game. Now that we're, first half of the season's done. Last year, first half, he's an all-star. Second half doesn't go well. Mixed results in the first half here in Texas. Hope is maybe it's the opposite and he goes on an outstanding run. But, how would you evaluate his first half as a Ranger?
It really, it's very Martin Perez-like in that if you look at his line, even that Blue Jay start, 7 innings, 3 runs, it's all in 1 inning. Right? It's not 3 1-run innings, it's 1 3-run inning. Yesterday, I think all the runs he gave up, right, were in that second inning, 5-run inning, and it just kind of snowballed quickly. I enjoy watching him pitch. I think he competes at a high level. I think when you give up 5 runs in the second inning and it feels like a 100-degree day, it's easy to just kind of punt. The way he bounced back, or did he give it was it 5 or 6? Yeah, 5.
5 innings.
5 and needed efficient 4th and 5th innings to get through 5, right? I really enjoy the way he competes. There's obviously steps forward, efficiency, not letting that 1 inning get away, consistently throwing strike 1. I mean, you're not going to do it every time, but I've been impressed with the Mackenzie Gore we've gotten after April. I think it took a little bit of an adjustment, and then thought, he's done a nice job. But it's also fair, and this is a credit to him, when you watch him pitch and you see the flashes where, he gets out of the 5 innings 4 scoreless, you're like, let's do it. Let's do it a little. Yeah. And it's in there. And, I think that, we've seen some progress and hopefully we'll see more.
Are we going to hit around Fromber tonight?
Man, I hope so. He hasn't been very good this year based on the standard he set, right? Career worst.
Karma related.
Yeah, maybe. Career worst strikeout rate.
He was Bleep Hole of the Year award winner in MLB last year.
Unanimously. Yeah. Right out of Jared Hannon's Bleep Hole. But he's had success here
Yeah.
In this
and
part.
he's had success against the Rangers, but I don't know. It's weird. He doesn't throw a lot of pitches in the strike zone, but he does get a lot of chases. We'll see. Well, he started more games against the Rangers than any team in his major league career. He's got success and experience facing this team and this being in this ballpark.
Can I get 60 seconds of soccer out of you? What do you think of the game last night? Red card, and I think offside sucks. The floor is yours.
Yeah. I wish you could appeal the red card. I usually ask my dad about all referee decisions. He's in Israel right now, so I've been able to ask him. I didn't love it. I think given the suspension, if there's no suspension attached, I think it's easier. But you shouldn't make the call based on that. Malik Tillman's free kick was massive. Yeah. I mean, who knows what happens after that? It's still just a one-goal game. You're playing now another 10 to 15 minutes down a man. That's not easy to do. I thought the back line was great. The way that once Flo got the red card, they were able to, keep Bosnia from really doing a whole lot. Belgium's interesting. They're an older group, right? They had their golden era 8 years ago, maybe remnants of that 4 years ago. Lukaku, De Bruyne. I mean, these guys are older, and they just played a full, extra time match, scoring at the very end. How much will that make a difference? I don't know. Home field. But I'll say this: Belgium's a lot more organized up front with the attacks they're able to put together. So it's going to really test the U.S. Defensively, and then who's going to step up with Flo not being available? Who's going to be that guy? I think they've got options, but this might also be a game where you really need Christian Pulisic and Weston McKennie to create from the middle and make it easier for the guy up front, whoever that's going to be. And we have seen them go. Poch went with a two striker approach in one of the group stage matches. Maybe they change up the formation, change up the approach. That it'll be fun though, and I'm looking forward to England Mexico in Mexico City.
Are you nervous? You nervous?
Yeah, you better believe I'm nervous. Yeah, I'm nervous for both. U.S. number 1, England number 2, but I'd love to see England win. I know that's going to upset a lot of Hispanic fans. Near and dear to the Rangers' heart, but I want to see England and Harry Kane for sure.
Don't say that on Tejas.
Your guy Harry Kane.
Well, it's Thursday thing. If it was Viva Tejas, I wouldn't say that.
We're used to being out here on a Friday, I guess.
Yeah.
Jared, you're the man. Thank
See
you
you
so
guys.
much, brother.
Love you.
Let's get a win streak started tonight. There he goes, Jared Sandler. He'll have your Rangers pre and post on RSN tonight. One of our favorites and our partner in crime here on 105.2 The Fan. All right, let's get to the G-Bag of the day at 5:30. We got LA Live at 5:40. That's next here in the G-Bag Nation. But
AC Heating and Plumbing partner of the Dallas Stars, the Dallas Cowboys, and the Love It Star podcast. That's an Odyssey podcast that you can find on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. The G-Bag Nation here live at Globe Life Field, getting you set for Rangers and Tigers. It is a who's who. Just a dominant crowd tonight for the Seager bobblehead. You got the bingo stuff going down right here. It is absolutely rocking at Globe Life Field. Come say hello if you're swinging over to the game tonight. G-Bag of the Day here in just a moment, as well as LA Live on a ladies' night. How about that? Now, we did get some injury updates when it comes to the Texas Rangers, courtesy of Sean McFarland. Brandon Nimmo on track to return this weekend, so that is encouraging. Not in the lineup tonight. Jack Leiter played catch today, another encouraging sign. You have Cody Freeman undergoing surgery, could be back within a month, and Cody Bradford throwing live BP, and we'll throw one more before his rehab assignment, so that'll be nice to get Bradford and his just impeccable extension back on the bump.
Yes, baby. Yeah, the extension. That's important to you.
Texas Rangers.
The extension.
Now, the other thing that I missed in the rim sesh earlier, did you see that during the NBA Summer League, they're going to be testing out a new rule that they've had in the G League, and it comes down to the free throw stuff.
Oh.
And it's the one free throw rule. And it's going to be tested at the upcoming NBA Summer League. So basically, with this rule, any foul that would typically result in 1, 2, or 3 free throws under standard NBA rules will instead result in a single free throw attempt. So if you get fouled at the three-point line, you're taking a shot, it's a three-point play, right? You got 3 free throw attempts.
Right.
They're going to just consolidate it down to 1 free throw attempt. If you make it, you get all 3 points. If you miss it, you get none of them.
Oh, wow.
Does that make sense?
Wow.
So they're trying to speed up the pace of play, basically.
Wow.
And so instead of sitting around for, 30 to 60 seconds waiting for somebody to knock down 3 free throws, you're just going to get 1 attempt. And if you make it, you get all 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't totally hate it, but I just feel like now the foul baiting is going to get even more egregious. Now, in the final 2 minutes of the game, like final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter and all of overtime, it goes back to standard NBA rules when it comes to the free throws. But if the NBA ever adopted this, you'd have a guy going, okay, let me try and bait a foul from the three-point line, and all I got to do is make 1 free throw, and I'm getting all 3 points. You know, like I think the repercussions of this could make the actual game just that much more unwatchable with the foul baiting. Like I get fouled from the three-point line, I know I only got to knock down 1 free throw, you know? So it's a little bit weird. We'll see how it plays. They've been doing it in the G League. I just don't watch the G League, so I haven't really seen how it affects the rest of the game, but that's something that the NBA is going to run out and try out during the NBA Summer Leagues. All right, the G-Bag Nation live from Globe Life Field. We have the Bingo Man in the background. Perfect time as we go back into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the Day.
Isn't that amazing?
It's chaos, Lucius. It's chaos.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, this is going to go from now until the end of the show.
Yeah, I believe it. To pull the curtains all the way back, this is probably the hardest part of my job right here.
Yep.
Because LA Live and G-Bag of the Day starts right when the DJ says, I'm going to turn this thing all the way up. I'm going to turn it all the way up. Hardest part. All right, G-Bag.
Now you get megaphone bingo guy.
He is going crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Trying to do my gig.
Wow. He did not like Eric saying that.
DJ, he was not too happy when DJ got up and told him to haul his ass down a little further down the road. He kind of looked at DJ like
that poor guy's just trying to do a job.
He is trying to do a job.
He's wearing a blazer that says bingo night all over it. It's incredible.
DJ gave him a shoe?
Yeah, he did.
Yep. Gave him a shoe.
Appreciate you, DJ. I appreciate you, fam. Hey, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Fueled by East Dallas Diesel. Going for 2 today is from the unhinged and sadistic mind of Bobby Belt from the morning show, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of those fools is Chop? It's AI Daughters. I almost said Broadus.
AI Daughters.
Dawson and Broadus together. Daughters. Yes, AI Dawson. Now, if you're not familiar, our QB in the G-Bag Nation, Gavin Dawson, he can switch from one conversation to another conversation with reckless abandon. So Bobby had a fake Gavin Dawson showcase, Gavin Dawson's skills right here, if you will.
I mean, I think we've all just watched in horror about these riots, the last couple days in Charlottesville. But again, that's nothing compared to the riots, of course, that Cowboys fans are having right now after Ezekiel Elliott was suspended for 6 games yesterday by Roger Goodell. Stephen Hawking was just this larger-than-life figure, not only in science, but in classrooms, lecture halls, and even pop culture for several decades, And he will be missed. Salute. All right, nation. Speaking of ALS, alls the Mavs needed last night was 13 from Dirk Nowitzki. They beat the Knicks 110-97. I just think we were all stunned yesterday, when we started to see that news come out about Kobe. And, you're just saying to yourself, that can't be real, but it was. Speaking of Kobe, we're a little under 81 days to the Masters now. It's a historic day, obviously, at the Supreme Court with the Roe v. Wade ruling. Well, we're going to hit aboard a little early this evening as well. Rangers at Nationals pregame begins here in about 30 minutes. Certainly all of our thoughts and prayers are with DeMar Hamlin after last night. Mavs were on the good end of a collapse last night as the Rockets blew an 18-point lead in the second half. Yeah, you see some of those reports, and apparently Rob Reiner had tried to get his son help for years, even just really recently. All right, nation. Cowboys fans are also trying not to lose their heads after yesterday's loss to the Vikings.
Oh, my gosh, man. So when you do the AI thing, Bobby has to write that, and then Dawson AI voice does that, right? So Bobby wrote that.
Yeah, he wrote that.
What a sick guy.
Yeah, he's a sicko. And maybe he had help from ChatGPT, but he's talented.
He's still sick. Still super sick.
Mm-hmm.
How about this? These guys are big news lately. Let's go to New York City. LaGuardia, the air traffic control, was talking to an NYC helicopter pilot about the couple that was on top of the Empire State Building.
Yes.
By the way, you seen those guys?
Oh, yeah.
They're models.
Yeah, they've done this before.
Okay.
I think they've done this in China as well.
Wow.
These guys are models. I don't know if they're really models. I'm saying how they look. They look like models, bro.
So they're like Instagram famous?
I don't know. That they're darn beautiful. Pause.
Yeah.
They are. Mickey and Mallory right there from Natural Born Killers went out the killing spree. But listen to these guys talk. It's so New York.
Yeah, what's all the hoopla going on over there?
2 geniuses climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, the top of the spire.
Oh, that's awesome. It's not some worker changing a light, is it?
Nah, it's a male, female, dressed in black. They had some flag they were waving when they were up at the top. And he just proposed to her.
He just proposed to her.
Proposed.
He just proposed.
How dare this idiot propose to her? He
Just
dropped the ring,
proposed.
too. He dropped it on the floor.
Yeah.
What is that he turned up in the background now? This is crazy.
That's unbelievable.
It's insane, dog.
Oh, it's the balls. It's the balls are going.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. It's been an awesome week for.
I'm so sorry.
I'm just fighting through it, dog. It's been an awesome week for NBA conversations with the draft and then free agency and whatnot. Let's go to NBC Boston. Brian Scalabrine, a.k.a. the White Mamba.
The White Mamba.
Giving a shout-out to a kid that got scooped up on a team, and this kid was in Brian Scalabrine's basketball camp before.
See, my boy Caravan just got picked.
He did? Who'd he go to?
He went to Cleveland. Caravan went to my basketball camp as a youngster.
The Kings.
So for all you guys that want to make it to the NBA, you know where to do.
So the Kings traded for him. So it was the Cleveland pick, but it's going to Sac.
Oh, it's going to Sac?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough.
That's a perfect way to end this thing.
Maybe don't go to my camp.
I don't know.
You're with him on the Kings.
Yeah, I ain't mad at that. Maybe you don't want to go to my camp.
Yeah.
It's not working out for you. How about this one? Governor of NYC, Kathy Hochul. Hochul, is that her name? Hochul or Hochul?
I think it's Hochul.
Okay. Well, this is really bad. It was having a ribbon cutting ceremony for the Buffalo Bills new stadium, and she tried to get a Bills chant going, and it just fell apart.
Let's go, Buffalo! Let's go, Buffalo! Let's go, Buffalo! All right, seriously? You're going to win a championship season with that kind of enthusiasm? Men and women of labor, you know what I'm talking about. Let's go, Buffalo! Let's go, Buffalo! All right, we got to give this place some good karma, right?
Dang, bro. You can't even. They must hate you so much because Bills Mafia, it takes nothing for them to go rabid.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Let's go, Buffalo. Let's go, Buffalo. Let's go, Buffalo. All right, seriously?
Seriously, guys, come on. Yes, ma'am. Seriously. Yes, ma'am. Stop the chanting.
Gotta get home for lunch, honey.
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
Oh, my gosh. Telemundo Deportes, the Spanish call of Malik Tillman's free kick yesterday.
La carrera de Tillman. Ahí va Tillman.
Yeah, bro.
Wow.
That was awesome.
It's like 35 seconds of hang time right there in that guy's lungs. Do you prepare for that, or are you just born with that? You build up that capacity?
I think you've got to work towards that. I don't know if you're born. Maybe you're born with it. Maybe that's just a gift from God.
That's amazing, dude. He met the moment.
He did.
100% sure did. As I was pulling up to the house yesterday, that goal happened, and I just heard my old girl screaming in the house. Ah! I was like, oh my gosh, she's drunk.
Just get back in the car.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god.
Drunk gymnast soccer
Oh
man.
my god.
Not again.
Yeah, but it was just the soccer, or the football, excuse me, the football.
The football.
Yeah. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Mr. Frederick Douglass Haynes, over at the Wild Wild West, Friendship West Baptist Church. I think this maybe got lost in translation. Maybe the accents make it sound like they're saying something else, or maybe we just need more context with it. It sounds like they're singing chicken wings and fried rice.
Chinese.
Yeah, they are.
Chicken wing, pork fried rice.
Yeah.
Chicken wing, pork fried rice.
Chicken wing with fried rice.
I can see Eric sitting there during praise and worship service like, dude, you hungry, bro? Getting kind of hungry, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Chinese
Exactly.
I'm definitely clock watching at that point. When are we getting out of here?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, man, that's it, fam.
That is incredible. Okay, is it the one-time champ A.I. Dawson from the psycho brain of one Bobby Belt? Is it the insane New York Climbers air traffic control play-by-play? Is it the White Mamba shout-out, don't go to my camp, as a matter of fact? Is it the New York City mayor couldn't get anything out of Bill's Mafia? Are you kidding me? They must hate you. Is it the Spanish call of Tillman's amazing goal, or is it your church clip, chicken wings and fried rice worship? Wow.
Chicken wings.
You were right, man. John Blaze today.
And fried rice.
I'm going to go.
And I still got like 4 more I could hit you with, but I didn't even get to them.
Oh, no, hit us.
Couldn't even empty the clip yet.
Couldn't even empty the clip, bro.
All right, give me the Spanish call of Tillman's amazing goal. That was outstanding. Lucius, what say you?
Oh, man, that is pretty good. Chicken wings and fried rice.
Here we go, 1-1. Wolchuk.
I'm going to vote for A.I. Dawson.
There we go.
There we go.
Tied at 1, Broadus.
Yeah, it's the champ.
Here we go. Now your 2-time champ, A.I. Dawson, from the dark mind of Bobby Belt. There it is. We'll have the champ replayed for you on Monday at 2:20. And another batch of contestants at 5:30 on Monday. Now we stay in the Pimp Cup for a Thursday edition of LA Live.
I got some John Blaze on Monday too, bro. I got some good stuff just sitting here, man. Let's get into a Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the Toxic. But great, Rick James.
All right, Square. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
The guy that we have that mows our yard is my wife. It's free, which is nice. I don't care for the tone it is mowed in. She wanted to mow it. And I was like, look, that's fine, but I want you to go tell every neighbor that you choose to do this. I don't want to always be getting stopped like, you the guy that makes his wife mow the yard?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I got my mom on the roof right now.
Yeah, she's up there with Fred. Shout out to Fred. Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, July 2nd. July 2nd, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday, ladies' night edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Now on some serious funk, y'all. We're busting out on the funk. Hey. We're busting out on some serious funk, y'all. One time for all the Tolo ladies that listen to this here station, you are appreciated. Even if you're a passenger princess and you didn't pick this station, but you're vibing anyway.
We love you.
We love you. We surely do. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Shout out to those blue collar ballers out there, all right? Those blue collar ballers. Now, I'm not going to give you a weekend warning going into the holiday weekend, but remember to avoid the law dogs because the judge will not see you until Monday, starting right now.
Yeah.
Starting right now,
Right
bro.
now.
Right now,
Right now.
fam.
Yeah.
So be careful out there. Be careful out there. Now, I wasn't able to do a LA Live last Thursday, but LeVar Ball was on the stream with Neon.
Oh, no.
The streamer Neon, all right?
Okay.
And LeVar let it be known that him and his wife, Mrs. Ball, of 30 years are split up. They're done.
She punted him.
Shut up,
She
Broadus.
lasted that long.
She punted him, Lucius.
Broadus, shut up, bro. Why you saying it like, have a heart.
Come on, Lucius.
He can't punt.
You know why he got punted.
Hold on.
He lost his leg.
Hold on. I'll let him tell you what happened first real quick.
You know, with my wife, you know, who Tina decided to go her own way. That's why you don't see her right here. But she want to go do something else, that's fine with me. We had our run. So even though she had the stroke and getting older, she would never be like, oh man, she was always beautiful in my eyes until you say, I want to go do something else.
Yeah.
Now you're not as beautiful to me again.
And the internet ate her up.
Yeah.
I was watching this the whole time. The internet ate this old lady up. They said, oh, that's awful. She had a stroke and he stood by her side during that stroke. Now he done lost a leg and she's running out of his life.
Oh, no.
After 30 years. That's how it looks, right? Well, Lonzo Ball addressed it on the Ball in the Family podcast. Now, I would hate to have to address things that are going on with my mom and dad, but if you're a public figure, I guess you have to, especially if your dad talks as much as LeVar Ball does.
He does.
You gotta have to do something at some point, but he addressed it, and I appreciate it.
She's good. My pops is good. They obviously don't with each other, but I with them both, and she was not wrong at all. She did not leave him because he lost his foot. That's a myth that was put out there. But my dad did a great job raising us. My mom did a great job raising us. They didn't work out, and it is what it is, man. They both doing well, and I love them both.
Mr. Broadus, why do you think she bounced after 30 years of marriage and is successful? Like, all their kids are success stories at this point.
Yeah. I think it has to do with being the loss of limb. I do.
Ooh.
I do.
Go deeper.
He doesn't have a limb. How about that?
He's not able to go deeper?
He doesn't have. He has no more limbs.
He can't really pelvic thrust.
He can't balance. Lack of balance, maybe.
Damn.
She just maybe it's something she'd been wanting to do for a long time. She finally got the courage.
He seems pretty insufferable.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
I could see that being a lot. 30 years of that. That's,
She just had enough, right?
I don't blame her.
Is that what you're thinking, Lucius?
Yeah, I have my suspicions on why Mama Ball bounced out of LeVar Ball's life.
Was he doing a little something on the side?
I don't think he was doing a little something on the side. I mean, if you're sneaking around with one leg, oh my God, that's so damn disrespectful, bro.
The crutch walk of shame.
If you do it, get out of here, fam.
The scooter of shame.
The handicap part of it probably, right? You think?
Well, on that stream with the streamer Neon, LeVar Ball has a new girlfriend, and they're preparing some chili soup for Neon. And just listen how LeVar Ball talks to the new girl. This is the new girl.
Yeah.
This ain't 30 years of marriage. This is the brand new girl. Listen to how he talks to her.
No. Amar, did you give him a spoon to eat over here and a fork? I told you to get this stuff over here.
He's talking to her. I told you to get this stuff over here. Did you go do that, do this?
Spoon. Help me out now. Moving slow.
Wow. You moving slow.
Okay.
In front of company?
Wolchuk was right. He was right.
In front of company, bro? Hold on, there's more.
Take one, but you got to give him a napkin first, Amar, so they can put it's a napkin right here. Amar, do what I tell you and we good. Do what I tell you and we good. Napkin. There you go. It takes so long to get a napkin. This is all you do. Fast. You take all day to get a napkin. You're moving slow.
Do what I tell you to do and we good. You moving slow. Yeah, this man has one leg and is talking to his girlfriend like she's on his AAU squad.
Yeah.
Talk to me like
crazy.
that, bro. I will hide your little fake leg from you. I will take it from you. I will hide it. I will put it upstairs and make you limp up there and get it. Watch how you talk to me, bro.
That is an all-in move right there. I love that. Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be careful if you got one leg. She could really take advantage of him there. But that is crazy. That means his wife had been talked to like that for over 30 years.
Yeah, she got tired of that.
There's no way.
Wolchuk was right.
Credit to her for even lasting that long. My gosh.
Yeah, he sounds just like a jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor LeVar Ball right there. One leg and still ornery. Just ornery. Just ornery. Speaking of streamers, do y'all watch any streamers? You guys watch streams?
No, but
I see clips.
I saw a streamer reach out for help. Looking, is it Ice Speed? Is that guy? Is that
Ice Show Speed?
Ice Show Speed.
Oh, he was just recently here at the World Cup match.
Well, he's out there in Los Angeles, right? Or no, San Francisco, and his plane got canceled. So he's looking to get a plane.
He's big time.
Yeah, he's trying to get a plane. He's obviously a charter guy. He charters his own stuff.
I mean, he makes a ton of money.
Yeah, so his plane. So he's trying to get to the Argentina match.
Okay,
is what he's doing, and he's asking people in San Francisco, "Hey, anybody got a plane
to go?
I could use?"
I'm sure he found one.
Yeah,
because people love him. I mean, like I'll see the Neon stuff pop up, the Nelk Boys. I'll see some of these streamers stuff pop up on like TikTok, but I've never sat down and watched one of these.
No.
Yeah, I've been watching some streaming lately, and it's like 2 hours, 3 hours worth of stream, and it's like maybe 3 moments of good highlights in that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it, but I'm not hating on it.
Feel like you're watching a soccer game or something?
Yeah, I got to speed it up every once in a while. I don't feel like I'm missing something, like how the young kids watch it on faster mode.
Who's the guy that does the streams that he smokes on the? I know there's a lot of guys that smoke, but he's got the kids that he's telling them to stay away.
Wiz Khalifa.
Okay, it's Wiz Khalifa. Okay.
yeah.
He's streaming and he's smoking, and the kids are kind of coming around. He's like, "No, kids, you gotta go. You gotta go.
He kicks his son out the room when he gets ready to light that tree up."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I've been watching a lot of streamers not a lot, but one streamer in particular as of late. It takes a long time to watch it. I got to watch it and fast forward sometime. But this kid named Dean the Great.
Okay.
Dean the Great.